Golden light flashed, and the gold-devouring beetles completely disregarded the gray light around them, swooping in before engaging all of the silver swarm insects in battle. Even though they were outnumbered by the silver insects by a ratio of around 10 to 1, they were far larger than their opponents, and they also possessed significantly more powerful bodies, as well as devouring abilities. The silver insects' sharp teeth and front limbs couldn't even leave so much as a single scratch on the exoskeletons of the golden beetles, whereas the gold-devouring beetles were able to tear their opponents apart and devour them with ease. It was a completely one-sided battle, and despite how heavily outnumbered the gold-devouring beetles were, the silver swarm insects simply stood no chance. After most of the silver insects had been eradicated, what remained of the swarm finally lost all of their courage and attempted to flee for their lives. However, they were still trapped in the divine essence-fused light, so they were all hunted down and devoured by the gold-devouring beetles. When there was only one final silver insect left, it suddenly self-detonated, and silver light flashed as a barely visible shadow shot forth from within its body, then attempted to fly away in a stealthy manner. If Han Li were a normal being, there was a good chance that he would have failed to notice such an inconspicuous shadow. However, Han Li was able to immediately catch sight of it as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he reached out without any hesitation. A pristine white hand was extended out of his sleeve, and he spread his fingers apart to blast forth bursts of 5-colored glacial flames. The flames swept through the air at a rapid speed, almost instantly enveloping the shadow, which had only fled to just over 100 feet away. The shadow shuddered before being completely immobilized in the glacial flames, and it was revealed to be a faint silver insect projection with the face of a human. The projection struggled within the glacial flames with all its might, presenting a rather unsettling sight to behold. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he curled his 5 fingers inward in a seemingly nonchalant manner. The glacial flames down below instantly transformed into countless 5-colored threads of light at his behest, then wound themselves around the immobilized human-faced insect projection. The threads of light then abruptly tightened, and the insect projection was sliced into countless segments as a result. Only then did Han Li heave a faint sigh of relief, and he swept a hand through the air, upon which the 5-colored threads of light vanished in a flash. He then quickly pointed a finger at the swarm of gold-devouring beetles down below, and they transformed into golden flowers again before flying back toward him, then disappearing up his sleeve. After that, Han Li made a grabbing motion downward, and the black mountain also shrank drastically before returning to his hand. From the instant that he'd released the gold-devouring beetles to the moment that he'd drawn them back into his spirit beast bracelet, only an extremely short time had elapsed. As such, even though he'd released quite a large quantity of gold-devouring beetles on this occasion, he didn't actually exhaust much of his spiritual sense at all. Of course, Han Li had already decided when he'd first released the gold-devouring beetles that if he couldn't end this battle quickly, he'd immediately withdraw the beetles without any hesitation. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't be worth exhausting too much of his spiritual sense to kill these silver insects. However, just as he'd expected, the gold-devouring beetles were the bane of these silver swarm insects, and he was able to kill them with ease. If he had used any other treasures, he wasn't confident that he would have been able to eradicate these insects so cleanly and quickly. Thus, after taking a glance at the direction where the battle between the two insect swarms was presumably still raging, Han Li flew away as a streak of azure light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Almost at the exact same moment, within the waves of silver swarm insects close to 100,000 kilometers away, a silver insect that was far larger than normal silver swarm insects suddenly raised its head and cast its gaze toward Han Li's direction. This silver insect had the face of an elderly man, whose brows were currently furrowed in bewilderment. After staring at the direction that Han Li was situated at for a while, the silver insect cast its gaze directly up ahead again. Several kilometers away, the silver insects were still clashing with the swarm of green butterflies, and the battle was still extremely intense. After a brief hesitation, the human-faced silver insect let loose a long sharp screech, upon which all of the nearby silver insects surged toward it in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, a giant silver insect was taking shape with the human-faced insect at its very center, and the giant insect was only continuing to expand in size. After a while, all of the silver insects in an area within a radius of around 500 meters had gathered to form a colossal insect that was over 1,000 feet in length. The massive insect flapped its wings, and 2 gusts of fearsome winds were instantly swept up as its gigantic body was propelled forward through the air. Hanley didn't know the origins of the strange soul that he destroyed, but he knew that killing it definitely wasn't a good thing. As such, after departing from this place, he immediately changed directions a few times in quick succession, then used the high zenith invisibility talisman to conceal himself for a while before he finally felt safe to continue his journey as normal. Even though Hanley had separated from his 2 companions, he wasn't all that worried as he was currently powerful enough to put up a good fight even against early body integration stage beings. Thus, he chose a route to follow and continued to travel toward the restricted ruins. 2 months later, in the sky over a desert that was enshrouded under a vast yellow sandstorm, spiritual light suddenly flashed, and 3 strange-looking azure carriages shot forth from the distance alongside arcs of azure lightning. After just a few flashes, the 3 azure carriages arrived in the area, and they all stopped in a uniform formation over 1,000 feet above the sandstorm. Only then were the true appearances of these carriages revealed, and they were all rather antiquated, but beautiful patterns had been inscribed onto their surfaces. On top of that, they were also riddled with flashing azure runes of different sizes. In front of each carriage was a pair of water buffalo-like beasts that were wearing suits of azure armor. Their large eyes were as crimson as blood, and wisps of azure smoke billowed out of their nostrils from time to time. As this azure smoke drifted through the air, the surrounding air temperature was immediately raised significantly, thereby striking one with a strange scorching feeling. Standing within each carriage was a pair of short humanoid figures, as well as an azure-armored puppet that was far larger in size in comparison. The puppets were around 20 feet tall with a saber strapped to each of their waists and 2 shimmering silver short spears attached to each of their backs. All of them were holding the reins of the water buffalo-like beasts that were drawing the carriages, and through their visors, pairs of glowing red eyes could be seen. As for the short humanoid figures on the carriages, they also wore suits of armor, and each of them had a massive shimmering wheel on their back. Their faces were riddled with gray freckles and tusks were protruding out of their mouths, giving them quite a hideous appearance. At present, the 6 short humanoid figures were inspecting the sandstorm down below intently while discussing some things with one another in low voices. Moments later, they seemed to have completed their discussion, and one of them raised a hand to produce an ancient copper mirror, which was hurled into the sandstorm. The copper mirror descended into the sandstorm before emanating an azure halo that quickly proliferated in all directions. The violent sandstorm was immediately settled as the azure halo swept through the air, creating a picturesque scene of peace and harmony, as if the sandstorm had never even existed in the first place. After the sandstorm abated, the ruins of a massive palace was revealed, and it stretched further than the eyes could see. The short humanoid figures were all elated to see this, and they called out to one another before immediately preparing to swoop downward in the carriages. However, right at this moment, a rumbling thunderclap suddenly erupted in the distant sky. All of a sudden, a particular resounding thunderclap rang out, and a ball of azure light abruptly appeared in the distance. The ball of lightning then shot forth through the air, covering a distance of several thousand feet after just a few flashes, taking it close to the 3 carriages in the blink of an eye. The 6 short humanoid beings were quite startled by this development, yet at the same time, they were also able to catch a clear glimpse of what lay within the azure ball of lightning. This was a giant bird puppet that was over 200 feet in length, and judging from its appearance, it was a vastly renowned lightning bird. However, much to their surprise, the puppet was heavily damaged, missing most of its feathers and even one of its talons. Even so, the bird still had a layer of dazzling azure lightning around its body, creating a very intimidating and harrowing sight to behold. The 6 short foreign beings' hearts stirred upon seeing this, and one of them immediately let loose a long cry. Immediately thereafter, all 3 carriages hurtled toward the giant puppet in unison as 3 streaks of azure light. Prior to making contact with the puppet, the 3 huge azure-armored puppets flicked their reins at the same time, and the 6 water buffalo beasts let loose thunderous roars in unison, then opened their mouths to expel bursts of azure flames that formed a rumbling sea of fire. Almost at the exact same moment, the 6 foreign beings let loose low cries in unison, and the silver wheels on their backs shot forth at once. These wheels then abruptly swelled drastically in size to form 6 bright moons, and they surged toward the lightning bird puppet as if they were threatening to slice its body into pieces. Silver light flashed within the puppet's eyes upon seeing this, and the azure arcs of lightning around its body swelled by around 2-fold while it reached out with its only remaining talon. A massive azure talon projection immediately appeared high up above, obscuring the entire sky as it came crashing down toward the 3 carriages. The puppet was completely disregarding the silver moons and azure sea of flames surging toward it. This came as quite a surprise to the 6 foreign beings, and they were feeling slightly panicked as a result. Thankfully, the 6 of them had fought alongside one another on many occasions, thereby allowing them to develop exemplary teamwork and chemistry. One of them let loose a loud cry, and all 6 of them hurriedly made hand seals before pointing their fingers up into the sky in rapid succession. The 6 moons immediately let loose a loud buzzing sound before converging toward the giant azure talon projection. They then combined as one to form a massive disk with a diameter of over 100 feet before hurtling directly upward. The giant talon projection and the disk clashed amid a resounding boom, and azure and silver light intertwined with one another. At this moment, the azure flames also swept up the lightning bird puppet, clashing with the protective arcs of azure lightning around its body amid strings of dull thunderclaps. It was quite clear that the arcs of lightning were quite powerful, as exemplified by the fact that they remained completely unmoved by the scorching azure flames. Meanwhile, the giant talon projection was stalled in mid-air for a moment before being shattered by the massive silver disk that it had clashed with. Without any further obstacles standing in its way, the giant disk sped directly toward the puppet's head, sending spatial fluctuations surging through the air in its wake, as if it were threatening to slice through space itself. The lightning bird puppet opened its mouth to expel a bolt of azure lightning that was as thick as a water tank in response, and it transformed into an azure lightning WIRM that struck the disk with tremendous force. Silver light and azure lightning intertwined, and an anguished wail immediately rang out from the silver disk as several cracks began to appear on its surface. Immediately thereafter, it separated into 6 disks again, each of which plummeted toward one of the short foreign beings. The arcs of lightning around the puppet's body then swelled once again, and a resounding boom rang out as it vanished on the spot amid a flash of lightning. In the next instant, lightning flashed in the air above the 3 carriages, and the lightning bird puppet abruptly reappeared before flapping its wings violently, swooping downward with devastating might. The 6 foreign beings were naturally startled to see this, but they all remained quite calm as they raised an arm each in unison, then quickly pressed their hands onto the azure-armored puppets before them. Crimson light flashed through the 3 puppets' eyes, and a ball of azure light erupted from their bodies as they swelled drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, their visors had slipped off their faces, and they transformed into 3 massive demonic ghostly beings that were over 100 feet tall each. 6 massive ghostly claws swiped through the air in unison, sending a dozen or so black claw projections hurtling directly toward the lightning bird puppet. The demonic ghosts then abruptly grabbed onto the silver spears on their backs, which had expanded in size along with them, before thrusting the spears into the air. The silver spears transformed into 10 silver pillars of light that vanished in a flash, and immediately thereafter, the sounds of howling winds and resounding thunderclaps rang out in the nearby area. The lightning bird puppet remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, and it opened its mouth to blast forth a bolt of azure lightning again before pressing its single talons downward to exert an immense invisible force. All 6 short foreign beings withdrew their arms in unison at this moment, and they all began to chant something, upon which their bodies also swelled to several times their original size. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so treasures of different forms flew out of their bodies in rapid succession to join the attack. Explosions rang out in the air in rapid successions, and dazzling lights of all colors flashed, making it difficult for one to directly appraise the battle. This battle lasted a full 2 hours, and when everything finally drew to a conclusion, the half of the lightning bird puppet that remained plummeted from the sky before vanishing into the ruins down below. The 3 carriages up above and the 3 azure-armored puppets, which had reverted back to their original sizes, were also heavily damaged. One of the puppets even had a large hole on its chest that passed directly through where a normal being's heart would have been situated. If the same injury had been inflicted on a living being, they would have perished for sure unless they had some kind of miracle pill that could bring them back from the brink of death. As for the 6 foreign beings themselves, they were also in quite a sorry state. Not only had most of their treasures been ruined, the suits of armor they were wearing had also been completely charred black. On top of that, there were many large dents and cracks on the surfaces of the armor, giving them the appearance of useless scrap metal. In contrast, the 6 water buffalo beasts remained completely unscathed, but all of them were also panting heavily with sweat pouring down their bodies. All in all, the 6 foreign beings had secured the final victory against the lightning bird puppet, but they had also paid a heavy price in the process. After striking down the puppet, the 6 foreign beings were quite elated, and they prepared to swoop down in their carriages again. Right at this moment, a cold voice rang out from within a nearby cloud. "Thank you for sparing me the effort of getting rid of this puppet, fellow Taoists of the Black Dwarf race." As soon as the voice trailed off, brilliant light erupted from within the cloud, following which a dozen or so humanoid beings in different attire appeared. They were led by a yellow-robed man who appeared to be in his 20s with 3 extremely eye-catching short golden horns on his forehead. Behind him were a dozen or so male and female beings of all different ages, and they also had horns on their heads, but the numbers, shapes, and colors of these horns differed from being to being. The expressions on the faces of the 6 black dwarf beings immediately darkened significantly at the sight of these horned beings. One of them exclaimed in an unpleasant raspy voice, "Jiao Qi beings. Why are you here? Were you following us in secret this entire time? Were we following you? Do you think you're worthy of being followed by us? Seeing as you've also come to this place, then you can stay here forever. Everyone, send them on their way," the golden-horned young man chuckled coldly. The dozen or so Jiao Qi beings immediately responded in an affirmative manner before sweeping forward to surround the 6 black dwarf beings. The black dwarf beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and their leader immediately yelled, "Run!" The powers of wind and fire erupted from beneath the hooves of the 6 water buffalo beasts, and they abruptly sprang forward as the 3 carriages sped into the distance as balls of azure light. Arcs of lightning could be seen shimmering indistinctly within the azure light, and the carriages were traveling at an astonishing speed. However, the Jiao Qi beings were also certainly not to be scoffed at. All of them either shot forth as streaks of spiritual light or made hand seals and vanished on the spot. There were also a few who swept their sleeves through the air to summon spirit beasts or flying treasures and set off in pursuit at incredible speeds. Meanwhile, the golden-horned young man merely stood still in mid-air with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly extremely confident in the abilities of his companions. On top of that, our current location is still tens of thousands of kilometers away from the restricted ruins. If those people really were pursuing the same target as us, why would they be battling those black dwarf beings? However, their presence does mean that we'll have to proceed with more caution so that we don't get discovered by them. After a brief pause for contemplation, Lu Shuier said, "You're right, Brother Han, I'm feeling a lot more reassured now. Why don't we switch to another hiding spot that's further away from those Jiao Qi beings? After that, we can wait for fellow Daoist Shi to join us, and we'll be able to combine our powers to access the restricted ruins." That's a good idea. However, before that, we should ascertain the target of these Jiao Qi beings. That would normally be quite a difficult task, but Senior Kai has even lent you the vastly renowned projection crystal of the crystal race, so we'll be able to see everything that those Jiao Qi beings are doing even from so far away, Han Li said in a slow voice as he stroked his chin and appraised the crystal. This projection crystal is indeed extremely stealthy, and even holy race beings would struggle to detect it, but it can only project some normal images. If those Jiao Qi beings were to use some kind of restrictions to conceal what they were up to, then we wouldn't be able to see anything, Lu Shuier replied with furrowed brows. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, or perhaps the golden-horned young man really did sense something, but as soon as Lu Shuier's voice trailed off, he suddenly looked up, then raised a hand to summon a black bowl that hovered in midair. Immediately thereafter, the young man began to chant something before flicking his 10 fingers toward the bowl in rapid succession, casting a series of incantation seals of different colors that vanished into the treasure in a flash. A long ringing sound erupted from the bowl in response, and black light began to emanate from it as it swelled drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to over 100 feet, and it was hovering in midair like a house. The lid on the treasure was then lifted, and boundless inky black qi poured forth from within, spreading in all directions in a frenzy. It was as if night had suddenly descended, obscuring the entire sky, making it impossible for Han Li and Lu Shuier to see anything using the projection crystal aside from a vast expanse of darkness. Their expressions both changed slightly in unison, yet before either of them had a chance to say anything, black light flashed from the crystal, and everything returned to normal. The image on the crystal appeared to be identical compared to what it had been, yet all of the Jiao Qi beings had abruptly vanished. Lu Shuier pointed a finger at the crystal, and spiritual light flashed as the image on the surface of the treasure changed into that of the ground down below. However, even from that perspective, they were still greeted by nothing but the sight of yellow sand without a single Jiao Qi being to be seen. It looks like they've unleashed an illusionary technique to conceal themselves. We won't be able to see anything unless I force the projection crystal to project the scenes inside the restriction, but doing so would blow our cover for sure, so it's not really worth it, Lu Shuier sighed in a resigned manner. She then swept a sleeve over the crystal, and the image on it vanished like an illusion amid a flash of spiritual light. In the end, it reverted back to the appearance of a normal white crystal before being stowed away up her sleeve. So be it. These Jiao Qi beings are clearly quite cautious, and it would be unwise for us to alert them to our presence. From the looks of it, their target seems to be in this nearby area. I wonder if what they're doing will affect us, Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. Lu Shuier's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and she said, "That is indeed a valid concern. Do you have any good ideas, Brother Han? These Jiao Qi beings significantly outnumber us, and all of them seem to be quite powerful, so I don't really have any good ideas to offer. All we can do is set up a few more formations to mask the fluctuations when we break the restriction of the restricted ruins. On top of that, even though the Jiao Qi beings have set up an illusionary technique to conceal what they're doing, that doesn't stop us from deploying some puppets or spirit beasts to the nearby area to keep an eye on them. That way, if something does happen, we'll be alerted and can adopt measures to prepare ourselves," Han Li replied after a brief pause. Lu Shuier was also silent for a moment before nodding in a resigned manner. "Looks like that's all we can do. Seeing as that's the case, why don't we begin setting things up right away? This is not a place we should stay at for much longer, so let's head to the restricted ruins now," Han Li immediately suggested. "Of course. I'm just concerned about fellow Daoist Shi. Hopefully, nothing has happened to him on the way here, Lu Shui'er replied with a concerned nod. The two of us were able to make it here unscathed, so I'm sure Brother Shi would be more than capable of doing the same. Besides, 2 months have only just passed since we split up. Perhaps fellow Daoist Shi merely took a slightly longer route, in which case it would only be normal for him to be late by a few days, Hanli said in a confident manner. I hope that's the case. Lu Shui'er could only heave a faint sigh in response. At this moment, Hanli suddenly rustled a sleeve, and a white shadow shot forth from within before revealing itself to be a completely expressionless white-robed woman amid a flash of white light. It was none other than his sentient puppet, doll. Go and keep an eye on those Jiao Qi beings. Don't engage them in battle, just observe them from afar, Hanli instructed. Doll bowed slightly upon hearing this before rising up into the air. However, just as she was about to depart, a thought suddenly occurred to Hanli, and he said, Hold on, take these 2 things with you. Your top priority is to not be discovered. Hanli flipped a hand over as he spoke, and a black veil suddenly appeared in his grasp along with a purple talisman. The latter was none other than a high zenith invisibility talisman. Doll remained completely expressionless upon hearing this, but it made a grabbing motion to draw the 2 items into its grasp in an obedient manner, then flew away as a streak of white light. You seem to cherish that puppet a lot, Brother Han. But then again, that's no surprise. Even I'm very envious that you possess a sentient puppet of such a high caliber, Lu Shui'er sighed with an amused smile. Hee, surely you jest, Fairy Lu. With your wealth, I'm sure it's not a difficult task to purchase a sentient puppet. Come to think of it, these types of puppets are kind of gimmicky and most of the time, they're not even as useful as a spirit beast of the same power level. Even this puppet of mine was a present from someone else, Hanli replied with a faint smile. Seeing as Hanli clearly didn't want to speak too much about his sentient puppet, Lu Shui'er changed the subject and said, That's true. Just the amount of top-grade spirit stones required to use such puppets poses quite a headache. Seeing as you've deployed a sentient puppet, I'll also send out a spirit beast to keep an eye on those Jiao Qi beings as well. Thus, she patted a certain item hanging from her waist, and a burst of 5-colored light suddenly erupted forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Even through the use of his spirit eye ability, Hanli could only catch a very brief glimpse of what appeared to be a small winged mink with 5-colored light emanating from its body. Hanli was quite startled by this small beast's incredible speed, and he couldn't help but cast a meaningful glance toward Lu Shui'er. However, she merely disregarded Hanli's reaction and rose to her feet as she said, Let's go and wait for fellow Daoist Shi near the restricted ruins. Hanli naturally had no objections to this, and thus, both of them rose up into the air before flying away from the Jiao Qi beings as streaks of light. Along the way, the scenery down below remained completely the same with nothing but yellow sand stretching as far as the eyes could see in all directions. Hanli had arrived at this place a few days in advance, and he'd taken the opportunity to inspect the ruins here for himself. During the process, he discovered that these ruins stretched for over 1 million kilometers, and there were many places in those ruins where restrictions still existed, so it appeared to be quite a dangerous place. Thankfully, Hanli had been warned by Kai Luiying and the others about this place prior to entering the vast glacial realm, so he knew to stay far away from those areas. Otherwise, he would have definitely triggered traps in those ruins such as the lightning bird puppet from earlier. As for the restricted ruins that Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were referring to, that appeared to be situated in one of the perilous places in this area. After flying for several tens of thousands of kilometers, the two of them finally stopped, and Hanli narrowed his eyes as he cast his gaze downward. There, he discovered a ball of white light that with a diameter of around 1,000 feet slowly rotating within the wind and sand down below. Despite the fierce winds blowing around it, the ball of light remained completely unmoved, and as soon as the gusts of sandy winds came into contact with this light, they would disappear in a flash as if they'd been devoured. What was even more unsettling was that there were piles of beastly bones littered all around the ball of light, most of which had been buried by the surrounding yellow sands already. However, among the bones that were protruding from the sand, some had already been blackened by age, so they'd clearly been there for an extremely long time, while others were pristine and new, clearly belonging to beasts that had only died here relatively recently. At this moment, Lu Shu'er was holding a palm-sized formation plate and was staring at it with rapt focus. After a while, Lu Shu'er exhaled, and confirmed, "This is the place. This is the restricted ruins that Master and Senior Duan were referring to." Han Li glanced at the bones littered down below in a calm manner as he replied, "It looks like this place is indeed quite perilous, but seeing as the two seniors expended so much effort to gather the three of us, there has to be a good chance that we'll be able to break this restriction." Lu Shu'er clearly knew a lot more about this restriction than Han Li did, and she said, "I certainly hope so. According to my master, this restriction was formed by high zenith azure light, which ranked alongside divine essence-fused light in ancient times, and it can only be broken using divine essence-fused light. As such, the three of us should be able to break this restriction with our combined powers." A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, "High zenith azure light." Lu Shu'er had naturally noticed Han Li's reaction, and she asked, "Are you interested in this light, Brother Han?" Han Li's expression instantly reverted back to normal as he replied, "I possess the divine essence-fused light, so I'm naturally quite interested in the lights that rank alongside it. From what I've heard, this high zenith azure light is extremely lethal and can conjure up devastating invisible sword chi that can kill unsuspecting enemies in an instant. I wonder if this light really is as extraordinary as the rumors proclaim it to be. Looks like you've done quite a lot of research into this high zenith azure light, Brother Han. According to my master, this light is indeed quite fearsome, but it's not as lethal as the legends suggest. However, restrictions created using this light are extremely difficult to break through. Otherwise, my master would have most definitely tried to force her way into the restriction and obtain the treasures in there, even though doing so would incur a massive risk. On top of that, high zenith azure light can't be acquired, and can only be naturally formed by the power of heaven and earth. As such, beings who have cultivated this light are far rarer than even those who possess the divine essence-fused light. In fact, it's said that no one has been successfully able to cultivate this light since ancient times, Lu Shu'er explained. In that case, there must be an extremely powerful treasure that can emit high zenith azure light under that restriction. Han Li immediately deduced. Even though there were other treasures aside from high zenith azure mountains that possessed high zenith azure light, Han Li was convinced that the treasure beneath this restriction was most likely a high zenith azure mountain. There was a good chance that this restriction was left behind by a true immortal, and it had been able to maintain itself since ancient times. As such, it seemed plausible that only a high zenith azure mountain could provide such a limitless source of high zenith azure light. If he were to obtain this mountain, he'd be able to refine it into a second extreme mountain alongside his divine essence-fused mountain. As these thoughts were running through his mind, Han Li turned to Lu Shu'er and said, "As expected, this high zenith azure light restriction is not something that the two of us can break. We'll have to wait for fellow Daoist Shi to get here before we make a concerted attempt to break this restriction together." "My thoughts exactly, Brother Han. Let's find a place nearby to settle and meditate so we can recover to our peak condition," Lu Shu'er agreed with a nod of her head. Thus, after a brief discussion, the two of them rose up into the air before flying toward a certain direction. A short while later, their duo descended somewhere around 500 kilometers away from the ball of white light. The winds were still quite fierce here, but Lu Shu'er had already summoned a yellow bead that was producing a yellow light barrier around them, which was keeping the wind and sand at bay. Thus, Han Li and Lu Shu'er found themselves in a dilapidated hall, most of which had already collapsed, leaving only a small portion of the building still intact. Half a month later, a burst of light flashed in the distance, and a streak of yellow light came flying toward them. After just a few flashes, the streak of light appeared in the air above Han Li and Lu Shuai before revealing a tall and broad humanoid figure. It was none other than Shi Kun. However, his face was slightly pale, and his eyes were also rather dull, seemingly indicating that he was far from his peak condition. After appearing in the air over this area, Shi Kun didn't immediately make his descent. Instead, he inspected his surroundings in a cautious manner, and only after ascertaining that there were no potential hazards nearby did he flip his hand over to produce a formation plate. He carefully inspected the formation plate for a short while before descending as a streak of yellow light. The grains of sand intermingled with the gusts of fierce winds scraped against the layer of protective spiritual light around his body, creating a sound that was akin to metal grating on metal, but the layer of light remained completely unscathed. When Shi Kun descended in front of the ruined hall, Han Li and Lu Shuai were also waiting at the entrance. Lu Shuai was quite surprised to see the sorry state that Shi Kun was in, and she immediately asked, "Brother Shi, you don't look very well at all. Did you encounter some trouble on your way here?" As such, we should definitely be able to break through all 11 layers with our combined powers, especially considering our divine essence fused light is effective in nullifying high zenith azure light. However, we still need to be very careful here, and it would be unwise to take things lightly, Lu Shuai said as she appraised Han Li and Shi Kun with a serious look on her face. Han Li smiled upon hearing this, and he said, "Both fellow Daoist Shi and I expended a lot of effort to get here, so we'll definitely be giving this everything we have. I'm sure you're both aware of the agreement I made with the two seniors, right? Rest assured, Brother Han, aside from the few treasures that my master and Senior Kai require, our abilities will determine what other treasures we can obtain from these ruins, and we definitely won't try to take the treasures you obtain away from you," Shi Kun chuckled as he nodded in response. Han Li nodded with a pleased expression upon hearing this. Lu Shuai tossed the small flag in front of her, then made a hand seal as she began to chant something. A gray wheel of light abruptly emerged behind her, and the rune at the center of the wheel began to slowly rotate. The small gray flag immediately began to tremble in response while emitting a low buzzing sound, as if it were resonating with the gray wheel. Seeing as Lu Shuai had activated her divine essence fused light, Han Li and Shi Kun glanced at one another before also following suit. Gray light erupted from Shi Kun's body as he rustled a sleeve to produce a badge-like treasure. The badge was also gray in colors, and the ancient characters for essence and light were inscribed onto each of its two sides. The badge rotated on the spot before swelling drastically to around 10 feet in size. Shi Kun then immediately extended a hand, pressing it onto the back of the badge while spreading open his fingers. Spiritual light flashed from his 5 fingers, and brilliant gray light instantly erupted from the badge, and the two ancient characters on it began to glow extremely brightly. As for Shi Kun himself, gray divine essence fused light was surging around his body, creating quite an astonishing spectacle to behold. Meanwhile, Han Li had already extended his inky black hand out of his sleeve, and he curled his fingers inward slightly, upon which a miniature mountain that was around a foot tall appeared directly over the center of his palm. This was none other than his extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain flew forth at Han Li's behest, then expanded to over 100 feet in size in a flash. At the same time, the silver runes on the surface of the mountain lit up, sending halos of gray light proliferating outward in all directions. Almost at the exact same moment, the gray wheel behind Lu Shuai shuddered before releasing a pillar of gray light that struck the gray flag she'd summoned earlier. The small gray flag immediately unfurled, and countless runes appeared on its surface as an even thicker pillar of light erupted from it. The giant badge in front of Shi Kun was releasing clumps of gray threads, while Han Li stood in mid-air in an expressionless manner, making a hand seal with one hand while pointing a finger at the black mountain before him with his other hand. The extreme essence-fused mountain rotated on the spot, and waves of gray light began to surge forth from its underside. The three types of divine essence-fused light instantly combined as one to form a giant rune that was over 100 feet in size. The massive rune descended at Lu Shuai's behest, vanishing into the white light down below in a flash, upon which a resounding dull thud rang out. White and gray light intertwined briefly, following which the ball of white light was torn apart by the gray rune with ease before vanishing as specks of spiritual light. However, another barrier of azure light then immediately appeared to take its place. The giant rune continued descending without pause, striking this new barrier of azure light with tremendous force. On this occasion, the azure light barrier abruptly vanished as if had been instantly devoured. Thus, the rune descended once again, only for a massive net comprised of countless crimson threads to suddenly appear beneath it. Prior to even making contact with this restriction, the red net flashed with spiritual light before releasing crimson clouds that drifted directly upward. The massive rune plunged into the red clouds, and a string of rumbling thunderclaps rang out in quick succession. Bright gray light began to emanate from the huge rune, and the red clouds were eradicated in the end after churning violently for a short while. As a result, all of the crimson threads quickly dissipated like snow melting under the scorching sun. The rune then continued to plummet toward the fourth restriction. The gray rune had only dulled slightly compared to its initial form, and Hanli was rather surprised that the first few restrictions were broken so easily. The high zenith azure light that everyone had been most wary of didn't even appear to oppose the giant gray rune as it had encountered the bane of its existence in the form of divine essence-fused light. This was why they had been able to break through the first few restrictions so easily. In what seemed like the mere blink of an eye, the huge gray rune had crashed through 9 restrictions of different forms. However, at this point, the rune seemed to have finally expended almost all of its power, and following a low wail of anguish, countless thin cracks appeared over its surface, as if it weren't going to shatter at any moment. What are you waiting for? Prepare for the final strike. Lu Shuai let loose a loud cry as the gray wheel of light behind her flew forth, disappearing into the cracked rune as a thick pillar of gray light. All of the cracks on the rune were instantly sealed as a result, and it began to radiate brilliant gray light again as it continued to descend in an unstoppable manner. Hanli and Shirkuan also sprang into action at this moment. The former pointed a finger at the black mountain before him, sending it plummeting downward with devastating force, while the latter gently laid a hand onto his giant badge, upon which the treasure hurtled downward like a massive arrow. The two of them descended from above as 2 giant balls of gray light, plummeting rapidly like a pair of gray shooting stars. The 10th restriction was comprised of a layer of yellow sand, and the gray rune faltered as soon as it came into contact with this restriction. Through the use of his spirit eye ability, Hanli could see that the high zenith azure light, which had been repressed by the divine essence-fused light earlier, was beginning to surface in the nearby area again. It had finally begun to display its power again after the giant rune formed by the divine essence-fused light had been severely weakened. Countless thin barely visible projections slashed through the air, and the giant rune shattered into countless pieces mid a dull thump. Gray light surged forth in all directions as a result, forcibly blasting away most of the transparent projections formed by the high zenith azure light. Right at this moment, the giant badge and the black mountain also arrived. What remained of the high zenith azure light attempted to keep the 2 treasures at bay, but it was swept away with ease before the 2 treasures struck the sand barrier down below. The entire film of sand tremored violently, following which each and every constituent grain of sand swelled to the size of a human fist before surging upward in a frenzy, desperately trying to destroy the giant badge and the black mountain again. These yellow grains of sand were clearly no ordinary treasures themselves. Otherwise, there was no way that they'd be able to withstand such an enormous impact. However, both Hanli's extreme essence-fused mountain and Shirkuan's gray badge were also exceptional treasures that contained divine essence-fused light, and even though the gray light around the two treasures was being compressed by the grains of sand, the light only became brighter and more dazzling. These grains of sand were certainly nothing to scoff at, but they were unable to force their way into the gray light even by a single inch. Right at this moment, the silver runes on the extreme essence fused mountain and the ancient characters on the gray badge flashed in unison, and only then did they begin to display their true power. The silver runes on the surface of the mountain were projected outward before rapidly forming several black holes around the mountain, each of which had a diameter of around 10 feet. Gray light swirled inside those black holes as bursts of enormous suction force erupted from within. All of the nearby grains of sand were swept up by the gray light, reverting back to their original form before surging into the black holes in a frenzy. Thus, a vast expanse of empty space appeared around the mountain. Meanwhile, the ancient characters on the giant badge flashed before unleashing a thick pillar of gray light. The badge acted as a hilt while the pillar of divine essence fused light formed a blade, and the two combined to create a massive sword of gray light that was around 70 to 80 feet in length. The sword swept through the air, causing the nearby space to warp and twist, and destroying all of the fist-sized grains of sand in the surrounding area. There were millions of these yellow grains of sand surging through the air, yet most of them were drawn away by the extreme essence fused mountain while the rest were destroyed by the gray light sword. Thus, the 10th restriction was finally broken, thereby revealing the final restriction. This was a giant piece of artwork formed by an azure light barrier. The artwork depicted lush mountains and scenic forests with countless beasts and birds residing within them. At the same time, spiritual light suddenly flashed from the tallest mountain in the artwork, and balls of spiritual light began to explode all over the image. Bird projections of all colors sprang to life within the azure light, and some of them flapped their wings while others raised their head and let loose long cries. All of them then erupted from the artwork as if they were actual living creatures. Some of the birds opened their beaks to blast forth balls of crimson flames, some flapped their wings to unleash white blades of wind, and some summoned arcs of silver lightning around their talons amid rumbling thunderclaps. Attacks of different forms erupted like floodwaters through a shattered dam, and at the same time, the light flashing from the azure mountain transformed into projections that were untraceable to the naked eye before hurling toward the black mountain and the gray sword of light. The amount of high zenith azure light imbued within this layer of the restriction was far more than that in all of the previous layers combined. As these projections struck the extreme essence fused mountain and the gray light sword, the gray light emanating from the two treasures dimmed significantly as if they were being overwhelmed. However, as opposed to being disheartened by this, Hanli was elated as he exclaimed, "That really is a high zenith azure mountain." Hanli was almost immediately able to identify that the mountain within the artwork was the treasure that he'd been searching for. However, the mountain had clearly been refined into this artwork as its main material, and its powers seemed to have been significantly enhanced by the entire artwork. Just as he was thinking this, Shir Kuan let loose a loud cry, and his gray light sword began to glow brightly again as it slashed through the air. All of the oncoming fireballs, blades of wind, and arcs of lightning were immediately vanquished before a devastating streak of sword chi crashed into the flock of birds that had emerged from the artwork. Hundreds of bird projections were destroyed at once, but even more of them transformed into 5-colored balls of fire that hurtled toward the light sword in a frenzy. Resounding booms rang out in rapid succession as the initial barrage of 5-colored fireballs were snuffed out by the gray light emanating from the giant sword, but as more and more fireballs flocked toward it, the massive sword was finally forced to revert back to its badge form, which was then swept up by the flames amid an anguished wail, then sent plummeting into the artwork down below. Meanwhile, the rest of the 5-colored flames continued to surge toward the black mountain up above. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the extreme essence fused mountain. A dull sound akin to the toll of a giant bell rang out from within the mountain, and it began to swell drastically once again amid a flash of silver light. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to several thousand feet in size, and countless silver runes had appeared over its surface, sending waves of gray light crashing downward with devastating might. The giant gray sword that Shirkuan had unleashed was extremely powerful, but the amount of divine essence-fused light contained within it was completely incomparable to that of the extreme essence-fused mountain. Thus, as the giant mountain began to descend from above, all of the 5-colored flames sweeping up toward it were instantly snuffed out by the waves of gray light before they could even make contact with the mountain. The massive mountain then continued to plummet downward, yet just as it was about to strike the artwork down below, a long cry rang out from the azure mountain, following which all of the other features on the piece of artwork, regardless of whether they were beasts or plants, transformed into azure spiritual light that surged into the mountain in a frenzy. The mountain took on an extremely vibrant green hue as a result, and it slowly began to emerge from the artwork. At the same time, the entire mountain shuddered, and the azure light emanating from it manifested into a series of green threads. The high zenith azure light within the mountain had finally been revealed in its truest form, and the green threads intertwined to form layers of green nets that surged directly upward. The gray waves and green net clashed in an instant, and a sharp screeching sound akin to that of metal grating on metal immediately rang out. The two mountains both shuddered at once, and an impasse ensued. Hanli narrowed his eyes while rapidly circulating the spiritual power within his body upon seeing this, planning to inject the extreme essence-fused mountain with more power in order to enhance it. However, right at this moment, a string of loud thunderclaps suddenly erupted high up in the air, following which bolts of gray light that were as thick as large bowls crashed down viciously onto the green net. The giant net formed by the high zenith azure light immediately began to tremor violently as a result. Hanli was quite elated to see this, and he looked around to find that the bolts of gray lightning were erupting from the flag in front of Lu Shui'er. Seeing as Hanli and Shirkuan's treasures weren't able to easily break through the final restriction, she had finally unleashed her own treasures to lend them her assistance. "Then I'll have to thank you too for your generosity," Hanli said with a smile as he cupped his fist in a salute. "Don't mention it, Brother Han. Now that we've broken this restriction, we should enter these ruins and find the treasures that Master and Senior Duan require as quickly as possible. After we secure these treasures, we'll definitely be rewarded handsomely when we return to Cloud City," Lu Shui'er said as a serious look appeared on her face. After that, she stowed away her gray flag before flying into the hold down below as a streak of blue light. Shirkuan also hurriedly followed along as a ball of yellow light. In contrast, Hanli inspected his surroundings through narrowed eyes, and only after ascertaining that nothing was amiss in the nearby area did he also slowly descend toward the hole. At this point, Lu Shui'er and Shirkuan had already sped on ahead. Just as Hanli flew into the massive hole behind them, vibrant balls of light suddenly appeared in the surrounding area before sweeping toward him. Hanli was naturally quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately conjured up a layer of protective azure light to shield himself. However, those vibrant balls of light then faltered before transforming into runes of different sizes, and they revolved around Hanli before forming a small 5-colored light formation. Hanli found himself situated at the very center of the formation, and a faint buzzing sound rang out as bursts of spatial fluctuations erupted around him. As opposed to becoming even more alarmed by this development, Hanli's expression eased slightly instead, and he clasped his hands behind his back, displaying no intention to shatter this light formation. In the next instant, a bright 5-colored spiritual light erupted, and Hanli was struck by a rush of dizziness while his surroundings blurred, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, Hanli opened his eyes to find that he was situated on a tall platform. The entire platform had been paved with gigantic blocks of blue stone, and there were some patterns on its surface, but it certainly couldn't be classified as intricate or beautiful. Instead, it gave off a simple and primitive air. Directly underfoot was a teleportation formation with a radius that was no more than 20 feet, and close to the formation was a stone staircase that led down from the platform. Han Li only took a quick glance at the teleportation formation and the stone platform before casting his gaze toward the surrounding area. At this moment, he seemed to be situated within an alternate space. There was a bright sun up above, and the sky was of a bright blue color without a single cloud in sight. There were all types of exotic plants and flowers growing in the area, and an occasional gentle breeze would blow past, carrying the fragrance of these plants toward Han Li. However, the thing that attracted Han Li's attention most was a mountain that was several thousand feet tall situated close to the platform. The mountain wasn't very tall, but it spread for close to 10 kilometers, and its terrain was quite remarkable. The entire mountain was of a completely bland white color, and it consisted entirely of sheer faces that were almost completely vertical. At the summit of the mountain was a massive purple palace that covered almost the entire peak. Han Li focused his gaze toward that direction and appraised the palace for a long while before turning his attention to the ground at the foot of the stone staircase. Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun were standing there motionlessly, and both of them also seemed to be carefully appraising the purple palace in the distance. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and his body swayed as he prepared to fly down from the stone platform. After scaling up over 100 more steps, he had already slowed down to a figurative crawl, and he had to steady himself at every step before making the next one. At this point, Shi Kun and Lu Shui'er had already stopped, and they could only look on as Han Li approached the mountain summit. Finally, after reaching the final dozen or so steps, the enormous suction force had become unbearable even to Han Li, and the golden suit of armor around his body was trembling uncontrollably, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. As such, Han Li was forced to stop for the first time with the summit virtually within reach. He then tried to use his spiritual sense to assess the situation, only for it to be repelled by a burst of invisible force as soon as it reached close to the palace walls, thereby making it impossible for him to detect what lay within those walls. After heaving a faint sigh, Han Li gave up on trying to cross over the palace walls and cast his gaze toward the gate again. Compared to braving the mysterious restriction on the palace walls, it was clearly a much safer option to try and enter through the gate. However, even though he couldn't sense anything amiss just by looking at the palace gate, he naturally wasn't going to try and open it on his own. After a brief pause, Han Li patted the storage bracelet on his wrist, upon which a ball of azure light immediately flew forth from within before thudding heavily onto the ground. This was a giant ape puppet that was around 20 feet tall, and it lay sprawled on the ground, having clearly been impacted quite heavily by the flight restriction. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, then made a hand seal before pointing at the puppet in a nonchalant manner. The giant ape puppet slowly got up at his behest, then turned around expressionlessly before making its way toward the palace gate. Meanwhile, Han Li stood still on the spot, appraising the puppet intently through narrowed eyes. After arriving before the palace gate, the giant ape puppet raised its hands without any hesitation before pressing them against the massive gate. Azure light flashed erratically around the puppet's body, following which the gate was slowly pushed open. Han Li was quite surprised to see this, and he was both elated, but also in disbelief. How could the palace gate have been opened so easily? With that in mind, he forcibly repressed the confusion and impatience in his heart as he hurriedly cast his gaze beyond the entrance. Thus, he was greeted by the sight of a plaza that was entirely paved with azure tiles and fenced by translucent white jade structures. On the other end of the plaza was a tall main palace that was also purple in color. From afar, Han Li could also see that there were also 3 side palaces near the main palace, each of which was only around a third of the size of the main palace. These side palaces were situated in a triangular formation with the main palace at the center. Aside from that, there were also some short buildings and pavilions behind the main palace, and this place seemed to span quite a vast area. After a brief hesitation, he transmitted an instruction to the puppet using his spiritual sense, upon which it made its way into the palace through the main gate. Han Li also slowly followed along behind it. After a while, he found himself on the other side of the city gate, and he quickly arrived at one corner of the plaza. The plaza appeared to be around 5,000 to 6,000 feet in size, and the giant ape puppet continued onward at Han Li's behest, preparing to pass directly through the plaza en route to the main palace up ahead. Han Li continued to trail along behind the puppet, maintaining a distance of around 200 feet from it in case any unforeseen mishaps occurred. However, a peculiar expression soon appeared on Han Li's face. This was only a plaza that was several thousand feet in size, yet even after walking for so long, the puppet still hadn't even made it to the center of the plaza. This is an illusionary formation. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he instructed the puppet to stop, then turned around to cast his gaze behind him. In his mind, he had already walked for around 3,000 to 4,000 feet, yet he appeared to be only just over 100 feet away from the corner of the plaza that he'd started from. Han Li was slightly alarmed to see this, and blue light immediately flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze around the entire plaza. However, even after using his spirit eye ability, he was unable to detect anything amiss. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. This was the first time that his spirit eye ability had ever failed to see through an illusionary formation, but taking into consideration the fact that this restriction had most likely been set up by a true immortal, this development wasn't actually all that surprising. Even so, Han Li wasn't intending to give up just like that. After taking a deep breath, he began to circulate all of the magic power within his entire body, then directed it toward his glabella. A ball of black chi immediately materialized in front of his glabella, following which a third demonic eye appeared in a flash. This was none other than the law destruction eye that Han Li had already nurtured for several centuries. Han Li had possessed this third eye ever since he was back in the human world, and after so many years had passed, it had developed some uncanny abilities. Even though this eye's forte lay in spatial abilities, it also possessed some abilities that could specifically target illusionary techniques and other types of restrictions, but the effects of those abilities naturally weren't as potent as those of his bright-sight spirit eyes. After arriving at the Thunder Continent, Han Li had unintentionally discovered while cultivating in seclusion that his bright-sight spirit eyes and law destruction eye could be combined to unleash a new ability, one that was far superior to any of the abilities that either one of his spirit eyes possessed. Even though this ability was quite powerful, it required a considerable amount of magic power expenditure to be unleashed, and this was the first time Han Li had ever used it in a practical setting. However, thinking back to the scenes that unfolded the last time he trialed this ability, he was quite confident that it would be able to break through the illusionary formation that he was in. As such, he immediately began to chant something, and the blue light in his eyes gradually became more and more pronounced. At the same time, black light began to swirl within his law destruction eye, making it appear as if there was a shimmering black gem lodged on his forehead. All of a sudden, two streaks of blue light and a pillar of black light shot forth from his three spirit eyes in unison, and they combined as one to form a black and blue ball of light. This was a translucent fist-sized ball of light with a blue exterior and a black center, making it appear as if it was a massive eyeball. Break! Han Li immediately swept a sleeve toward the ball of light, and a burst of azure light surged forth from within before vanishing into the ball of light in a flash. Spiritual light flashed from the surface of the ball of light, following which black and blue runes of different sizes emerged before rapidly revolving through the air. All of a sudden, countless threads of black and blue light shot forth from the ball of light, flying away in all directions. He immediately let loose a low cry of fury as his suit of devilish armor swelled in size while the patterns on its surface also emerged as if they'd sprung to life, forming countless black runes that clashed with the arcs of purple lightning. Contrary to their appearance, these mundane-looking runes were extremely powerful, and as soon as they clashed with the arcs of purple lightning, both exploded into gusts of scorching black and purple winds that revolved around Han Li in a frenzy. When Hanli finally managed to arrest his momentum and steady himself, not only had the purple arcs of lighting disappeared, the gusts of scorching winds around him had also abruptly vanished. Hanli heaved a long sigh of relief and looked down at his suit of heavenly devilish armor with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. That surprise attack wouldn't have been able to kill him, but without this suit of devilish armor, severe injuries would have been unavoidable. Even though he'd managed to survive that ordeal unscathed, he was still left in quite a disheveled state. Hanli heaved a faint sigh as he looked down at the puddle of translucent liquid on the ground with a wistful expression. The crystalline shield had clearly been completely and utterly destroyed, so there was no way for him to possibly repair it. After that, Hanli cast his gaze toward the gate of the main palace in a calm manner, and a hesitant look appeared in his eyes. For such a powerful restriction to have been placed on this gate clearly indicated that there had to be treasures in there that the true immortal owner of this place held in very high regard. Even if he could break such a fearsome restriction, it would definitely take him a long time to do so, and if Shirkuan and Lu Shuai were to get here during that time, all of his efforts could potentially benefit them instead. As such, it simply wasn't worth it for him to persist with this main palace. Having made up his mind, Hanli immediately turned away without any hesitation and strode along a nearby path toward the closest side palace. Even if restrictions had also been set up on these side palaces, they definitely wouldn't be as fearsome as the one on the main palace, so there was a good chance that he'd be able to break them in a short time. As he traveled rapidly toward a side palace, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a ball of azure light flew out from within as he summoned another giant ape puppet. Having learned his lesson from last time, Hanli summoned this puppet very close to the ground so it wasn't as heavily affected by the flight restriction. Thus, the second puppet made a smooth landing before passing Hanli as it rushed toward the side palace. Hanli followed along behind it in an expressionless manner, and no further mishaps occurred along the way as the two of them arrived safely before the side palace. Aside from the fact that this side palace was only around a third of the size of the main palace, the two were completely identical in appearance. It simply seemed to be a scaled-down version of the main palace, and there was also a plaque above the gate with golden seal text inscribed upon it. Hanli's eyelids twitched involuntarily at the sight of the mundane-looking gate, and after a brief pause, he retreated until he was around 400 feet away from the gate before finally drawing to a halt. After that, he raised a hand to produce several talismans, all of which he quickly plastered onto his own body. Several layers of protective spiritual light of different colors instantly appeared in quick succession. Immediately thereafter, Hanli made a hand seal with each of his hands, and golden lightning began to flash within both of his sleeves. After adopting all of these defensive measures, Hanli transmitted an instruction to the puppet using his spiritual sense with a grim expression on his face. The giant ape puppet immediately stepped forward, raising its arms before pressing its hands against the gate before it. Hanli looked on with bated breath, only for the gate to be slowly pushed open without a hitch. It seemed that no restrictions had been placed on this gate. Hanli was naturally ecstatic to see this, but as a safety precaution, he urged the puppet to make its way into the side palace first. Thus, the giant ape puppet walked into the palace and no mishaps occurred. Only then did Hanli heave a faint sigh of relief as the protective layers of spiritual light around his body vanished in a flash. At the same time, he quickly clenched his fists, and the golden lightning in his sleeves also disappeared in a soundless manner. After that, he quickly made his way into the side palace. After arriving in the side palace, the giant ape puppet was already standing beside the entrance in a completely motionless manner. Hanli quickly cast his gaze around the palace, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face in response to what he saw. At the center of the palace was a giant table that was as pristine white as jade, and a shimmering purple shrine stood on the table, within which was a blurry and indistinct deity statue. Across from the statue were hundreds of yellow futons, and on top of that, there was an azure incense burner positioned at each of the four corners of the palace. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted throughout the entire room. It seemed to be a powerful sword art, but also like some kind of spiritual sense secret technique, but further inspection would be required before he could arrive at a definitive conclusion. After that, he strode over to the table, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light. The azure light instantly removed the lids of the jade boxes and small vials, but Han's brows immediately furrowed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense into those containers. There were several talismans in each of the 3 jade boxes, upon which were inscribed extremely complex beveled silver text runes. However, the spiritual chi within the talismans had also dissipated, rendering them completely useless. As for the 2 small vials, they were completely empty with only faint traces of spirit liquid left behind within them. It appeared that these 2 small vials had contained some kind of spirit liquid in the past, but the liquids had since dried up due to lackluster storage conditions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han decided to stow away all of the talismans. These talismans were very different from the talismans on the golden jade tome that he possessed, so it would be a worthwhile endeavor for him to study and replicate the talismans. After that, he searched through the entirety of this secret chamber, but didn't make any further notable discoveries. Thus, he immediately exited this secret chamber before breaking into all of the remaining chambers one after another, but these ones were also completely empty. After he emerged from the final secret chamber, he immediately rushed back the same way he had come without any pause. Not long after that, Han appeared on the platform outside the gate of the side palace. He then glanced at the mountain paths leading to the other 2 side palaces and the main palace, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. At this point, Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er were most likely close to reaching the mountain summit. Just as he was about to spur on the fire raven to unleash more of its power, a low buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the 5 surrounding purplish-golden pillars. Immediately thereafter, brilliant 5-colored spiritual light erupted, and pillars of light surged forth before injecting themselves into the light barrier. Light instantly flashed from the thinning light barrier, and it immediately returned to its former density. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this. He immediately made a series of hand seals while chanting something before abruptly uttering the word, "expand," in a firm manner. A vicious light flashed through the spirit engulfing fire raven's eyes, and it spread its wings before rising up into the air. It was originally only around a foot in size, but its body rapidly expanded, and it only took mere moments for it to swell to around 10 feet in size. The giant silver fire raven let loose a loud cry before flapping its huge wings downward in a violent manner. Countless silver feathers were sent flying through the air before transforming into fireballs that crashed down in a torrential barrage. A resounding boom immediately rang out across the heavens, and scorching flames completely inundated the entire light barrier down below. The 5 pillars were still constantly injecting spiritual power of the 5 elements into the light barrier, but that still couldn't prevent it from quaking violently. The massive silver bird withdrew its wings upon seeing this before transforming into a massive fireball amid a flash of brilliant silver light, then came crashing down from above like a shooting star. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and the 5-colored light barrier was finally unable to hold itself together any longer, shattering into countless pieces. A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he was preparing himself to immediately rush into the medicine garden in the instant that the light barrier completely crumbled. However, his thought process proved to be too simple in the end. All of a sudden, the pillars of light erupting from the 5 purplish-golden pillars vanished, and in the next instant, a loud thunderclap rang out as arcs of purple lightning emerged. Han Li's expression immediately darkened significantly at the sight of this purple lightning. He glanced at the crumbling 5-colored light barrier and gritted his teeth, but instead of taking evasive measures, black chi surged forth from his body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor appeared again. He injected his spiritual power into the suit of armor in a frenzy, and countless black runes shot forth from the surface of the armor, revolving around his body to form a protective barrier. Thunderclaps erupted as countless thin golden arcs of lightning sprang forth, forming a net of lightning that acted as an additional protective barrier around him. Immediately thereafter, he made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a stack of talismans instantly appeared before surging toward his body. Light flashed, and several layers of light barriers of different colors emerged outside of the lightning net. Right at this moment, Hanli swept a sleeve through the air to hurl forth his extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain instantly swelled to over 100 feet in size at his behest before positioning itself in front of him like a giant shield. These arcs of purple lightning were indeed extremely fearsome, but surely they wouldn't be able to melt through this mountain. Almost in the exact same instant that Hanli completed all of these defensive measures, an enormous thunderclap erupted from each of the 5 purplish-golden pillars in unison. 5 bolts of purple lightning that were each as thick as large bowls surged forth before converging midway to form a massive ball of lightning that was around 5 feet in diameter. The ball of lightning then hurled directly toward Hanli with unstoppable force, and his expression darkened even further at the sight of its astonishing mass. However, he continued to remain still on the spot as he let loose a low cry before abruptly thrusting a palm toward the black mountain up ahead. The silver runes on the surface of the mountain immediately flashed, and a layer of gray light swept forth from the mountain directly toward the purple ball of lightning. In the next instant, the two clashed, and a resounding boom rang out. The gray light barrier only managed to stall the lightning ball for a moment before being split apart. This didn't come as much of a surprise to Hanli. After all, the divine essence-fused light was quite profound, but it was only effective against 5 elemental power, so it naturally failed to have much of an effect on the secret lightning power from the true immortal realm. Thus, the purple ball of lightning continued onward and crashed directly into the Black Mountain. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. His current extreme essence-fused mountain had more than just divine essence-fused light as its ability. Azure light suddenly flashed from his palm, which was pressed against the mountain face, and an incantation seal was injected into the mountain. A silver rune immediately drifted out of the mountain before transforming into several fist-sized black holes that appeared in front of the mountain. The purple lightning ball crashed into these black holes in a flash, but passed through without any impediment. Hanli's expression stiffened slightly, but he could clearly see that in the instant that the lightning ball passed through the black holes, its diameter, which was originally around 5 feet, was reduced by over a third. However, before he had a chance to think about anything else, the lightning ball struck the Black Mountain amid an earth-shattering boom. Brilliant purple light erupted from the lightning ball, and 2 purple lightning snakes suddenly skirted around the giant mountain on either side, then hurtled directly toward Hanli as if they had minds of their own. The outermost layers of light barriers were instantly destroyed upon making contact with the purple lightning snakes, unable to offer any impediment. Hanli's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing this, but he suddenly waved a hand forward. The golden lightning net around his body instantly shot forth amid a rumbling thunderclap, hurtling directly toward the 2 bolts of purple lightning. Right at this moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and as soon as Hanli heard this sound, he immediately rushed off to the side, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. The 5-colored light barrier had finally been completely shattered by the silver fire raven's ferocious assault, but as the purple and golden lightning intertwined, the 2 bolts of purple lightning suddenly exploded. Purple light instantly completely inundated the golden light, and the enormous force of the explosion swept up a scorching tornado that was interspersed with countless traces of purple lightning. As his body was swept up by the 5-colored light, the surrounding space instantly became as hard as iron and steel. At the same time, a burst of enormous force came crashing down onto his body, completely immobilizing him. The 5 purple lightning snakes continued to hurtle toward him amid alarming thunderclaps, and Hanli was instantly plunged into life-threatening danger. However, he was certainly no ordinary being, and in the next instant, the pale complexion of his face vanished. A frosty look then appeared in his eyes as he let loose a cold harumph, and golden light flashed from his body as the Provenance True Devil projection appeared again. However, on this occasion, it was vastly different from how it had been before. The projection itself was glowing with scintillating light, and it was as if a layer of golden paint had been applied to it, making it resemble a golden deity statue. This was none other than the golden body that Hanli had recently successfully cultivated. Right at this moment, Hanli opened his mouth, and a ball of black light was expelled from within. The ball of black light then vanished into the golden body in a flash as a burst of black chi. A hint of intelligence suddenly appeared in the wooden eyes of one of the projection's 3 heads, and a layer of black chi surfaced from its face. The massive golden body then positioned itself in front of Hanli in a flash, and at this point, the purple lightning arcs had already arrived. However, the golden body remained completely unfazed as it swept 5 of its hands toward the arcs of purple lightning without any hesitation. Following a string of dull rumbling booms, 5 golden pillars of light shot forth from the projection's 5 palms to meet the arcs of lightning. The golden light and purple lightning instantly clashed not far away, and despite the immense power of the purple lightning, close to half of it was still eradicated by the pillars of light. However, the pillars of light had also vanished as a result of the clash. As such, Hanli should be able to escape this perilous situation if he were to control his golden body to unleash another wave of the same attacks. However, the remnants of the arcs of lightning didn't afford him this opportunity. Another string of loud thunderclaps rang out, and the purple lightning snakes abruptly appeared right in front of Hanli before crashing down in a vicious manner. However, in this dire situation, all of the arms of Hanli's golden body suddenly blurred, and they instantly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, the 5 arcs of purple lightning shuddered and were caught by 5 golden hands, which had appeared out of thin air without any warning. The fingers on the 5 hands closed in on one another, and the arcs of lightning were crushed into nothingness amid a few thunderclaps. Countless threads of lightning shot forth, and a small portion of them struck the golden body, but they merely vanished in a flash without being able to inflict any harm onto the golden body. However, thunderclaps were ringing out relentlessly from the 5 pillars in the distance, and 5 more arcs of lightning instantly appeared, looking as if they were going to hurtle toward Hanli again. Thankfully, this brief delay was enough for Hanli to formulate some countermeasures. With this powerful body and multitude of abilities, there was no way that this restriction would actually be enough to trap him. Thus, he immediately began to rapidly chant something, and black light swirled over his suit of devilish armor. His body then suddenly swelled drastically, and a layer of thick and coarse golden fur suddenly appeared over his skin. Blue light flashed from his eyes, and a pair of tusks protruded out of either side of his mouth. He had transformed into a giant ape that was over 100 feet tall. The Extreme Essence Fuse Mountain hadn't been enlarged to its maximal extent, so it wasn't in its absolute heaviest possible state, but it still weighed over 50,000 kilograms. After being hurled through the air, an extremely piercing screeching sound immediately rang out. The Black Mountain instantly transformed into a black shadow, leaving a trail of white gale force winds in its wake. At the same time, a massive white mark also flashed through the mountain before abruptly appearing in midair. From a distance, it could be seen that the white mark was twisting and warping relentlessly, and there were bursts of powerful spatial fluctuations emanating from within it. It was as if a spatial rift were gradually taking shape, and that was sufficient testament to the tremendous force with which the giant ape had hurled the mountain. The mountain was hurtling directly toward one of the 5 purple pillars, and arcs of lightning instantly erupted from that pillar. Several purple arcs of lightning were released to attack the gargantuan oncoming projectile, but they were unable to slow down the Black Mountain, even in the slightest. In the next instant, the Black Mountain flew through the arcs of purple lightning before crashing viciously into the pillar. Purple and black light flashed, and an earth-shattering boom instantly rang out. A ball of piercing black, gray, and purple ball of 3-colored light instantly erupted from the pillar. The ball of light was like a scintillating three-colored sun that forced the onlooker to avert their gaze. However, blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes, allowing it to look directly at the ball of light and clearly glean what lay within it. The giant ape then immediately raised an arm, then made a grabbing motion with its huge furry hand toward the ball of light in the distance before quickly flipping its hand over. Spatial fluctuations erupted from above its palm, and an object appeared in a flash before landing on the giant ape's hand. It was none other than the black mountain that had just been hurled through the air. The surface of the mountain was still pitch black and completely unscathed, and just that alone was a clear indication of how extraordinarily hard it was. After recovering the black mountain, the giant ape immediately let loose a thunderous roar before swinging its arm forward and launching the mountain forward again. On this occasion, the mountain was sent flying toward another purple pillar. Thus, another responding explosion rang out as the mountain struck that second pillar. The same ball of scintillating light erupted forth, and at this point, the light radiating from the first pillar had already receded, thereby revealing its current state. The purple pillar was originally over 100 feet tall, yet it had now been reduced to less than half its original height, and there were purple shards that resembled both a stone and a metallic material strewn all over the nearby ground. The pillars had been forged through some mysterious unknown methods, but they definitely weren't as hard as an extraordinary treasure like the extreme essence-fused mountain. After all, this was a mountain that had been born from the energy of heaven and earth, and it was extremely resolute to begin with. Furthermore, it had been infused with that unknown grayish-white stone block, then underwent a second refinement using a refinement secret technique from the true immortal realm. Even if Hanli wanted to destroy it himself, he would have only been able to do so by using his spirit flame to melt it away bit by bit. On top of that, the mountain had been hurled using the devastating power of Hanli's giant mountain ape form, and if the pillars could still remain standing even in the face of such an attack, then Hanli would have immediately turned around and departed, as any further efforts expended to break the pillars would only be a waste of time and energy. As expected of the true immortal realm, just the restriction placed over a mere medicine garden here was so difficult to bypass. After emerging from the plaza in front of the main palace, the restrictive power from the ground still existed, but it seemed to have abated significantly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hurl his extreme essence-fused mountain very far, even in his giant ape form. With that in mind, Hanli didn't hesitate any longer as he rushed directly toward the gate of the medicine garden. After the five-colored light barrier was destroyed, everything within the medicine garden was revealed to him. The garden wasn't very large, but there was abundant wood attribute spiritual chi and the strong fragrance of spirit medicine surging toward him. As such, even though he hadn't yet made his way into the medicine garden, he knew that he had most likely made the right decision in coming here, and that he would definitely reap bountiful rewards. The entire medicine garden was surrounded by a low fence that was constructed from some kind of green vines. The gate of the garden consisted of two extremely simple boards that were only around 30 feet tall, and they were slightly ajar. Through the gaps in the fence, Hanli could roughly see what lay within the medicine garden from afar. The side of the medicine garden that was facing him was quite flat, and the spirit medicines planted there were all short ones that were less than half a foot tall. Hanli focused his gaze and ascertained what lay at the forefront patch of the medicine garden. The spirit medicines in this area of the medicine garden all had faint yellow leaves, but at their centers were thumb-sized fruits that were thin and pointy, bearing a resemblance to the red chili peppers of the human world. These fruits were emanating red light, and from a distance, they appeared to be miniature thumb-sized lamps that were quite endearing to behold. This entire section of the medicine garden was filled exclusively by this type of spirit medicine, so it was quite apparent that the owner of the garden held this medicine in very high regard. After ascertaining the appearances of these spirit medicines and their fruits, many thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. He had a feeling that he had read about this type of spirit medicine in the past, but he was unable to recall exactly what it was. Thus, he strode into the medicine garden with a contemplative look on his face. Just as he passed through the wooden gate, he was suddenly struck by a moment of enlightenment and finally recalled what this type of spirit medicine was. He had read about it in a very ancient tome back in the scattered star seas of the human world, and these spirit medicines were completely identical to the description in the records, so there was no mistaking it. He suddenly paused at the entrance to the medicine garden and cast his gaze toward this patch of spirit medicines, of which there were over 100. A peculiar look appeared on his face, and this seemed to be accompanied by a hint of a wry smile. So these are red silk fruits. Such aged red silk fruits would most likely be regarded as great treasures, even by immortals, if they're avid alcoholics, Hanli murmured to himself. That's right, this peculiar spirit fruit was the main ingredient for brewing a certain type of extremely delectable spirit wine. Most of the cultivators in the scattered star seas would very likely be aware of red silk immortal wine to a certain extent. The rumors in the human world stated that this wine was something that only immortals would have the pleasure of tasting. Furthermore, it seemed that this wine was very vastly renowned, even in the immortal realm, and not just any immortal could drink it at will. There were many incredible legends about this type of wine, not just in the scattered star seas, but even in the human territories of the scattered star seas. However, regardless of the contents of these legends, the one overall consensus was that this wine was a rare delicacy even in the heavens among the gods. There were even some ignorant mortals who proclaimed that taking just a single sip of this spirit wine would bestow upon one enormous powers, and allow them to ascend straight to the true immortal realm. Hanli had seen relevant tomes regarding this wine, and he was naturally aware that something like that was impossible. The main reason behind this wine's scintillating reputation primarily lay in its rich and delectable flavor, and it was extremely difficult to find wine of its equal in all of the three realms. After taking a sip of this wine, its delectable flavor would remain in the drinker's mouth for over 10 days, and if one were to consume an entire flagon of this wine, they would fall completely into an inebriated state and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, even if they were an immortal. Upon their awakening, they would become infatuated with this wine and constantly try to seek out more. Of course, regular consumption of this wine could slowly enhance one's physical constitution and also extend one's lifespan to a certain degree. As for the potency of these effects, that was something that was only known to the heavens. Most of these beneficial effects applied to low-grade cultivators or mortals, but despite this, even the avid wine consumers among immortals regarded this wine as a brilliant treasure. As such, it couldn't be said that these red silk fruits were completely useless, but for one such as Hanli, who rarely ever drank wine, these fruits were indeed rather redundant. Thankfully, there was another point mentioned in the tome that he had read. The richness and efficacy of red silk immortal wine were related, in large part, to the age of the red silk fruit that had been used to brew it. As such, red silk immortal wine was ranked in several grades depending on the age of the red silk fruit used, and red silk fruit was a plant that only flowered once every 1,000 years, and bore fruit once every 10,000 years. The plant was also very difficult to nurture and was very prone to dying. Hence, it required dedicated care and attention day and night, and only after it bore fruit would it be able to survive without any supervision. As such, those who didn't enjoy drinking wine definitely wouldn't put in the effort to plant this type of spirit fruit. Even the immortals who valued wine on par with their lives would have to consider whether it was worth expending so much time and effort just to procure this fruit. This medicine garden had most likely existed since ancient times, and it seemed that no one had picked these red silk fruits ever since they had come into existence. Countless years had to have passed since their fruition, and one could only imagine the age and medicinal efficacy of these fruits. The jade boxes were all flashing with spiritual light of different colors, and Hanli gently rustled his own sleeve again as he said, "Come on out, I have something for you to do." "Yes, master." A tender voice rang out from within his sleeve, immediately following which a ball of white light emerged from within. The ball of white light circled around in the air before suddenly transforming into a little girl who appeared to be around 6 to 7 years of age. The little girl wore a snowy white dress and had 9 little black braids woven into her hair. She was extremely adorable. This was none other than Chuer, who was a manifestation of the soul of Han Li's 9-curl spirit ginseng. As soon as the little girl was summoned, she extended a respectful bow toward Han Li before appraising him with her large bright eyes, silently awaiting further instructions. I've seen you harvest spirit medicines within the medicine garden on several occasions, and you're always able to do so extremely quickly. Harvest these 3 patches of spirit medicines for me and place them into those boxes, Han Li immediately instructed as he pointed at the 3 patches of spirit medicines. That's a simple task. It'll only take me a few moments to complete, Chua replied as a smile appeared on her. She then rose up into the air and suddenly appeared above a patch of spirit plants in a flash. Immediately thereafter, she raised both of her little arms before gently flicking her 10 fingers downward. 10 green threads abruptly sprang forth before hurtling directly toward 10 of the spirit plants down below. These green threads burrowed into the stems of these spirit medicines in a flash, and Chuer curled her fingers back slightly, upon which the 10 spirit plants that had been bound by the green threads were silently plucked out of the ground. Not only were the roots of the spirit plants very even and completely undamaged, there was also no soil clinging to them at all, as if they had already been washed. The green threads sprang forth once again, and the spirit medicines were immediately flung into one of the jade boxes with unerring accuracy. Chuer then continued to flick her fingers through the air, and green threads shot forth relentlessly. The spirit plants in this area of the medicine garden were plucked out of the ground 10 at a time before rapidly falling into the jade boxes that had been prepared, and all of the plants that were in this area were uprooted in just the span of a few breaths. Chuer's body then flashed again, and in the next instant, she appeared in the air above another area of the medicine garden before harvesting the spirit plants there using the same method. Meanwhile, Han Li made his way over to a couple of nearby patches of spirit medicines, each of which consisted of batches of spirit plants that numbered between 5 or 6 to over 10, and he was only able to just barely identify a small portion of these plants. As for the remaining spirit medicines, which was more than half, there were no records about them in the tomes of the human world or the spirit realm. However, the small portion of plants that he had managed to identify were all extremely remarkable ones. Some of them were already extinct in the spirit realm, like the corrosive poison weed, while others still existed in the spirit realm, but were extremely rare and precious. As such, all he had to do was source some other spirit medicines that were a lot easier to find in comparison, and there was a good chance that he really would be able to fulfill the list of items that Qing Yuanzi had entrusted him with. Han Li forcibly repressed the excitement in his heart as he immediately leaned down to harvest these smaller batches of spirit medicines himself, then carefully categorized them before placing them into jade vials. After he finished collecting all of the spirit plants in these 2 patches, Chuer was already standing obediently beside him. All of the 3 types of spirit medicines had already been completely harvested by her and neatly placed into jade boxes. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he afforded her a benevolent compliment, in response to which a wide elated smile also appeared on Chuer's face. Even though it hadn't been a long time since she had attained this human form, she had been with Han Li for countless years in her rabbit form, so she wasn't unfamiliar with or distant from Han Li at all. Instead, she felt a sense of intimacy and closeness toward him. After harvesting all of the spirit medicines in this section of the medicine garden, Han Li finally cast his gaze toward the other side of the medicine garden. There were a dozen or so areas of different sizes that were separated into independent sections by wooden fences that were several feet tall. The spirit's plants in those areas included spirit trees that were several tens of feet tall, and spirit flowers that were several feet tall. There was also a spirit spring that was around 70 to 80 feet in size, and floating on the surface of that spring was a petite lotus seed pod that was flashing with silver light. Han Li took a deep breath before making his way over to that side of the medicine garden before beginning to carefully appraise these spirit medicines one by one. However, a resigned look then appeared on his face mere moments later. He knew that the fact that these plants had been separated into individual sections clearly indicated that they were far more valuable than the red silk fruit and corrosive poison weed from before, but regardless of whether it was the spirit trees that bore fist-sized green fruits or the peculiar spirit flowers that were of 10 different colors, he was unable to identify any of them. It appeared that these spirit medicines were unique to the true immortal realm and didn't exist in the spirit realm. As such, he would only be able to determine their uses through future experimentation. With that in mind, Hanli no longer hesitated and made a grabbing motion toward the ground in the distance with a single hand. A white jade box immediately rose up into the air before flying into his hand as a streak of white light. He then turned toward a spirit tree, which was laden with green fruits, and he flipped his other hand over to produce a small green shovel. Immediately thereafter, he pointed a finger into the air again, and the small green shovel shot forth, plunging itself into the ground before digging in a circle around the base of the spirit tree, then flying back into Hanli's sleeve. A vast expanse of azure light then immediately appeared in the places that the jade shovel had dug through, and this azure light enshrouded the entire spirit tree within. Hanli immediately made a hand seal and cast an incantation seal toward the spirit tree upon seeing this. The incantation seal vanished into the spirit tree in a flash, and the entire tree shuddered slightly before being uprooted from the ground in a slow and steady manner. A hint of elation flashed through Hanli's eyes. However, in the instant that the roots of the spirit tree left the soil, a layer of unsettling green flames suddenly appeared over its surface without any warning. The green flames only flickered a few times, and the spirit tree, as well as all of its fruits, were incinerated into nothingness. Hanli's mouth gaped open in exasperation upon seeing this. He only heaved a long sigh after a long while, and he appraised the empty patch of ground where the spirit tree had once been with a gloomy look on his face. However, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Hanli immediately turned before striding toward another fenced-off area, which contained a strange flower that was around 3 feet tall and as pristine white as jade. The soil around this flower didn't have any restrictions, and the jade shovel was able to plunge into the ground without any impediment. However, in the instant that this flower was uprooted, it abruptly shuddered before melting into a puddle of green liquid that seeped into the soil and vanished from sight. Hanli could only lament his ill fortune after encountering such delicate spirit medicines twice in succession. He took one final indignant glance at the spot where the puddle of green liquid had seeped into the soil, and he grumbled something unintelligible to himself before progressing on to the next area in a resigned manner. For the next 3 spirit medicines he attempted to harvest, all of them displayed different reactions in the instant that their roots left the ground. One of them suddenly wilted away into dust, one of them suddenly self-detonated, and a net of lightning appeared over the surface of the final plant, which sapped itself into nothingness. 5 consecutive spirit medicines had destroyed themselves on the spot, and it didn't take a genius to figure out that something was amiss. This inability to be transferred definitely wasn't an innate quality that all of these spirit medicines shared. This was most likely a result of some restrictions the owner of this medicine garden had set up. Otherwise, how could 5 of these plants have destroyed themselves one after another? Thus, as Hanli approached a fist-sized spirit flower that was split up into 13 different vibrant colors, he didn't immediately try to harvest it. Instead, he began to inspect the spirit medicine in a meticulous manner. His spiritual sense hadn't detected anything amiss earlier, so he naturally had to rely on his bright-sight spirit eyes to see if he could sense anything. Thus, extremely piercing blue light flashed through his eyes as he inspected every single inch of the flower from petal to stem. However, even after inspecting the entire flower 7 or 8 times, he was still unable to glean anything of use. Thus, he was left feeling rather perplexed. He couldn't even see what kind of restriction the owner of the medicine garden had set up, so there naturally wasn't going to be any way for him to remove the restriction. However, he naturally couldn't bear to just leave behind these spirit medicines, many of which couldn't even be found in the spirit realm. He crossed his arms and stood on the spot with a contemplative look on his face, and after around 10 minutes, he heaved a faint sigh before murmuring to himself, "The plants self-destruct as soon as their roots leave the soul. The restrictions have most likely been set up on their roots. In that case, I won't be able to take the entire plant, but I should be able to forcibly preserve the fruits and seeds." With that in mind, he immediately cast his gaze toward the vibrant flower again. He then tossed one of his jade boxes forward, and controlled it so that it hovered in a stable manner directly below the flower. Immediately thereafter, he quickly rustled a sleeve, and a pristine white hand emerged from within. Azure light flashed, and a sharp sword thread shot forth in a flash, brushing directly past the stem of the flower. At the same time, a burst of 5-colored flames also hurtled forth. The strange flower had only just had its stem severed when the 5-colored flames engulfed it, and it was instantly sealed as a block of translucent 5-colored ice. Following a faint clack, the block of ice fell into the jade box down below with unerring accuracy. He raised his hand again, and several talismans shot forth before adhering themselves to the jade box in a flash. Vibrant restrictive power instantly enveloped the entire box, and he swept his sleeve through the air once again to expel a burst of azure light. The jade box instantly disappeared within the azure light, having been stowed away by Hanli. From the instant that the sword thread was unleashed to the moment that the jade box was stowed away, only an instant had passed, and only after securing the spirit flower did Hanli heave a faint sigh of relief as his expression eased slightly. He looked at the severed stem of the flower and hesitated momentarily, but decided not to do anything to it as he moved on to the next area. The next 7 or 8 spirit medicines were all secured using the method. Hanli first severed the fruits or other important parts of the plants that contained their seeds, then quickly froze them before sealing them with restrictive talismans. After adopting this method, he was finally able to prevent the plants from self-destruction. Even if those parts also had some restrictions set up within them, as long as he could prevent those restrictions from being set off for now, he could take them back for further examination in the future. He was confident that as long as he had sufficient time, he would be able to slowly undo those restrictions. However, he still encountered a lot of trouble when he reached the last type of spirit medicine, which was the silver lotus seed pod that was floating at the center of the spring. As the sword thread struck the stem of the seed pod, which was around as thick as a finger, a ball of dazzling silver light suddenly erupted, and the sword thread was repelled while the lotus seed pod remained completely unmoved. Hanli couldn't help but falter upon seeing this. He carefully inspected the shimmering silver seed pod multiple times with furrowed brows before flicking his 10 fingers toward it in quick succession. 10 azure threads shot forth through the air before suddenly converging as one, forming a translucent streak of azure light that struck the stem of the seed pod, only for the same thing to happen again. Dazzling silver light was released by the entire seed pod, and the azure light was completely destroyed into nothingness. Hanli's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing this. Just what kind of extraordinary spirit item was this silver lotus seed pod? The sword threads formed by his azure bamboo cloud's warm sword were so sharp that even the average body integration stage being wouldn't dare to allow them to strike their body, yet not only was this spirit plant able to repel the sword threads, it was even able to retaliate and destroy them. This was simply incredible. Hanli's gaze quickly roamed over the entire seed pod before quickly moving on to the spring that the lotus seed pod was floating upon. This spring clearly wasn't any normal spirit spring. Not only was the water in it extremely clear and pure, there were also faint wisps of white spiritual chi that were constantly floating up from it. At the bottom of the spring, there were several lotus roots that were about the same length as a child's arm. The lotus roots were also of a shimmering silver color, and they appeared to be completely spotless and pristine. Hanli focused his gaze on the lotus roots to find that its finer whiskers were as pristine white as jade, and they didn't burrow into the mud down below. Instead, they were curled up into a ball and floating beside the seed pod like a ball of silver mist. This discovery was quite a reassuring one to Hanli, and his expression changed slightly as he fell into contemplation again. However, he didn't think for too long this time before deciding to make another attempt. He flipped a hand over, and a blue jade veil that was around a foot tall appeared over his palm. As a result, he discovered that the silver lotus seed pod and the lotus roots were all completely unharmed as they floated within the spring water, and this naturally made him quite ecstatic. After sealing the jade veil with a bunch of talismans, Hanli stowed it away into his storage bracelet in an extremely careful manner, placing it among the large pile of jade boxes. This was the only complete spirit plant that he had been able to obtain from this area, and securing it alleviated some of his frustration of destroying the first 5 spirit medicines. After that, Hanli explored the entire medicine garden, and regardless of whether he recognized the spirit medicines he encountered, he collected all of them without a second thought. Perhaps these spirit medicines were considered to be very ordinary items in the eyes of the owner of this place, but they were naturally extremely precious in the spirit realm, and he had reaped vastly bountiful rewards during this trip to the medicine garden. After ascertaining that he hadn't missed any spirit medicines, Hanli decided to immediately depart from this place. Thus, he issued an instruction to Chuer, and she disappeared up his sleeve as a ball of white light before he strode out of the medicine garden. In the instant that he emerged from the garden, a dull rumbling boom suddenly rang out from the direction of the main palace up ahead. Immediately thereafter, a burst of powerful spiritual pressure fluctuations erupted into the air from the same direction, creating quite an alarming spectacle to behold. Hanli's heart immediately stirred upon hearing this, following which a hint of a smile appeared on his face. It appeared that Shirkuan and Lu Shuai had finally been driven to the ends of their wits by the illusionary formation on the plaza and broke through it using brute force. Judging from the spiritual pressure fluctuations, it seemed that the illusionary formation really had been forcibly broken, which indicated that the two of them had to have used some kind of secret technique or treasure that far exceeded the boundaries of what they were currently able to wield. Otherwise, with the powers that the two of them had displayed thus far, there was no way that they would have been able to accomplish this. With that in mind, Hanli glanced at the 2 remaining side palaces and contemplated his options briefly before deciding to make his way toward the main palace. Moments later, he appeared in front of the main palace again, just in time to see purple light flashing from the gate of the main palace. Meanwhile, Shirkuan was forced to stumble backward a dozen or so steps as he let loose a muffled groan. The giant hammers that he was holding were quickly melted away by the flashing purple lightning, leaving only a pair of handles in his hand in the blink of an eye. His face was completely devoid of color, and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. However, before he could unleash any other abilities to ward off the purple lightning snakes, Lu Shuai, who was standing over 100 feet behind him, sprang into action. She hurled a silver mirror through the air, and the surface of the mirror tremored before several azure pillars of light shot forth to temporarily keep the purple lightning snakes at bay. Shirkuan immediately took advantage of this opportunity to let loose a low roar as he rushed back in retreat, instantly hurtling back around 300 feet. At this moment, the azure pillars of light were unable to withstand the power of the purple lightning and were shattered amid a loud thunderclap. The purple lightning snakes then trailed along the direction of the pillars of light and switched to Lu Shuai as their target. Lu Shuai's heart jolted upon seeing this, but she acted in a very decisive manner, abruptly pointing a finger up at the mirror treasure in the air, upon which the mirror flew directly toward the lightning snakes at her behest. Immediately thereafter, her body swayed, and she abruptly vanished as a trail of afterimages. In the next instant, she also appeared extremely far away from the palace gate. A dull explosion rang out as the purple lightning struck the silver mirror, and following a string of rumbling thunderclaps, the mirror exploded as a ball of silver light. After losing the nearby targets, the purple lightning snakes flashed erratically a few times before also dissipating of their own accord. Lu Shui'er had already expected that her mirror would be destroyed by the purple lightning, but her expression had naturally darkened significantly, nonetheless. Right at this moment, Hanli slowly strode over to them and said, "Fellow Taoists, this restriction is not your average restriction. If we want to break it, then we'll most likely have to work together." Shi Kun and Lu Shui'er were naturally made aware of Han Li's arrival upon hearing this. Shi Kun's face twitched slightly, and there was a sour look in his eyes as he grumbled, "You sure are a cunning man, Brother Han. You knew that this restriction would be difficult to break, so you went elsewhere. You arrived here far earlier than the two of us, so you must have reaped bountiful rewards already, right?" "I did indeed reap some rewards, but how can they compare with the treasures in the main palace? I'm sure the two of you are aware that the treasures requested by our two seniors and all of the other important treasures must be in there," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. "This place was once inhabited by an immortal, and mediocre treasures in their eyes will most likely all be extremely useful to us. However, we decided on this arrangement in the beginning, so I certainly can't complain, seeing as Brother Han has secured a head start through his own power. Besides, there definitely wasn't enough time for Brother Han to explore this entire place, so there are surely more rewards left to be reaped. Fellow Daoist Shi and I are not without chances," Lu Shui'er chuckled in response, and she seemed to be truly unbothered by the fact that Han Li had secured a head start. Shi Kun's expression suddenly changed slightly upon hearing this, and he smiled as he said, "However, Brother Han is clearly the most powerful among us, so we hope that you can put in some extra effort when we attempt to break the restriction on this main palace." "I'm the most powerful one among us. I certainly wouldn't dare to agree to that sentiment, but rest assured, I'll be sure to put in my best effort," Han Li replied as he nodded in an expressionless manner. Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and both of them were feeling rather reassured after securing Han Li's promise. Both of them were very proud individuals, but after scaling that mountain path and forcibly breaking that illusionary formation, they had expended a significant portion of their magic power. Without the assistance of an unfathomable being such as Han Li, it really would be quite difficult for them to break the restriction on this main palace. They didn't have to worry about Han Li suddenly turning on them after they broke this restriction, as Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were still waiting for them back at Cloud City, and those two body integration stage seniors were going to act as their safety nets. With the vast array of powerful abilities that Han Li had displayed during this trip, the two of them were no longer just envious, they had become quite wary of and defensive toward him. But then again, if it weren't for Han Li's unfathomable power, they would perhaps be inclined to revoke their original agreement of splitting the treasures aside from the ones requested by Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren. Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun were both wary of Han Li's abilities, and they knew that they may not be a match for him even in a 2-on-1 battle, so they naturally weren't going to turn on him. In contrast, Han Li was confident in his ability to kill these two, but he didn't want to break their pact as that could potentially affect his mental state, thereby manifesting inner demons. Furthermore, he was also quite wary of Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren as well, so he didn't harbor any ulterior motives. As such, the three of them were just barely able to maintain a stable balance. However, taking into consideration the fact that there were Jiao Qi beings nearby, it was naturally best to secure the treasures as soon as possible. This was why Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun had immediately attempted to break into the main palace after emerging from the illusionary formation, despite the fact that they knew the restriction on the palace gate would most likely be quite formidable. In the end, they discovered that the restriction was even more powerful than they'd expected, and it had destroyed Shi Kun's hammers and Lu Shui'er's mirror in virtually the blink of an eye. Those two treasures weren't the most powerful ones in their repertoires, but they were definitely the treasures that they used the most and were most comfortable with using. As such, they were naturally both feeling quite dejected that the treasures had been destroyed for nothing. Thus, as soon as Han Li appeared, they decided to try and make him carry the brunt of the load when it came to breaking this restriction. I wouldn't mind expending some more effort to break this formation, but I'm sure that Senior Kai and Senior Duan must have prepared many treasures for the two of you to address the potential restrictions that you may encounter. It would be best to break this restriction in one go in order to conserve time and magic power, so if the two of you have any special treasures, then I'd advise you to bring them out now, Han Li said in a serious manner. Shi Kun and Lu Shuai both faltered momentarily upon hearing this. Of course, Brother Han. Seeing as you've conveyed your point so clearly, I certainly won't be holding back either. I have a set of treasures that are quite effective when it comes to breaking restrictions, and I'll be sure to assist you with all my power, Lu Shuai assured with a smile. After a brief hesitation, Shi Kun also chimed in, I have no objections either. The sooner we secure these treasures, the sooner we'll be able to go our separate ways. I'm still hoping to find a good place to go into seclusion so I can break through my bottleneck. As such, I'll also be using a restriction-breaking talisman that my master has bestowed upon me. A content look appeared on Han Li's face after hearing this, and he didn't say anything further as he strode toward the palace gate. Lu Shuai and Shi Kun followed along behind him, one on his left, and the other on his right. In the end, all three of them stopped over 100 feet away from the gate. Han Li cast his gaze toward the gate before taking a deep breath. Following his experience in breaking the formation in the medicine garden, he had developed a certain level of confidence toward addressing the purple lightning here. In the face of the powerful purple lightning, it was quite clear that the first person to attack the gate would be the one to bear the brunt of the restriction's retaliative force. As long as he could withstand this retaliation, it would become a lot easier for the three of them to break the restriction. With that in mind, black chi began to emerge from his body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor resurfaced. Layers of black runes appeared around the suit of armor, instantly concealing most of his body. He then let loose a long cry, and brilliant golden light radiated around him as a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind him. Han Li made a hand seal, and golden light began to swirl around the projection's body. At the same time, the surface of the projection became extremely bright, as if a coat of golden paint had suddenly been applied to it. That's a golden body. Lu Shuai was quite knowledgeable, and she immediately identified the nature of the projection as a stunned look appeared on her face. Shi Kun's expression also changed to mirror hers upon hearing her stunned words. Many high-grade cultivation arts could manifest projections when cultivated to a certain degree, but it was extremely rare for a projection to be cultivated into a golden body. Not only was this due to the fact that relevant cultivation arts were extremely rare, the materials required to manifest golden bodies were always extremely rare and difficult to gather. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li had been extremely fortunate and secured several of the main ingredients in quick succession, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. As such, Lu Shuai and Shi Kun were both quite astonished, and they looked on with bated breath as they waited for Han Li to take the lead. Immediately thereafter, Han Li flipped a hand over, and a miniature black mountain appeared over his palm before it was hurled through the air. However, all of the purple arcs of lightning had been wiped out, and the extreme essence-fused mountain was free again as a result. Han Li immediately took advantage of this, and the extreme essence-fused mountain abruptly circled around at his behest before releasing a burst of bright grayish-white light, then swelled drastically to around twice its original size before crashing toward the palace gate once again. On this occasion, there was nothing to impede it, and the black mountain struck the palace gate amid a deafening boom. As the power of the restriction had been severely debilitated, the palace gate was finally shattered by the enormous force behind the extreme essence-fused mountain. Thus, the black mountain flew directly into the main palace, and Han Li was naturally ecstatic to see this. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the projection golden body before him abruptly vanished as if it had never even been there in the first place. Both Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun then rushed forward from behind him in a bid to enter the palace first, and both of them simultaneously appeared at the entrance to the palace in a wraith-like manner after just a few flashes. Immediately thereafter, they paused on the spot before looking on ahead with peculiar looks on their faces. "Brother Shi, my master's instructions to me were very clear. I have to secure the spirit void pill within the main palace. As for everything else, you can choose the treasures that Senior Duan stipulated from among them," Lu Shui'er said after a brief pause. "But I've also received instructions from my master to secure the spirit void pills no matter what. How about this? I can offer everything else to you aside from the spirit void pills. Of course, my master will offer alternative reciprocation to Senior Kai in exchange." Shi Kun chuckled in response, but his voice had clearly taken on a more stoic tone. "What do you mean by that, fellow Daoist Shi? Haven't you repeated what I just said? My master made it very clear to me that I must secure the spirit void pills, and that she would accept no alternatives. If you're willing to back down, then I can promise you a vial of our crystal race's revered crystal moon liquid in my master's stead. I'm sure you know what this spirit liquid entails for stone cocoon being like you, brother Shi. This is an extremely sought-after item for even the holy grade beings of your stone cocoon race." A cold look had appeared in Lu Shui'er's eyes, but her tone had become more gentle and benevolent. "Crystal moon liquid." Shi Kun's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and it was quite clear that this was a completely unexpected offer that was truly quite tempting to him. However, he then immediately thought back to Duan Tianren's stern instructions prior to his departure, and his heart instantly jolted as he cast aside his personal desires. He immediately shook his head, and refused, "No. Crystal moon liquid is indeed very tempting to me, but without the spirit void pills, I won't be able to answer to my master, so this is a non-negotiable matter." "So you're not willing to back down or compromise at all, fellow Daoist Shi?" Lu Shui'er's voice had also taken on a cold and forbidding tone. On this occasion, Shi Kun didn't offer a reply. He merely appraised Lu Shui'er with a cold expression, and his intentions were as plain as day. Lu Shui'er also fell silent and met his cold gaze with a frosty one of her own. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became extremely tense, and Han Li couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly upon seeing this. "This is not the time to be quarreling, fellow Taoists. I don't know what extraordinary effect these spirit void pills possess to make them so desirable to our two seniors, but don't you think it's too early to be engaging in conflict when we haven't even ascertained whether these pills are truly in this palace?" Shi Kun's expression stirred slightly upon hearing Han Li's words, and Lu Shui'er also turned toward him as a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. "Our two seniors may be convinced that there are spirit void pills in this palace, but I would assume that this verdict was reached based on circumstantial evidence. After all, they haven't gained access to this place in the past, so it's yet to be seen whether their deductions are indeed correct. Why don't we enter the palace and ascertain whether these pills can truly be found here before the two of you make a decision?" Han Li suggested in a calm manner. Contemplative expressions appeared on both Shi Kun and Lu Shui'er's faces upon hearing this proposal. The two of them had naturally already considered the possibility that Han Li had just raised, but in the instant that the palace gate was broken, the two of them were so eager to get a head start over the other that they had forgotten about their prior suspicions. Now that Han Li had reminded them of this possibility, both of them returned to their senses, and it naturally became quite clear to them that their top priority was to find the spirit pills first before deciding who would claim them. "You're right, Brother Han. Fellow Daoist Shi, let's determine whether there actually are spirit void pills in this palace before we discuss anything else," Lu Shui'er said in a slow voice. "I have no objections to this proposal, Fairy Lu." He knew that Han Li's presence could play a major role in which side claimed the spirit void pills in the end, so he squeezed a smile onto his face and agreed to compromise for now. Seeing as the two of you have reached a temporary resolution, why don't we all head inside together? Han Li said with a smile before taking a few steps and reaching the two of them. Shi Kun and Lu Shui'er naturally didn't have any basis to refuse, and they both nodded in response. Thus, the three of them entered the palace one after another, then arranged themselves side by side before appraising the entire palace. As expected of the main palace, the interior was close to 10,000 feet in size, and it could comfortably house several thousand people. The first things that everyone saw were the purple pillars inside the palace, each of which was as thick as a human, and there were over 100 such pillars. There were also many antiquated weapons that were hanging from the walls of the palace, all of which were either long halberds or giant axes, and they were all shimmering with silver light while emitting powerful spiritual qi. At a rough glance, there appeared to be close to 1,000 such weapons, and placed at regular intervals at the foot of the walls were suits of colorful armor. The suits of armor were completely empty, and it was quite clear from the intricate patterns carved on their surfaces that these weren't ordinary suits of armor. On the other end of the palace that was directly facing the gate was a massive screen that was shimmering with azure light. There seemed to be something drawn onto the screen, but it was difficult to make out exactly what was drawn on it as it was too far away. There was a short table that resembled a tea table in front of the screen, upon which was sitting a golden cauldron. Aside from that, the entire palace was completely empty without any embellishments, so there was no need for them to make any extra effort in searching for treasures. Han Li's trio was naturally quite surprised to see this, and Han Li cast his gaze toward the screen and golden cauldron in the distance. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he strode directly toward that direction, and Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged a quick glance before immediately averting their eyes, then followed along behind Han Li. After all, there wasn't really anything that didn't appear to be worth investigating in the entire palace aside from the screen and the golden cauldron. Thus, three of them made their way to over 100 feet away from the screen and the golden cauldron under a strange atmosphere. Han Li stopped on the spot and began to appraise the two items from afar. Shi Kun and Lu Shui'er also reflexively stopped and began to inspect the two items with differing expressions. Han Li had his hands clasped behind his back, and his expression appeared to be quite calm and placid, but there was already blue light flashing deep within his eyes. The surface of the screen was concealed by a layer of azure light, but that certainly wasn't going to stump his spirit eye ability. Thus, he was instantly able to glean what had been drawn on the screen, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The artwork on the screen depicted a strange massive gate that had golden and silver runes inscribed on its surface. The gate was antiquated in design and completely black in color, but the two types of runes on its surface were constantly flashing, giving it an intriguing air of mystery. The golden and silver runes bore a slight resemblance, and they were none other than beveled silver text and golden seal text, both of which were spirit texts used in the true immortal realm. Han Li raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, and he instantly released a wisp of spiritual sense toward the giant gate on the screen. As soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with the giant gate artwork, a burst of enormous force erupted from the screen, and before that wisp of spiritual sense had a chance to react, it was dragged into the screen, thereby completely cutting off its connection with Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he instantly developed a sense of caution toward this screen. Shi Kun let loose a muffled groan and stumbled back a half-step before immediately catching himself. He had clearly also fallen victim to this screen's power, and it appeared that he had been affected more so than Han Li. Lu Shui'er's face was concealed by her hood, so it was impossible to glean her expression, but her body also swayed slightly before she managed to steady herself, so she had also definitely been made aware of the peculiar nature of this screen. Han Li had lost a wisp of spiritual sense, but it didn't affect him at all as his spiritual sense was far more powerful than that of his two companions. He temporarily turned his attention away from the screen and lowered his head to appraise the golden cauldron. The cauldron was shimmering with golden light, and a series of patterns that resembled clouds and mist were engraved on its surface. These patterns were extremely complex, and most of them were in a corkscrew form. They were spread over the entire cauldron, and upon closer inspection, he was struck by a sense of dizziness. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he calmly released his spiritual sense once again, only to find that it was unable to seep into the cauldron at all. He didn't know what kind of material the cauldron had been forged from, but it was able to completely keep out his spiritual sense. However, he had also noticed that there were 2 square indentations on the sides of the cauldrons, and they seemed to be slots that certain items could be placed into. Han Li looked on with a contemplative expression for a moment before he suddenly sensed something, and he turned his gaze toward his 2 companions, upon which his heart immediately stirred slightly. Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun were currently staring at the ancient golden cauldron with intense unblinking eyes. To be more specific, they were staring at the square indentations on the golden cauldron, and there was an ecstatic look on Shi Kun's face. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked, "Do the 2 of you recognize this golden cauldron?" The elated look on Shi Kun's face receded slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly shook his head in response. "Surely you jest, Brother Han, this is the first time I've come here, so there's obviously no way that I would recognize anything here." "Oh. Then why is it that both of you seem so interested in something you don't even recognize?" Han Li asked with a faint smile. Seeing as Han Li refused to be placated, Shi Kun decided to kick the ball into Lu Shui'er's court. "Well, why don't you ask Fairy Lu about that instead? She knows more than I do about this." Lu Shui'er was naturally quite disgruntled by Shi Kun's devious diversion tactic, but she could offer an explanation at the sight of the curious gaze that Han Li had turned to aim at her. "There's no need for you to be overly suspicious, Brother Han. This cauldron is most likely the treasure that contains the spirit void pills and the other treasures that my master and senior Duan seek. Fellow Daoist Shi and I are both aware of this as each of us is carrying an item. Fellow Daoist Shi, how about you and I bring out those items for Brother Han to see?" Lu Shui'er explained. Hee, I'm really getting rather curious now," Han Li chuckled upon hearing this. A hesitant look appeared on Shi Kun's face in response to Lu Shui'er's proposal, and he felt as if he had shot himself into the foot. "Is there something that you're reluctant to show me, fellow Daoist Shi?" Han Li asked in a seemingly casual manner, and his tone was extremely benevolent. However, Shi Kun's heart immediately jolted at the sight of the tranquil expression on Han Li's face, and he hurriedly chuckled, "Of course not. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have revealed this item anyway. After all, the 2 items are required to secure the treasures within the cauldron." Thus, he flipped his hand over as he spoke, and golden light flashed as an item appeared over his palm. Han Li naturally immediately focused his gaze on the item and quickly ascertained what it was. This was also a shimmering golden object that was rectangular in shape with a dragon's head carved on one end. It resembled a seal, and after inspecting the item for a while, Han Li turned his gaze toward Lu Shui'er. Lu Shui'er was naturally aware of Han Li's intentions, and she calmly raised a hand to summon an object that was also shimmering with golden light. At first glance, this object appeared to be extremely similar in appearance with the one in Shi Kun's hand. It was around the same size and shape, but there was an extremely lifelike golden phoenix head carved on one end, as opposed to a dragon's head. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face after inspecting these 2 items. At this moment, Lu Shui'er began to offer an explanation. "These 2 objects are known as exquisite keys, and they are the only items that can open this golden cauldron. Furthermore, both of them must be present to accomplish this. We had no knowledge of the situation in the palace prior to coming here, but my master told me that the exquisite keys can open this cauldron, so it's most likely the case that the spirit void pills are contained within the cauldron. Indeed, my master also told me the same thing." Seeing as Lu Shui'er had revealed the truth, Shi Kun no longer tried to hide anything either. In that case, why don't you two open the cauldron to see if the treasures requested by our two seniors are really in there? I wonder how many spirit void pills are in there. If there's an even number of them, the two of you two will be able to split them rather than argue over ownership, Hanli said with a nonchalant smile. Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and peculiar looks appeared in both of their eyes. Brother Han is right, this cauldron will have to be opened sooner or later, so let's insert our keys, fellow Daoist Shi. It's quite likely that there's only spirit void pill in there, but if there really are two or more, then we won't need to fight over them, Lu Shui'er proposed in a calm voice. Shi Kun seemed to have also made some kind of decision, and he suddenly smirked and said something that came as a slight surprise to Lu Shui'er. I have no objections against opening the cauldron, but I think we should give our exquisite keys to Brother Han so he can secure the treasures from the cauldron, then decide how to split them among us. What do you think of that, Fairy Lu? Lu Shui'er was temporarily at a loss for how to respond. Are you doubting Brother Han's abilities? A peculiar look appeared on Shi Kun's face. Of course not. With Brother Han's unfathomable power, it would be ideal for him to secure the treasures for us. Brother Han, please accept my exquisite key. Lu Shui'er reacted quite quickly, and after quickly contemplating the situation, she immediately smiled and made a decision, raising a hand to toss her exquisite key toward Hanli. Shi Kun also chuckled coldly before tossing his key toward Hanli without any hesitation. Hanli swept a sleeve through the air, and azure light flashed, upon which both of the exquisite keys appeared in his hand at once. However, a wry smile appeared on his face as he inspected the pair of keys. You two sure have a high opinion of me. Haha, of course. Only by asking you to secure the treasures in our stead will Fairy Lu and I be able to avoid immediate conflict. Otherwise, neither of us will trust the other to secure the treasures, Shi Kun chuckled. I also have full trust in Brother Han. Lu Shui'er's eyes flashed as a smile appeared on her face. I'm honored to receive your trust, but it's also quite a heavy burden. Hanli appraised the two keys as he shook his head in a resigned manner. However, he didn't return the keys to Shi Kun and Lu Shui'er. After a brief moment of contemplation, he really did make his way over to the golden cauldron. However, these golden balls of light suddenly dispersed, and the gray light receded in their paths, posing no impediment to them at all. Hanli was rather alarmed to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a ball of azure light. There was a miniature azure cauldron within the azure light, and it was none other than his heaven void cauldron. His hand shot forth as a blur and struck the side of the cauldron, upon which its lid flew off of its own accord. Immediately thereafter, a plume of azure threads erupted forth before dispersing through the air. The countless green threads intertwined to form a giant azure net that encompassed all of the golden balls of light beneath it. As soon as the golden balls of light struck the net, they were all repelled back, and Hanli made another hand seal before pointing up into the air. The huge azure net abruptly folded in on itself, and all of the golden balls of light were trapped within it, thereby completely immobilizing them. Only then did Hanli calmly wave a hand through the air, and the azure threads instantly began to radiate dazzling light, causing Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun to blink involuntarily as they looked on with rapt focus. The azure net that contained the golden balls of light transformed into a streak of azure light that flew downward, then disappeared into the small cauldron in a flash. The azure cauldron lid then immediately descended to seal the heaven void cauldron shut. Hanli made a grabbing motion toward the small cauldron, and azure light immediately flashed, following which the treasure appeared in his hand. After that, he carried the treasure in one hand before turning around to face his two companions. Fellow Taoists, the treasures have been secured. You two will have to inspect them in person to see if they include the treasures that our two seniors have requested. As soon as his voice trailed off, he flicked his wrist again, and the heaven void cauldron rose up into the air before hovering in a stationary manner before him. He then crossed his arms and appraised his two companions with a hint of a smile on his face. Lu Shu'er and Shirkuan exchanged a glance upon hearing this, but Lu Shu'er then immediately chuckled before giving a nod and made her way gracefully over to the cauldron. Shirkuan rubbed his own chin and glanced at the azure cauldron before also striding toward it. The two of them then stopped around 10 feet away from the cauldron, and before they had even said anything, Hanli waved a hand forward in a calm manner. The small azure cauldron immediately rotated on the spot, and its lid vanished once again, revealing a burst of azure light flashing incessantly within it. Brother Han, this is a spirit treasure, is it not? Does it have a name? Shirkuan suddenly asked. Are you interested in this spirit treasure, Brother Shir? Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he replied with a question of his own. Not exactly. It's just that I was fortunate enough to have seen a replica copy of the chaotic myriad spirit roll in our stone cocoon race, and there seemed to be an item on it that was very similar to your cauldron, Shirkuan explained. The chaotic myriad spirit roll. Han Li reflexively furrowed his brows slightly. Have you not heard of it, Brother Han? Shirkuan was rather taken aback. I've naturally heard of it, but those are all rumors, and I don't really know the exact details of the roll. It would be great if you two could enlighten me on the subject, Han Li replied with a contemplative expression. It's actually pretty simple. All of the races that have taken over a certain territory in the spirit realm have had a strange rock fall upon their land, and the chaotic myriad spirit roll is inscribed upon those rocks. The roll keeps a record of all of the most powerful treasures in the spirit realm, and it's constantly being updated. Every single item on the roll is quite extraordinary, and even divine spirit treasures are all ranked quite low on the list. I recall that I just so happened to have seen a treasure on the roll's replica copy that bore a resemblance to this cauldron of yours, but it was ranked rather low, so I didn't pay much attention to it. As such, it's quite possible that my memory is merely playing tricks on me, Shirkuan explained in an honest manner. I'm not sure if this item is the one that you're referring to, perhaps it is, perhaps it's not. However, that's not the pressing matter at hand. We should focus on inspecting the items in the cauldron to see if the treasures requested by our two seniors are among them, Han Li said with a smile. Seeing as Han Li was clearly dodging the question, Shirkuan naturally couldn't keep pressing the issue, and he made no attempt to raise further questions as he nodded in response. As for Lu Shu'er, her gaze had been fixed on the heaven void cauldron this entire time, and following the conclusion of Han Li and Shirkuan's conversation, she immediately said, Please reveal the treasures to us, Brother Han. Spirit void pills are very easy to identify, so we definitely won't be mistaking them. She seemed to be more interested in the treasures in the cauldron than Shirkuan was. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and he swept a sleeve through the air, sending several formation flags hurtling forth before disappearing into the surrounding space as streaks of light of different colors. All of a sudden, a white light barrier appeared to encompass an area with a radius of over 100 feet around the heaven void cauldron. This was a simple restriction formation, and it had naturally been set up to prevent any mishaps from occurring after the treasures were revealed. Lu Shu'er and Shirkuan took a brief glance at the light barrier before paying it no further heed. This restriction could be easily broken by them, and they had no reason to suspect that Han Li harbored any ulterior motives. After the formation was set up, Han Li cast his gaze toward the small cauldron in the air before opening his mouth to expel a burst of azure light. The azure light swept over the cauldron, and a rumbling noise rang out from within amid flashes of azure light. Lu Shu'er and Shirkuan both looked on with bated breath. Meanwhile, Han Li wore a relaxed smile as he raised a hand before pointing a finger at the small azure cauldron. The cauldron was only around a foot in size initially, but it then immediately expanded to around 10 feet in height. Hanli then immediately made another hand seal, and a dull thump rang out, following which a ball of light suddenly flew out of the cauldron. The ball of light was only around the size of a human fist, but it was bound tightly by countless azure threads, which were pulsating slightly. Hanli let loose a low cry before raising a hand, and an incantation seal flew through the air before vanishing into the ball of light. Immediately thereafter, the azure threads around the ball of light were shattered before vanishing as specks of azure light. As soon as the azure threads faded, golden light flashed, and the item attempted to fly away again. A cold light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and he immediately reached out with a single hand. An enormous burst of invisible force instantly descended, and the item was completely immobilized in mid-air. Hanli focused his gaze on the item to find that it was a shimmering golden gourd. There were complex patterns all over its surface, and spiritual light was flashing erratically from it. Lu Shui'er and Shirkuan's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, but they didn't do anything in response. Hanli made a pulling motion with his hand, and the golden gourd immediately hurtled toward him before landing in his grasp. It seemed to have attained a hint of spiritual nature and was trembling incessantly within his hand in an attempt to break free. Hanli raised an eyebrow before sweeping a sleeve over the gourd, and white light flashed as a white talisman was adhered onto its surface. The restrictive force of the talisman immediately stifled the light emanating from the gourd, and it fell completely still. Hanli raised his hand in a calm manner and brought the gourd up to his eye level for further inspection. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he swept a wisp of his own spiritual sense toward the treasure. After a full 10 minutes had passed, the spiritual light in Hanli's eyes faded, and he tossed the gourd forward. The item immediately flew through the air as a ball of golden light, then came to an abrupt halt between Lu Shui'er and Shirkuan, where it hovered in mid-air in a stationary manner. This is not a spirit medicine container, but a rare metal attribute treasure instead. Not only does the gourd itself seem to possess some abilities, it's nurturing several flying swords within it, although I can't determine the power of these swords. In that case, this must be a sword gourd that has only been around in ancient times. I've heard that the refinement method for this type of treasure had already faded into complete obscurity on all of the continents. I'm very intrigued to inspect this treasure for myself. Fellow Daoist Shi, you wouldn't mind if I took a look at the treasure first, would you? Lu Shui'er suddenly asked as she turned to Shirkuan with a smile. Hee, of course not, you can go right ahead, Shirkuan chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Lu Shui'er smiled before waving a slender hand through the air, and the golden gourd immediately descended obediently before falling into her palm. She released her spiritual sense and began to carefully inspect the item, but after just a short while, she shook her head and tossed it toward Shirkuan. A hint of disappointment appeared on Shirkuan's face upon seeing her reaction, but he was still unwilling to give up on the item as he also began to inspect it with rapt focus. After a short while, Shirkuan also heaved a slightly disappointed sigh. This really is a metal attribute treasure, and the fact that it was placed in this golden cauldron most likely indicates that it's quite powerful. What arrangement do we think should be made surrounding this treasure, fellow Daoists? Lu Shui'er turned toward Hanli, and chuckled, seeing as it's not one of the treasures requested by my master and elder Duan, why don't we give it to Brother Han for safekeeping for now? We'll decide on how to split the treasures when all of them have been revealed. Shirkuan pondered this proposal for a moment before nodding in response and tossing the gourd back to Hanli. I have no objections to Fairy Lu's suggestion. Seeing as our two seniors haven't requested this treasure, Brother Han can keep it in his possession for now. In that case, I would be happy to oblige. Hanli made no effort to refuse, and he swept a sleeve through the air to expel a burst of azure light, which engulfed the golden gourd before dragging it into his sleeve. He then cast another incantation seal toward the heaven void cauldron, and azure light flashed from within as another object that was bound by azure threads emerged. Hanli withdrew the azure threads again, and the treasure that was revealed within was an azure jade box with flashing golden runes on its surface. The opening of the vial was then tipped upside down, and a golden ball of spirit flames emerged from within. The spirit flames let loose a clear cry before transforming into a fiery golden bird. As soon as the fiery bird appeared, it immediately let loose a clear cry up into the heavens. Hanli took a deep breath before extending a pristine white hand out of one of his sleeves, then curled back his 5 fingers before flicking them in succession. 5 bursts of glacial flames shot forth one after another before striking fiery golden bird in a flash, severely dimming the light that was emanating from it. After all 5 bursts of glacial flames had struck the golden bird, it let loose an anguished cry, and the golden flames completely receded to reveal a golden pill. The pill was only around the size of a human thumb, and there were complex pill patterns all over its surface. Its vibrant golden color coupled with those patterns presented quite a remarkable sight to behold. There's no mistaking it, this is definitely a spirit void pill. Lu Shu'er exclaimed with an elated look on her face as soon as the pill emerged. Shi Kun was also appraising the pill with excitement in his eyes, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and his expression changed slightly as he asked, "Brother Han, is there only one spirit void pill in the vial?" Hanli offered no reply to this question. Instead, he merely pointed a finger at the small purple vial, and it shuddered before another fiery golden bird flew out from within it amid a dull thump. "There are 2 pills. This is fantastic." Shi Kun immediately burst into elated laughter upon seeing this. "Seeing as both seniors have requested this pill and there just so happen to be 2 of them, you can take 1 each. Do either of you have any objections?" Hanli asked with a meaningful smile on his face. Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun's expressions both changed slightly upon seeing this, and the 2 of them quickly exchanged a glance. A serious look appeared on Shi Kun's face, and Lu Shu'er looked back at him with a cold expression. Shi Kun hesitated momentarily before heaving a long sigh. "All right, I'll settle for this arrangement. My master strictly ordered me to bring back all of the spirit void pills here to him, but seeing as Fair Lu is unwilling to back down, I have no choice but to compromise." "I have no objections, either. At the very least, I won't be returning empty-handed to my master," Lu Shu'er chimed in as the cold look in her eyes eased slightly. Seeing as both sides had agreed to this arrangement, albeit in a begrudging manner, Hanli nodded before pointing at the 2 pills in the air. The 2 golden pills shot forth before arriving in front of Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun in a flash. Lu Shu'er raised a hand to catch the pill that was flying toward her, while Shi Kun suddenly opened his mouth to expel a burst of yellow light, which instantly swept up the pill. Only then did he calmly extricate the pill from within the yellow light. Even though both of them were convinced that these were spirit void pills, this was an extremely important matter, so they naturally still had to use their own secret techniques for verification. Thus, one of them began to chant incantations and cast strings of incantation seals toward the spirit pill that they were holding. Meanwhile, the other merely stared intently at the pill in their hand. After about 10 minutes, both of them looked up at once before exchanging a glance and a nod, upon which they heaved a collective sigh of relief. "We must offer you our gratitude, Brother Han. Without your assistance, there would have been no way for us to reach this place so quickly and secure the spirit void pills," Lu Shu'er said with a smile as she stowed her pill away into a vial that she was carrying. "I accepted benefits from our 2 seniors, so it's only right for me to repay them," Hanli replied in a nonchalant manner. Shi Kun also stowed away his pill before casting his gaze toward the purple vial that was hovering in mid-air, and he suddenly asked, "You're far too modest, Brother Han. Forgive me for my rudeness, but I must ask if there are any other pills inside that vial." Lu Shu'er's heart stirred upon hearing this, and a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. Hee, I didn't think that fellow Daoist sure would be so greedy. You can take a look for yourself to see if there are any other pills in here. Han Li chuckled before casting an incantation seal, and the purple vial immediately flew towards Shi Kun as a streak of light. Shi Kun could hear a hint of displeasure in Han Li's voice, but this was too important a matter for him to risk overlooking any details, so he pretended to be oblivious to Han Li's attitude as he caught the vial before sweeping his spiritual sense toward it. However, the vial was completely empty, and there were no other pills within it. A hint of disappointment flashed through Shi Kun's heart, but he disguised it with a smile as he turned to Lu Shui'er. Would you like to have a look as well, Fairy Lu? He motioned to toss the vial toward her as he spoke. However, Lu Shui'er merely shook her head, and said, Brother Han and Brother Shi have already inspected the vial, so there's no need for me to take another look. I trust the two of you. Shi Kun naturally couldn't force the issue, so he could only offer Han Li a sheepish smile before tossing the vial back to him. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he swept a sleeve through the air to accept the purple vial nonetheless. After that, Han Li extricated 2 more items out of the cauldron, both of which were rare materials that were virtually extinct in the spirit realm, and they were also among the items requested by Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren. Due to the fact that there was only one of each item, Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun took one each, and no disputes took place. Thus, aside from the first 3 treasures to have emerged from the cauldron, all of the other items had been reserved for the 2 seniors. There were no more items in the cauldron, and Shi Kun didn't express any doubts on this occasion. After all, there really were no further balls of golden light within the Heaven Void cauldron. After Han Li stowed away his Heaven Void cauldron, Lu Shui'er smiled, and said, Brother Han, the first 3 treasures from the cauldron are outside of the treasures requested by my master and senior Duan, so let's split them among us. It's a good thing that there were 3 treasures, we'll be able to take one each. You can go ahead and take the first pick, Brother Han, Shi Kun offered. Lu Shui'er faltered initially upon hearing this, but she then quickly agreed to this arrangement with a smile. After all, it made sense for Han Li to take the first pick. On top of that, there was no way to ascertain the abilities of the 3 treasures through inspecting them visually or using one's spiritual sense, so it didn't really matter in which order they took their picks. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and they said, All right. In that case, I'd be more than happy to oblige. There, they discovered that a string of ancient purple text had appeared on the screen. Whirled within the screen, Lu Shui'er's pupils contracted slightly as she read the words aloud. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li had already been teleported into a strange space. Everything around him was nothing more than a vast expanse of murky grayness, with the exception of a massive black gate that was situated nearby. There were countless golden and silver runes hovering all over the gate, and they were constantly fluctuating in brightness, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. This gate was identical to the one that was on the screen from earlier, and it was as if he had been swept up into the artwork on the screen. This really is a place that's similar to the Shumi Paradise. Han Li looked around at his surroundings before turning his gaze toward the giant gate, upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he flipped a hand over, and spiritual light flashed as a stack of formation plates of different colors appeared over his palm. He then made a hand seal with his other hand, and all of the formation plates shot forth at his behest, flying away in all directions. The formation plates transformed into balls of light that plummeted downward, and as soon as they came into contact with the ground, they vanished without a trace. Moments later, bursts of white mist began to surge out of the spots where the formation plates had vanished in a frenzy. The mist was dense and lingered in the air for a long time, forming an extremely viscous wall of mist that encompassed both Han Li and the massive gate before him. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of azure light, which contained an item. The item circled around through the air before hovering in front of him, and it was none other than his heaven-void cauldron. He pointed a finger gently at the cauldron, and its lid flew off on its own. Azure light flashed within the cauldron, and a faint white figure emerged. This was a little girl in a white dress. She appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old with her hair arranged into small braids, and her round little face was extremely adorable. It was none other than Chuer. Chuer pays her respects to her master. She extended a salute toward Hanli with a cheeky smile on her face. Well done. Even I wasn't able to sense your aura from within the cauldron. There's no way that those two would have been able to detect your presence, Hanli praised with a pleased look on his face. It's all thanks to the treasure and talisman you gave me, master. Otherwise, there's no way that my abilities alone would have been able to fool those two top-grade spatial tempering stage beings, Chuer giggled in response. As soon as her voice trailed off, black light flashed, and a large black veil flew off her body. At the same time, she made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a high zenith invisibility talisman was revealed. Chuer held the two items with both of her little hands as if she were returning them to Hanli. There's no need to return them to me. You're adept in concealment and movement techniques anyway, so those two treasures are better suited to serve you. Even if I were to use those two treasures, I may not be able to completely conceal myself from those two at just close quarters. Besides, I have other treasures that serve a similar purpose, so you can keep those, Hanli said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. In that case, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Chuer's smile widened even further as she patted the black veil and talisman against her own body, upon which they abruptly vanished. Hanli smiled upon seeing this before adopting a more serious expression. Back when I was securing the treasures within the golden cauldron, I intentionally made the spiritual light brighter to act as a smokescreen so I could send you into the heaven-void cauldron without being noticed. However, not much time passed before the cauldron was opened again. Did you have enough time to strike? Hee, I'm super quick. Look, master. A smug smile appeared on Chuer's face and she flipped over one of her little hands to reveal a shimmering golden pill. Well done. Hanli had already guessed that Chuer had most likely accomplished her mission, but he was still quite elated at the sight of this pill. He waved a hand, and the golden pill drifted out of Chuer's grasp before landing in his hand. He carefully appraised it several times before he was finally able to determine that this was indeed identical to the other two spirit void pills. He didn't know what specific effect this pill had, but the fact that both Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were so eager to get their hands on these pills was sufficient testament to how precious they were. You told me not to touch those other treasures and only pay attention to medicine vials, so I only had time to tip a single pill out of that vial. You also told me that I could take a pill if there had been more than one pill in the vial, and I followed those instructions. Otherwise, I would have taken the other two pills as well. Chuer pouted her little red lips in a rather wishful display. Hanli couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. You're being a little too greedy. It's already vastly fortunate that we were able to steal a spirit void pill right under those two's noses. If we had tried anything else, we would have aroused their suspicion. It's a good thing that there were still two pills remaining in the vial aside from this one. Otherwise, the situation would have become very troublesome. Perhaps we would have had no choice but to relinquish this pill. I don't want to be hunted by a pair of enraged body integration stage beings here in this foreign land, Hanli explained with a smile, then swept a hand over his storage bracelet to summon the small purple vial from before. He placed the pill into the vial, then adhered several restriction talismans onto it before carefully stowing it away. You must have your reasons, master, but I still think it's quite a pity that we had to spare those two pills to them. Chuer was still looking rather forlorn. Hanli shook his head with an amused smile, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and swept a sleeve through the air to summon a series of flying daggers, each of which was only around an inch in length. All of the daggers were as thin as paper and shimmering with a cold light, and there were around 300 to 400 of them in total. "Master, what are you?" Chuer was rather perplexed. "These flying daggers were refined from the wings of that monstrous moth we encountered last time. There are 360 of them in total, and you seem to be missing a treasure that you can use to defend yourself, so I'll give these daggers to you. They can't compare with top-tier treasures like divine spirit treasures, but if you can refine all of them, then they'll be more than enough to protect you against average opponents. This will be your reward for your brilliant efforts." Han Li made a grabbing motion as he spoke, and all of the flying daggers in the air immediately flew toward him. They compiled themselves into two thick stacks in the blink of an eye before landing in his hand, and Han Li smiled as he offered them to Chuer. "Thank you for your kindness, master." Chuer was ecstatic, and her body swayed as she vanished on the spot. In the next instant, she appeared right in front of Han Li and accepted the flying daggers in an elated manner. "All right, as a safety precaution, you should return to your true body and refine these flying daggers. Don't appear unless I summon you so you don't get revealed to anyone else," Han Li instructed in a serious manner. "Yes, master, I'll be sure to cultivate in peace." Chuer naturally accepted this arrangement, and she made a hand seal, upon which she and all of the flying daggers vanished up Han Li's sleeve as a ball of white light in a flash. Han Li exhaled upon seeing this, and only then did he cast his gaze toward the giant gate in the distance with a contemplative look on his face. Meanwhile, Shi Kun and Lu Shuai were still situated in the main palace, appraising the screen before them with hesitant looks on their faces. The azure light on the surface of the screen had already completely faded, thereby revealing the artwork on it. However, a layer of cloud and mist had then appeared over the image, making it impossible to see the massive gate. A dozen or so yellow formation flags had appeared around the screen, and all of them were flashing with faint yellow light. The screen sat right at the center of the circle of flags, and a rather profound formation had been established. There were still faint spatial fluctuations lingering in the air above the formation, and 2 or 3 shimmering treasures were slowly revolving around Shi Kun and Lu Shuai. "What do you propose we do, Fairy Lu? We've already used several powerful treasures, yet have still been unable to break this restriction around the screen, so it's clearly not something that we can break through in a short time. Speaking of which, how did fellow Daoist Han manage to enter the screen?" "He seemed to have done so quite easily," Shi Kun sighed. Lu Shuai was silent for a moment before asking, "Haven't you noticed, Brother Shi?" "Noticed what?" Shi Kun was rather perplexed. "Don't you think the third eye that appeared on fellow Daoist Han's glabella really resembles a certain legendary object?" Lu Shuai continued. "You're saying that's a law destruction eye?" Despite his rugged appearance, Shi Kun was far from unintelligent, and he instantly realized what Lu Shuai was implying. "Aside from this legendary demonic eye, I haven't heard of any other similar ability that can easily tear through this spatial restriction and grant access into this screen," Lu Shuai said in a calm voice. "If it really is the law destruction eye, then we won't be able to replicate fellow Daoist Han. Unless we completely destroy this entrance, there will be no chance for us to enter the screen," Shi Kun murmured with tightly furrowed brows. "If we join forces and both of us are willing to expend some energy, there's indeed a chance that we could accomplish this. However, if we fail, then we'll essentially have destroyed the exit for fellow Daoist Han. I'm sure he won't be very happy about that, and when he tears through space to return to this place, we'll have to face the full brunt of his wrath. After all, with his law destruction eye, there's no way he'll actually be trapped in there," Lu Shuai chuckled. Shi Kun's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast his gaze toward the screen again as he chuckled drily in response. "Surely you jest, Fairy Lu. I wouldn't do something so reckless and risk harming others for my own benefit." Seeing as there's no way we'll be able to break this spatial restriction in a short time, why don't we leave this place and see if there are any rewards to be reaped in the other side palaces? My thoughts exactly, fellow Daoist Shi, Lu Shui'er replied with an approving smile. Shi Kun chuckled upon seeing this before taking one final forlorn glance at the screen before suddenly sweeping a sleeve through the air. A gust of yellow wind immediately surged out of his sleeve before sweeping up all of the weapons hanging on the wall, as well as the suits of armor lying on the ground, then drawing them back up his sleeve. A faint smile appeared on Lu Shui'er's face upon seeing this, and she also waved a hand through the air to release a green bracelet. The bracelet emitted a ringing sound before immediately flying toward the other side of the palace as a ball of green light. The green light flashed and also swept up the weapons and armor on that side of the palace, thereby leaving the entire place completely empty aside from that screen. The two of them then quickly searched through the palace with their spiritual sense, and after failing to discover anything, they immediately made their way out of the palace. To them, it may have been a blessing for Hanli to have entered that alternate space. After all, there may not actually be any treasures in there, and he could be temporarily trapped by some kind of restriction in there. Without Hanli there to compete with them, they would definitely reap bountiful rewards from the side palaces and that huge cluster of pavilions, and with that in mind, Shi Kun was feeling a lot better about the situation. Thus, after a brief discussion with Lu Shui'er outside the palace, the two of them separated and each traveled toward a different side palace. Within the nameless space inside the screen, Hanli had already made his way over to the giant gate, and he raised both of his hands, releasing a burst of 5-colored glacial flames and a burst of gray light, both of which were surging relentlessly into the huge gate. The golden and silver runes on the gate had already transformed into a vast expanse of vibrant light that was firmly opposing Hanli's attacks, and the layers of light were quickly being melted away by the glacial flames and gray light, but there seemed to be no end to the runes, which simply replenished the defenses. As such, even after unleashing these two abilities on the gate for a long while, they did nothing to whittle away at the restriction. Hanli's brows furrowed tightly upon seeing this, and the spiritual light faded from his hands as he ceased what he was doing. He then rubbed his hands together before thrusting them forward, and two golden arcs of lightning that were as thick as large bowls immediately sprang forth before striking the light on the gate in a flash. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the golden arcs of lightning completely exploded, releasing a ball of dazzling electricity that inundated most of the massive gate. However, moments later, the golden lightning faded, and the gate was revealed to be completely unscathed. Even such a powerful attack hadn't affected it at all. Hanli's expression darkened upon seeing this. Prior to entering this place, his law destruction eye had suddenly become extremely active right as he walked around to the back of the screen, and he had almost lost control over it. If that hadn't been the case, it would have been very difficult for him to notice the entrance of the spatial restriction on the screen. At the time, he had gone with the flow and unleashed an attack toward the screen with his law destruction eye, and it really had broken the restriction, thereby allowing him to access this place with ease. He didn't know what kind of place this was, nor did he know whether there were any treasures beyond that gate, but just this world within the screen was an extremely rare treasure in the spirit realm, so it was presumably the case that the immortal owner of this place was concealing some kind of extraordinary item or secret in here. As such, even though he knew that this restriction was quite remarkable, and that Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun were most likely going to take advantage of his absence to loot the rest of this place, he still didn't want to leave. However, the fact that his divine essence-fused light, divine devil-bane lightning, and 5-colored glacial flames had all proven to be ineffective on this restriction posed quite a troublesome conundrum to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The fireball then transformed into the spirit-engulfing fire raven amid a flash of silver light, and Hanli made a hand seal before casting a dozen or so incantation seals toward the fire raven in quick succession. Spiritual light of different colors flashed from the incantation seals, and they all vanished into the fire raven's body. The bird immediately raised his head and let loose a clear cry before swelling drastically to around 10 feet in size. It then spread its wings and flew toward the gate with unstoppable might. Prior to actually crashing into the gate, silver light flashed from its body, and countless translucent flaming feathers hurtled forth, causing the golden and silver light on the surface of the huge gate to tremor violently. The giant silver bird then crashed headfirst into the light amid a resounding boom, and scorching silver flames erupted from its body. As soon as the golden and silver light came into contact with the silver flames, it began to churn like boiling water. The light faded and melted in the wake of the flames, and even though there was still a constant output of runes from the gate, it was clearly struggling to keep up. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He let loose a low cry, and black light swirled around his body, following which he expanded drastically to several times his original size. At the same time, a layer of long golden fur appeared all over his body, and he transformed into a giant golden ape. It was none other than the giant golden ape form that Han Li had adopted once not long ago. He flipped a hand over, and the extreme essence-fused mountain appeared over one of his furry palms. Blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes, and it swung an arm through the air, sending the mountain hurtling the mountain through the air amid a resounding boom. Gusts of gale-force winds instantly took shape in the wake of the small mountain, and one could only imagine the devastating force culminating from the extreme essence-fused mountain's enormous weight and the giant ape's extraordinary strength. The thin layer of light was instantly torn apart by the small mountain before it crashed heavily into the massive door amid an earth-shattering boom. A ball of black light erupted from the gate, and the surrounding space twisted and warped. White ripples that were visible to the naked eye surged through the air. The ripples were then devoured by the black light behind them before completely vanishing into the darkness. Even with Han Li's immense powers, his heart still jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly rushed backward in an alarmed manner. Black chi rose up around his body, and he immediately donned his suit of heavenly devilish armor. The black light finally faded, and Han Li waved a hand through the air to draw the extreme essence-fused mountain back to him. He then hurriedly narrowed his eyes and cast his gaze toward the gate up ahead, upon which a stunned look appeared on his face. At the center of the giant black gate was an indentation that resembled a pot and was around 10 feet deep. The shape of the indentation was completely identical to one corner of the extreme essence-fused mountain, but despite this, the gate still hadn't been completely destroyed. Furthermore, it was slowly recovering back to its original form amid flashes of light from the golden and silver runes. Han Li didn't know what material this gate had been forged from, but it was extremely resilient. It appeared that there was only one more thing that he could try. He heaved a faint sigh as a wry smile appeared on his face, but he didn't hesitate any longer as black light flashed, and he reverted back to his human form. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and bright golden light erupted from his body. A series of golden scales appeared over his skin, and his face was also concealed by a layer of golden light. He laid a hand onto the back of his own head, and a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared. The projection's 6 arms made hand seals in unison, and brilliant golden light erupted from it as it manifested a substantial golden body. In the next instant, one of the golden body's arms abruptly reached out and made a grabbing motion, upon which a golden blade segment suddenly appeared in its hand. This was none other than the incomplete profound heavenly treasure. Han Li began to chant something, and light swirled around the golden body, forming countless runes that surged into the blade segment in a frenzy. Golden light flashed from the surface of the blade segment, and it blurred slightly before the rest of the blade was also conjured up. Initially, this segment of the blade was slightly blurry and indistinct, but with the influx of more golden runes, it quickly became identical to the rest of the blade. The blade tremored slightly as the golden body brandished it, and a wave of golden light instantly erupted from it. The nearby world's origin chi in the wake of the golden light was immediately stirred up into a frenzied state, and countless specks of five-colored light instantly appeared out of thin air before surging rapidly toward the golden blade like moths to a flame, then vanishing into the blade itself. A delightful ringing sound rang out from the golden blade, and Han Li's chanting abruptly ceased before he uttered a single menacing word, slash. The golden body immediately raised the golden blade before slashing it toward the giant gate at Han Li's behest, sending a scintillating blade projection hurtling through the air. Initially, the blade projection was only around a foot in length, but after flying through the air for several tens of feet, it had swelled to around 10 feet in length before striking the huge black gate like a dreamy golden crescent moon. The seemingly indestructible gate was sliced in half by the blade projection in a completely soundless manner before collapsing inward. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately withdrew his golden body projection before rushing forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had passed through the broken gate, and as soon as he emerged on the other side, he began to inspect his surroundings while simultaneously releasing his enormous spiritual sense. Immediately thereafter, a stunned look appeared on his face. The world beyond the gate consisted of a small plaza with gray barriers all around it and azure light shimmering above it. Aside from the giant gate that he had just passed through, there were no other visible entrances, and the entire plaza was completely empty aside from a strange circular platform at its center, upon which something seemed to have been placed. As Han Li inspected the diagram on the ground and the armored warriors, he couldn't help but look up toward the section of the sky that the silver halberds were pointing toward. There, he discovered a golden ball of light that was situated at an indeterminate altitude. The ball of light was slowly revolving in a mysterious manner and created a stark contrast with the azure sky around it. This immediately made Han Li think of spatial nodes. Even though that ball of light wasn't an actual spatial node, it was definitely something that was similar to a spatial rift. Han Li appraised the golden ball of light as blue light flashed through his eyes, immediately following which a hint of bewilderment appeared on his face. Could it be that it led to some other mysterious place? After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, having discovered nothing else, and began to inspect the 9 armored warriors. These armored warriors were all shimmering with silver light and wore suits of uniform silver armor. However, their suits of armor and halberds were all constructed in the simplistic style that was unique to ancient treasures, and there were countless runes inscribed all over them. In particular, there were a few indistinct yet profound golden runes on a few important areas, and it was clearly golden seal text. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly raised a hand before flicking a finger gently toward one of the armored warriors. A streak of sword chi that was around as thick as a finger shot forth and reached the armored warrior's shoulder in a flash, yet just as it seemed that it was going to puncture through the armored warrior's shoulder without any impediment, an astonishing scene ensued. The statuesque armored warrior's silver halberd suddenly moved like lightning, striking the azure sword chi and dispersing it with a single blow. Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this, and he retreated back a few steps. At the same time, he waved a hand in front of him to conjure up a gray light barrier before looking on in a cautious manner. However, in the next instant, the silver-armored warrior merely withdrew its halberd and adopted its original pose again. So these really are puppets. Han Li murmured to himself as his expression eased slightly. He didn't know just how powerful these puppets were, but the fact that they were still able to move without being controlled after so many years was already quite astonishing. However, it was exactly because Han Li had ascertained that these puppets didn't possess any spiritual nature that he was led to heave a faint sigh of relief. No matter how powerful a puppet was, it was simply a mindless object without anyone to control it, so there was nothing for him to fear. Thus, Han Li paid no further heed to them and lowered his head to carefully inspect the massive starry sky diagram underfoot. In the beginning, the diagram merely struck him as something that was very mundane and ordinary. However, after inspecting it for a while longer, he suddenly felt the diagram blur, following it seemed to have sprung to life. The surrounding scenes blurred, and he found himself situated in a profound alternate world beneath the starry sky. The sun and moon that were originally still and lifeless suddenly began to release golden and silver light, and under their illumination, all of the other stars also began to glow with cold white light while revolving rhythmically around the sun and moon. At the same time, the sun and moon themselves were also fluctuating in size and altitude in a continuous loop, seemingly depicting the passage of time. Some periods were slow and peaceful while others rushed by in a flash. Hanli looked on calmly at this unfolding scene, which seemed to contain the true laws of heaven and earth, and his mind was completely blank. He wasn't thinking of anything, nor did he want to think anything, he was merely passively being taken along for the ride. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. It was as if an eternity had passed by in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, his entire body shuddered as a surge of refreshing coolness surged out of his dantian, then revolved throughout his head along his meridians. Under the stimulus from that burst of cold energy, Hanli let loose a faint groan and finally returned to his sense, thereby snapping back to reality. Almost at the exact same moment, the entire starry sky seemed to have sensed something, and it shattered before vanishing as fragments of light. When Hanli completely reawakened, he was still standing on the tall platform, looking down at the starry sky diagram on the ground. The eternity that he felt as if had just transpired had actually only lasted the span of a few breaths. Hanli immediately drew a sharp breath as he hurriedly withdrew his gaze from the diagram. This starry sky diagram was imbued with an extremely powerful illusionary formation that was well beyond his realm of comprehension. Even with his powerful spiritual sense, he was drawn into it without being able to offer any resistance, and if it weren't for the fact that his great development technique had activated of its own accord to drag him back to reality, he would have still been standing on the spot in a completely entranced state. The illusionary formation that he had just experienced had been so realistic, and the concepts of reality and illusion filled him with quite a conflicted and complex feeling. Even though his mental fortitude was far superior to that of the average person, he still couldn't help but be affected by that experience. He furrowed his brows tightly as he closed his eyes and continued to activate the great development technique, alleviating the irregular emotions in his heart little by little. Only after a long while did he manage to just bare repress his massive emotional fluctuations, upon which he opened his eyes again. On this occasion, he naturally didn't dare to look at the starry sky diagram again. Instead, he stood on the spot with a vacant expression for a long while before heaving a long sigh as his expression gradually returned to normal. He could sense that even though what he had just experienced had been extremely perilous, it had also provided a rare opportunity for him to refine his mental state, and it had therefore significantly benefited his mental fortitude. Even his spiritual sense seemed to have become slightly more powerful. Could it be that this starry sky diagram was actually a special restriction designed to refine one's willpower rather than just simple illusionary formation? Seeing as this diagram was so profound, it only made sense that the item positioned at the center of the platform would be quite extraordinary as well. With that in mind, Hanli immediately turned and began to appraise the green tie-shirt chair sitting at the center of the stone platform. The material used to construct the chair was neither wooden nor metallic in nature, but it was entirely green in color, and there was a layer of translucent light shimmering from its surface. Hanli suddenly began to stare intently at the chair as a stunned look appeared on his face. A series of shimmering silver runes suddenly appeared on a previously empty chair, and there were only just over 100 runes in total, but all of them were beveled silver text. With Hanli's photographic memory, he was naturally able to memorize them in the blink of an eye, but he had no idea how they had appeared. Moments later, all of these silver runes shattered before vanishing into the chair down below as specks of spiritual light. Hanli continued to stare at the chair, but his mind had already wandered to the string of text that he had just memorized. A short while later, his expression changed slightly, and he discovered that the string of text was nothing more than an extremely simple activation incantation. There was no beginning and no end, and there weren't even any annotations. How peculiar. Hanli was rather hesitant as he glanced at the 9 armored puppets, then up at the golden ball of light in the sky. He then turned his attention back to the starry sky diagram and the green Taisher chair as he carefully read through the incantation in his mind. He stroked his chin, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as he formed a rough judgment. All of a sudden, he made a hand seal, and bright golden light erupted from his body. Golden scales also appeared over the surface of his skin, and he activated his provenance true devil arts once again. Immediately thereafter, he let loose a low cry, and a golden figure emerged from behind him, then transformed into the golden body projection in a flash. Hanli then laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a streak of black light flew forth before vanishing into the golden body. That was none other than his second nascent soul, Little Black. As soon as the nascent soul entered the golden body, one of the clear faces on the 3 heads abruptly attained a pair of intelligent inky black eyes that were identical to those of a normal person. A flash of golden light then appeared, following which the Fian celestial-like golden body drifted down onto the ground before landing in front of Hanli. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and his body blurred before he vanished on the spot. In the next instant, a figure abruptly appeared in the air around 300 feet away from the tall platform. It was none other than Hanli, and he was hovering in a stationary manner with his hands clasped behind his back. He had already discovered that as soon as he entered the space within the screen, the flight restrictions had disappeared. That was why he was able to rise up into the air to appraise everything that was transpiring on the platform. He issued an instruction to his second nascent soul, and the golden body suddenly made hand seals with all 6 of its hands at once. A profound incantation was then uttered by the head with the pair of intelligent black eyes. The incantation was uttered very slowly, but every single syllable was pronounced in a very clear manner, and this was none other than the beveled silver text incantation that had appeared on the Taisher chair. A mere activation incantation naturally wasn't going to stump a spatial tempering stage being like him. However, here in this strange space, he didn't dare to use his true body to activate this nameless incantation. However, he could do so using his second nascent soul and his golden body, and that combination was far better able to defend itself in the face of danger than he was. Furthermore, using his second nascent soul to utter this incantation definitely produced an identical effect to utter this incantation himself, so this was naturally the perfect substitute. The incantation continued, and in the blink of an eye, the second nascent soul had already completed the entire incantation. However, no changes had appeared on the stone platform. The golden body stood silently on the platform in a completely expressionless and stationary manner. Hanli's eyelids twitched slightly upon seeing this, and a hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he immediately instructed the second nascent soul to utter the incantation a second time. Thus, after around 10 minutes, the second nascent soul had uttered the incantation through the golden body 3 times in succession. However, after the 3rd time the incantation was completed, the 9 silver armored puppets and the golden ball of light up above still didn't display any changes, as if the incantation had had no effect at all. Hanli's eyes flashed, and a serious look appeared on his face as he appraised the green chair on the platform. Could it be that the person uttering the incantation has to sit on the chair for it to work? I wonder if this is a risk that's worth taking. A hesitant look appeared in Hanli's eyes. This place had been concealed in such a mysterious place, so it definitely harbored quite an important secret. This was something that even an immortal clearly held in very high regard. How could he be willing to leave without exploring everything to the best of his abilities? However, the illusionary formation in the starry sky diagram had been so fearsome that it naturally made him very cautious about getting his golden body to sit on the chair at the center of the diagram. So be it, risk and reward have always come hand in hand. Generally speaking, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I've already successfully manifested a golden body, so I'll just have to get my second nascent soul to take a risk. If I miss out on this opportunity, there's no way that I'll encounter any other immortal ruins in the spirit realm. After contemplating this conundrum for a long while, a determined look finally appeared on Han Li's face. He had always been prone to erring on the side of caution, but in the face of the massive temptation presented by this treasure left behind by an immortal, even he was convinced to take a risk. Almost at the exact same moment, a peculiar light flashed through the golden body's black eyes, and it immediately strode toward the chair. Moments later, the huge golden body stopped in front of the green chair, and it seemed to be rather hesitant as it was too massive to sit in the chair. Thus, it immediately made a hand seal, and it quickly shrank down amid a flash of golden light, reducing itself to around 10 feet tall compared to its original 20 feet stature. Only then did it take a seat on the chair and lay its arms on the armrests before uttering the incantation again. On this occasion, changes began to occur around the golden body as soon as it began to utter the incantation. Green light suddenly flashed from the chair that it was sitting on, and a series of silver runes surfaced before revolving around the golden body. As the incantation grew louder and more fervent, specks of five-colored spiritual light also began to appear in the air above the platform. More and more specks of spiritual light began to gather, and it was as if there were countless five-colored snowflakes fluttering through the air, creating quite a spectacular sight to behold. Han Li's heart stirred as he looked on at the scenes unfolding on the platform with an intense unblinking gaze. Almost right after the five-color specks of light began to appear, golden, silver, and white light abruptly emerged from the massive starry sky diagram on the platform. The sun, moon, and stars flashed before exploding into spiritual light of 3 different colors. Spiritual light surged once again before instantly forming a beveled silver rune, a golden seal rune, and another rune in a white text that he had never seen before. The runes formed a peculiar light formation that enshrouded the entire platform within. The 9 silver armored puppets and the golden body projection were situated right at the core and other vital locations within the light formation, and an indistinct yet profound connection seemed to have been forged between them. A peculiar light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, but he didn't take any additional measures. The second nascent soul had already reached the final few sentences of its incantation, and azure light flashed through the eyes of the 9 puppets as they finally sprang into action. All of the puppets suddenly shifted a half-step either forward or backward from their original location, and it wasn't a massive change at all, but a burst of restriction fluctuations were suddenly triggered. The fluctuations resonated with the light formation, and the scenes unfolding within the formation instantly changed. The 5 colored specks of light that were hovering in the air shuddered before plunging into the light formation like a torrential storm. At the same time, golden flames erupted from the bodies of the 9 puppets as they held on to their silver halberds. The golden flames reflected off their silver armor, making the puppets appear as majestic and imposing as heavenly generals. However, these puppets certainly weren't just there to look good. As soon as the golden flames emerged, bursts of enormous spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from their bodies. This spiritual pressure was so immense that it instantly caused the world's origin chi around the platform to surge and churn before forming gusts of strong golden wind that howled through the air. Han Li was situated over 300 feet away, and he was only barely glanced by the peripheral gusts of golden winds, but his expression immediately changed drastically. Golden light flashed from his body, and he shot back like a giant arrow as if he had been struck by some kind of tremendous force. He reappeared over 200 feet away in the blink of an eye, and he only managed to just barely steady himself after stumbling back several steps in succession. The spiritual pressure being released by these puppets was truly terrifying. Even though Han Li's body was currently more powerful than that of even the average holy grade being, he still couldn't withstand the spiritual pressure for even an instant. Han Li was naturally quite stunned by this development, but had no time to dwell on it as he hurriedly raised his head to cast his gaze toward the platform. There, the silver halberds in the hands of the 9 armored warriors suddenly shuddered in unison before expelling a golden pillar of light each, which surged directly toward the golden ball of light up above before vanishing into it in a flash. A strange rumbling sound immediately rang out from within the ball of light, and the light within it began to rapidly revolve, slowly forming a gigantic vortex. 3-colored light swirled within the huge light projection, and a 3-colored rune that was virtually the same size as the formation slowly emerged before hurtling into the air in a flash. Moments later, the giant rune vanished into the golden vortex, and the golden light surged violently as a loud rumbling boom rang out. Immediately thereafter, powerful spatial fluctuations erupted from within the vortex, and a few rumbling booms rang out as the golden pillars of light erupting from the silver halberds instantly increased to over twice their original thickness, making their thickness comparable to that of large bowls. Bright light also erupted from the light formation on the platform, manifesting a substantial 3-colored light barrier then enshrouded the entire platform within. There were countless golden and silver runes emerging in a frenzy within the light barrier, and they were drifting directly toward the golden body sitting on the chair. The entire light formation was activated to its very maximal extent, and the rumbling booms had become as deafening as thunderclaps. At the same time, Han Li suddenly sensed that the light around him had abruptly dimmed, and as he inspected his surroundings, he was immediately given a massive fright. He had returned to the massive starry sky that he had already been trapped in once. However, on this occasion, he had a rather strange perspective where he was looking down on everything from above, and there were a series of scorching white stars hovering right beside him. The golden body, green chair, 3-colored light formation, armored warriors, and golden vortex were also situated within the same starry sky. Han Li abruptly waved a sleeve through the air, and a flying sword that was around an inch in length surged forth, then circled around before transforming into a streak of azure light. The azure light slashed through several nearby stars, completely dispersing them in the process, but mere moments later, the stars that had been destroyed returned to normal amid flashes of white light. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, but he was quite relieved internally. It seemed that this starry sky wasn't an illusionary realm, and on this occasion, he had managed to retain clarity of mind. However, just as this thought appeared in Han Li's mind, the spatial fluctuations emanating from within the golden vortex suddenly became several times more powerful. The fluctuations seemed to have formed substantial waves that were visible to the naked eye, and they erupted from the vortex in all directions. The sky blurred in the wake of these fluctuations, and it was as if the entire starry sky had instantly been tipped on its head in an involuntary manner. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, as if heaven and earth were being torn apart, and an extraordinarily thick white pillar of light erupted from the golden vortex. The pillar of light struck the light formation on the platform with unerring accuracy, encompassing the chair and the golden body in the process. The sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder could be heard coming from within the pillar of light, and it contained countless 5-colored runes. Even though Han Li was currently situated hundreds of feet away from it, he could still sense the extremely pure spiritual power imbued within the pillar of light. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that the pillar of light didn't just contain spiritual chi, it also seemed to be imbued with a boundlessly enormous aura like that of a star. Before the second nascent soul had a chance to react, the pillar of light had descended upon the golden body, and the space around it instantly tightened as a burst of irresistibly heavy force weighed down upon its body. Even with the golden body's immense strength, it was unable to move so much as a single finger. The pure spiritual power within the pillar of light and the 5-colored runes surged into the golden body in a frenzied unstoppable wave. Han Li's expression changed drastically as he looked on from afar. At such close quarters, his main nascent soul still had a close connection with his second nascent soul, so he was able to directly sense everything as if he were the golden body itself. With the frenzied influx of pure spiritual power and 5 colored runes, the profound devilish chi that the second nascent soul had cultivated to the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage instantly progressed to the late nascent soul stage, as if the bottleneck between the two stages didn't even exist. Furthermore, the second nascent soul continued to become more powerful at an incredible rate under the illumination of the pillar of light. Mere moments later, progressed to the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage and encountered the deity transformation stage bottleneck. This was an obstacle that even Hanli had only just barely overcome in the past, yet the second nascent soul merely progressed to the early deity transformation stage as if it were taking a stroll in the park. Its cultivation base was still being rapidly enhanced, and less than the span of 10 breaths had passed since the pillar of light had fallen upon the golden body. Hanli was understandably extremely astonished, and he could barely believe the information that the second nascent soul was transmitting to him. However, what was even more astonishing was that the golden body projection was beginning to crumble under the pillar of white light, disintegrating into thousands of droplets of golden liquid that hovered within the pillar of light. Thus, the second nascent soul was completely exposed. However, before Hanli had a chance to figure out whether this was a positive or worrying development, some of the 5 colored runes in the air suddenly shrank down to around the size of grains of rice, then surged into the droplets of golden liquid. These droplets of golden liquid seemed to have been cleansed over and over again by some kind of mysterious power, and Hanli and the second nascent soul suddenly let loose a cry of excruciating agony in unison. The second nascent soul had black chi churning violently over its body, which was shuddering uncontrollably, and Hanli immediately plummeted out of the sky as a ball of golden light. Hanli and the second nascent soul felt as if their bodies and spiritual sense were being raked over and over again by countless sharp blades, and what was even more damning was that no abilities could alleviate this pain even in the slightest. It was as if they had been reduced to mere mortals and could only suffer through the ungodly agony without any being able to offer any resistance. Even though Hanli's immensely powerful body was able to withstand even flying swords and flying sabers, this excruciating pain still made him lose control over his own magic power, thereby resulting in him plummeting from the sky. Even though he was in extreme agony, he was still able to maintain the output of his provenance true devil arts, so a fall from that altitude was nowhere near enough to hurt him. Instead, a small crater was smashed into the ground amid a dull thump by his powerful body, and shattered stone shrapnel flew in all directions. However, Hanli didn't have any spare capacity to notice these small details. Right after he let loose that involuntary cry of agony, he had forcibly pursed his own lips as he tried to repress the pain, and his face was beginning to turn purple. This type of agony was unbearable to the average person, and he could only resist it using his willpower. In this situation, Hanli could sense that his soul had become scorching hot, as if had been enveloped by a scorching ball of flames and set alight. Hanli just barely managed to retain a shred of clarity of mind, but he was still extremely stunned by this development. He gritted his teeth and struggled into the sitting position in the crater, then folded his legs and made a hand seal as bright golden light erupted from his body again. After growing slightly accustomed to the agony, he was using his provenance true devil arts to try and alleviate the pain. However, in the next instant, something happened that left him feeling a little stunned. As soon as he began to circulate his spiritual power within his own body, the agony that he had been afflicted by suddenly transformed into bursts of refreshing coolness that surged through his meridians in a frenzy, then turned into a type of strange energy that he had never seen before. This energy began to spur on his provenance true devil arts, causing it to operate at a fearsomely rapid rate. Following a complete cycle of spiritual chi revolution, he could sense that his cultivation base had improved slightly. It wasn't a drastic increase by any means, but it was certainly noticeable. This strange improvement continued as he circulated his provenance true devil arts, and this discovery naturally filled him with elation. Thus, he immediately began to focus on cultivation as golden light flashed from his body. Under these circumstances, every single revolution of his cultivation art provided an effect that was equivalent to a year of arduous cultivation, so he definitely wasn't going to pass up such a brilliant opportunity. However, his rate of progression was still far inferior to that of the second nascent soul in the Pillar of Light. The second nascent soul was also circulating its cultivation art to try and alleviate its agony, but due to the enormous influx of energy flowing into its body within the Pillar of Light, it was unable to blunt its pain by much. However, at the same time, its cultivation base was improving at 3 to 4 times the rate of Han Li's progression. After a while, it progressed to the mid-deity transformation stage, and it still didn't encounter any bottlenecks. Time passed by slowly, and Han Li's body suddenly shuddered as a peculiar feeling welled up in his heart. After spending some time working through his early spatial tempering stage bottleneck, he made a breakthrough to the mid-spatial tempering stage. He was naturally ecstatic to sense this, and he continued to circulate his provenance true devil arts as quickly as he could. What he failed to notice was that in the instant he reached the mid-spatial tempering stage, the golden droplets within the Pillar of Light in the distance suddenly flashed before abruptly converging toward the second nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, a brand new golden body took shape within the Pillar of Light. It still had 3 heads and 6 arms, but there were purplish golden patterns running all over its body, forming a series of strange and slightly indistinct runes. Not only were these purplish golden runes quite blurry, they also seemed to be incomplete. Even so, the golden body was releasing an aura that was vastly more powerful than before, and the crimson golden spiritual light emanating from its body was infused with a hint of a mysterious purple color. The second blurry face of the golden body also became noticeably clearer than before, and one could even make out some facial features such as its eyes and nose. However, the third face remained as indistinct as ever. After obtaining this new golden body, the second nascent soul was able to absorb spiritual power and 5 colored runes at a vastly improved speed, and its pain had also been alleviated significantly. Moments later, the second nascent soul progressed to the late deity transformation stage before rushing rapidly toward the pinnacle of that stage. A short while later, Han Li was also close to the pinnacle of the mid-spatial tempering stage and was accumulating power for another breakthrough. Right at this moment, the second nascent soul broke through its major bottleneck with relative ease and progressed to the spatial tempering stage as well. Any spirit realm mighty figure would be stunned to the point of speechlessness if they were to witness this terrifying rate of progression. A resounding boom rang out, and the silver halberds being wielded by the 9 armored puppets suddenly let loose a prolonged ringing sound in unison. At the same time, 9 pillars of light erupted from their sharp tips before vanishing into the air above. The pillar of white light erupting from the golden vortex abruptly shuddered before becoming even thicker than before, and the second nascent soul instantly let loose a shrill cry of agony in response. The golden body that had just taken shape began to melt away again amid violent flashes of golden light. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to golden droplets that were floating within the pillar of light again. However, on this occasion, the golden droplets were infused with hints of purple, and they seemed to be different from before. After that, the same events transpired again. Pure spiritual power and 5 colored runes surged into the golden droplets, and bursts of mysterious energy cleansed them once again. The traces of purple within the golden droplets also began to expand at a rate that was indiscernible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the sense of agony that Han Li had been afflicted by was increased by about 2-fold in the instant that the pillar of white light had thickened, and the pain was so crippling that he almost blacked out on the spot. Thankfully, his pain tolerance threshold had been temporarily elevated by this relentless assault of agony, and that allowed him to just barely cling on to his consciousness. Furthermore, as he continued to circulate his spiritual power, he began to absorb more and more of the cool energy that was enhancing his cultivation base. This experience made Hanli feel as if he were being burned and frozen at the same time. His cultivation base had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-spatial tempering stage about 7 or 8 minutes ago, and since then, he had drawn upon this mysterious energy to attempt over 10 breakthroughs to the late spatial tempering stage. However, this bottleneck was clearly vastly different from the previous ones he had broken through, and it simply refused to budge. As such, more and more of the mysterious energy accumulated within his body, and his pain was elevated to an unprecedented level. If he couldn't break through this bottleneck in a short time, he felt as if either his soul would be torn apart by this excruciating agony or his body would explode. He had only managed to last until this point as his great development technique and provenance true devil arts had bolstered his soul and body to be far more powerful than those of other cultivators of the same caliber. If a normal spatial tempering cultivator were in his place, they would have perished long ago. Thus, Hanli's ecstasy quickly turned into alarm, and he could only continue to gather up the energy within his body before making one frenzied attempt after another at breaking through his bottleneck. He was only a sliver away from making the breakthrough, but he found himself unable to take that final step, and he was becoming quite anxious. As expected, risk and reward really did come hand in hand. According to his estimates, he was going to die if he couldn't break through his bottleneck after 3 more attempts. Just as he was beginning to sweat profusely, a ball of golden light that resembled a scintillating sun suddenly appeared around him. It was so bright that if any onlookers were present, they would have been forced to look away. Perhaps the breakthrough attempts that he had made had finally bore fruit, or if his desperation had allowed him to tap into more of his latent potential, but then he managed to break through the bottleneck after just one more attempt. Hanli's body shuddered, and several bursts of scorching energy flowed out from his dantian, surging through his body, limbs, and meridians. At the same time, golden and azure spiritual light flashed incessantly from his primary nascent soul, and it expanded quite significantly in size. His magic power also swelled drastically by well over half in virtually the blink of an eye. Hanli was ecstatic, but in the next instant, a hint of alarm and horror appeared in his eyes. In the instant that he progressed to the late spatial tempering stage, the golden droplets within the pillar of light in the distance had converged to form another golden body. Not only were the runes on this golden body far clearer and more complete than the previous one, the protective spiritual light it was releasing had also taken on a faint purplish golden color. However, as a result, the white pillar of light that was crashing down from above expanded once again, causing the golden body to disintegrate for a 3rd time. Furthermore, the influx of cool energy continued at an even faster rate, and Hanli's cultivation base was progressing even more quickly than before. Never did he think that he would be horrified by excessively fast cultivation progression someday. Breaking the bottleneck to the body integration stage required far more power than the normal person could imagine. The golden droplets seemed to have also sensed that a major breakthrough was being attempted, and it converged to form a golden body that enveloped the second nascent soul again. Enormous amounts of energy surged out of the nascent soul's body, and even the golden body couldn't withstand such immense energy output as it crumbled away again. The last attempt that had been made was nowhere near enough for the second nascent soul to make a breakthrough to the body integration stage, so it had no choice but to accumulate energy anew after the golden body vanished. Following the golden body's disintegration, it reformed once again amid a flash of purplish golden light. This process was repeated 7 or 8 times, and every breakthrough attempt that the second nascent soul made was enough to expend all of the mysterious energy it had accumulated. However, at the same time, due to the sheer enormity of the power output, the golden body that was manifested each time was easily broken, only to be rapidly manifested once again at the second nascent soul's behest. Every time the golden body took shape again, even more tremendous energy was accumulated than last time. However, the body integration stage bottleneck was far more powerful than anticipated, and even after so many surges of energy, it was only just beginning to budge slightly. The second nascent soul was clearly still nowhere near able to make this breakthrough, and Han Li's heart sank further and further. At this point, he had also reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and the cool energy was beginning to force its way through his meridians, resulting in a slightly swollen feeling. Han Li was extremely alarmed by this mounting development, but due to the agony that he was currently being afflicted by, he was only able to just barely hold on to a shred of consciousness, but he was unable to make any hand seals or summon any treasures. As such, despite his vast array of powerful abilities and treasures, he was unable to use any of that to his advantage. Meanwhile, the golden vortex continued to expel the white pillar of light, which wasn't abating in power in the slightest. Han Li could sense the mysterious energy rapidly mounting within his meridians, and his face became deathly pale. He knew that no matter how powerful his body was, there was no way it could compare with the might of his golden body projection. Even the golden body was being easily destroyed by the surges of energy during the second nascent soul's breakthrough attempts. There was no way that his body would be able to withstand this power. The energy within the pillar of light was indeed extremely potent, but it was also far too aggressive and overbearing. This sense of complete and utter powerlessness was something that Han Li had virtually never experienced during his cultivation journey, and even with his strong mental fortitude, he was beginning to panic. After a short while, it was as if a layer of golden powder had been applied to Han Li's body. Not only was he shimmering with golden light, the golden scales over his skin had also swelled significantly in size and begun to intertwine to form a faint golden suit of scale armor. Even though it was extremely thin, from a distance, it appeared as if Han Li had donned a suit of complete golden armor. This was none other than Provenance Amour, which was the bonded armor that would appear once one cultivated the Provenance True Devil Arts to an extremely high level. The suit of bonded armor currently didn't possess any powerful abilities, and its defensive prowess was less than 1/1000th of the heavenly devilish armor, but this type of bonded armor had boundless potential. It could develop as its wearer's cultivation base improved, and due to the fact that it was something that was bonded to the wearer, it was far more versatile than a normal suit of armor. Of course, this provenance armor wasn't something that a spatial tempering stage being was supposed to be able to attain. Instead, it was a powerful ability that was only supposed to manifest itself after one reached the body integration stage while cultivating the Provenance True Devil Arts. Han Li was only able to manifest an incomplete version of this ability in advance due to the overflow effect from the vast influx of energy. Even though this bonded armor certainly couldn't be considered to be very powerful, the earlier he attained it, the more latent potential it would possess, and he could use his own true essence to refine it. This was something that would have made Han Li ecstatic under normal circumstances, but in this current situation, he barely even took a glance at it. His attention was currently entirely focused on trying to think of a plausible method to save himself before he exploded like an overinflated balloon. In his desperation, Han Li really did think of a way to save himself. If he could self-detonate in the instant before his body exploded, he could draw upon the power released by his self-detonation to help his nascent soul escape. Even though Han Li was unable to summon any treasure or use any abilities at the moment, his body was like a ticking time bomb, and it wouldn't be a difficult task to detonate it slightly earlier than it otherwise would. Even though both scenarios would conclude in self-detonation, the connotations were completely different. If he were forced to self-detonate by that mysterious energy, he wouldn't be able to control the explosion at all, and it was most likely the case that his nascent soul would be swept up and destroyed. However, if he were to undergo a controlled self-detonation, he would be able to control the power and range of the explosion to a certain extent, thereby buying his nascent soul the opportunity to escape intact. Of course, this was only a last resort method that he would refrain from using until he absolutely had to. After all, a nascent soul without a body was virtually nothing more than a sitting duck that was at everyone's mercy. Thankfully, he had the spirit body of the immortal Zoisha in his storage bracelet, and if he really were forced to self-detonate, then the only course of action available to him would be to forcibly possess that spirit body. It was unknown whether this course of action would truly allow him to escape alive, but there were no alternatives for him. As for his second nascent soul, it would be up to the heavens to decide whether it survived or not. He wasn't even sure if he could save himself, so he naturally didn't have any spare capacity to worry about the second nascent soul's safety. Han Li heaved an internal resigned sigh, and he was regretting his reckless actions. If he had refrained from acting in such a rash manner, he wouldn't be in this desperate situation. After a short while, bursts of sharp pain began to spear through all of his meridians, and he felt as if they were about to be torn apart at any moment. His expression changed several times in succession, and he took a deep breath before beginning to activate what little remaining spiritual sense he had. His meridians had already been filled to the absolute brim by pure spiritual power, and it only took the slightest stimulus for it to begin churning violently. Golden light flashed erratically from his body, and the Provenance armor that had just taken shape began to warp slightly. There were even white cracks that had begun to appear on its surface, and a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face. He cast his gaze toward his second nascent soul, which was situated within the pillar of light in the distance, and he strengthened his own resolve before preparing to detonate all of the magic power within his body. In doing so, he was essentially going to be tossing a spark into a bubbling pot of oil, and his body would instantly explode. However, right at this moment, a startling turn of events suddenly unfolded. One of Han Li's arms suddenly became extremely hot, as if it had been enveloped by scorching flames. His heart immediately jolted in response to this sudden development, and his spiritual sense faltered as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward that arm. As a result, he was stunned to see that a faint glowing yellow insignia had appeared on his forearm. His heart immediately stirred as he identified what this was. It was none other than the profound heavenly fruit that had been sealed within his arm. Before he had a chance to think of anything else, the yellow insignia suddenly began to flash and warp. The mysterious energy and pure spiritual power within his body immediately surged toward the insignia from his meridians in a frenzy as if they had found an outlet. The insignia was like a bottomless pit that didn't display any reaction aside from flashing slightly even after devouring such an astonishing amount of spiritual power. Moments later, close to half of the mysterious energy within his body was devoured, and the life-threatening peril he had been placed under was easily alleviated. He was naturally ecstatic to see this, and in the next instant, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. The yellow insignia suddenly flashed one final time before a yellow wooden rod appeared on the surface of his arm. It was none other than the profound heavenly fruit. The fruit seemed to be extremely excited, and it only flashed violently a few times before all of the spiritual power and mysterious energy within Han Li's body was completely sucked dry. The profound heavenly fruit then released an astonishing aura before gently swaying a few times toward the direction of the golden vortex in the sky. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed from one end of the fruit, and a blade that was around a foot in length suddenly emerged from that end of the fruit. The blade was as smooth as a mirror, but there was a string of green runes inscribed on its center, all of which were flashing with a cold light. This was none other than the profound heavenly sword. There was no need for Han Li to issue any instructions to the sword before it ascertained the biggest threat in this place, and it abruptly pointed its sharp blade at the golden vortex in the sky before a clear ringing sound erupted into the heavens. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed, and countless dark green runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the sword blade. The sword then tremored slightly a few times, and the nearby world's origin chi surged violently. Countless wisps of five-colored light suddenly appeared out of thin air before surging toward the profound heavenly sword in a frenzy. The sword immediately began to glow with scintillating light. The clear ringing sound also became around twice as loud as before as it unleashed a slash toward the golden vortex up above. An azure sword projection appeared, and it was as scintillating as a bolt of heavenly lightning. In the next instant, it reached the golden vortex before unleashing a diagonal slash. A resounding boom rang out, and the white pillar of light was sliced in half. A burst of power of laws that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted from the sword projection before inundating the golden vortex. A loud ringing sound immediately rang out from the vortex, following which light flashed, and it transformed into a golden disc that was around an acre in size. The massive golden disc had the exact same image inscribed upon it as the starry sky diagram on the platform, and at the same time, there were countless five-colored runes hovering around it. One pillar of white light after another was being expelled by the golden disc in a frenzy as it desperately attempted to resist the power of laws imbued within the sword projection. This was clearly an extraordinary spatial treasure even in the true immortal realm, and its value most likely exceeded that of even the average profound heavenly treasure, but its forte clearly didn't lie in its offensive power, so how could it possibly withstand an attack that was imbued with the power of laws of an entire realm? Within mere moments, all of the white pillars of light were completely destroyed by the power of laws, and the surrounding space warped as the azure sword projection struck the golden disc. A crisp crack sounded, and dazzling golden light erupted from the golden disc. In the face of the enormous power of laws, it twisted and warped before shattering into pieces. The golden disc proved to be extremely fragile and instantly disintegrated into countless specks of light, leaving only some faint spatial fluctuations in the air. Right as this treasure was being destroyed, a thin and tall humanoid figure that was seated in a secret chamber deep within a certain sea of the spirit realm abruptly raised its head, and a pair of green fireballs appeared in its eye sockets, illuminating its facial features with great clarity. This was a white skeletal face, and the two green fireballs that were flashing within the eye sockets presented quite a harrowing sight to behold. Not far in front of the skeleton were 12 ancient copper lamps, each of which was around a foot tall. There were green flames of different sizes flickering within the lamps, the largest of which were comparable to the size of eggs, while the smallest ones were as thin as a pinky finger. A hint of bewilderment appeared in the skeleton's eyes, and it cocked its head to the side in a contemplative manner. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to it, and it abruptly opened its mouth to expel a ball of silver light. A palm-sized silver disc appeared from within the silver light, and aside from the fact that it was of a different color, it was completely identical to the golden disc that had been destroyed in the vast glacial realm. However, the silver disc was riddled with countless tin and long cracks, and in the instant that it emerged, it let loose an anguished wail before vanishing into nothingness. The green fireballs within the mysterious skeleton's eye sockets immediately swelled to several times their original size upon seeing this, and a thunderous roar of fury erupted from its mouth. It then abruptly rose to its feet and suddenly made a grabbing motion toward a certain patch of space in a fit of thunderous rage. Powerful spatial fluctuations immediately erupted forth as a giant inky black claw appeared out of thin air, then grabbed toward the nearby wall. A resounding boom rang out as the thick wall of the secret chamber was pulverized by the giant claw, but the skeleton's fury still didn't seem to have abated. It opened its mouth toward another wall, and there was black light flashing within its mouth, suggesting that it was seemingly about to blast out something. However, right at this moment, its eyes flashed and it suddenly turned toward the 12 antiquated lamps on the ground. The green flames within its eye sockets flashed, and it seemed to have calmed down as it slowly closed its large mouth in the end. The skeleton gritted its teeth and grumbled an unintelligible string of words before sitting down with its legs crossed once again. Thus, the interior of the secret chamber fell completely silent again, and the green flames within the 12 lamps continued to flicker, illuminating the secret chamber in an unsteady light. Green light flashed from the profound heavenly sword, and its blade quickly vanished as it reverted back to its original wooden rod form. The sword then emitted a clear ringing sound before drifting toward Han Li's arm as a ball of yellow light. The same faint yellow insignia then reappeared on Han Li's forearm, indicating that the profound heavenly sword had been sealed again. Hanli stared at the insignia on his arm with an elated look in his eyes. He heaved a long sigh of relief before attempting to stand up from within the crater. In the instant that the golden disc had been destroyed, all of his pain had been alleviated, leaving him feeling as if he had just survived an ordeal that would have surely resulted in his death. However, it was still too early for him to be relieved. As soon as he rose to his feet, his legs suddenly gave out from under him, and he collapsed onto the ground again. Immediately thereafter, his entire body became numb, and this development was naturally quite alarming to Hanli, prompting him to release his spiritual sense to inspect his own internal condition. The result of his inspection brought a wry smile to his face. Even though he was currently at the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, his body was completely devoid of magic power. It was quite clear that although that slash from the profound heavenly sword had been devastatingly powerful, it had also sapped away all of the spiritual power within his body. On top of that, it had also completely devoured all of that mysterious energy that had flowed into his body. Otherwise, without that additional energy, there would have been no way for him to unleash that slash with the profound heavenly sword. Thankfully, only his magic power was currently completely depleted, everything else had been left largely untouched, so he was already extremely fortunate. However, his meridians had been damaged by the excessive influx of energy from earlier, and now that his energy and magic power had been completely depleted, the after effects naturally began to rear their ugly heads. However, Hanli wasn't concerned about this. With his powerful self-regenerative abilities, he would be able to easily recover from this. However, the severe exhaustion of magic power was something that would take some time to recover from. In any case, he was still extremely pleased overall. He had confidence that he was different from other cultivators, and that it was only a matter of time before he reached the late spatial tempering stage with the assistance of his rising dragon pills and other pills, but the rapid progress he had made today had saved him around 500 years or perhaps even 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. This was naturally a massively fortunate event for him. With that in mind, a faint smile appeared on Hanli's face, and he cast his gaze toward the center of the tall platform. There, the golden body was hovering in mid-air, and it was also seated with its legs crossed and its 6 eyes closed. Through the spiritual connection between his primary and second nascent souls, he was immediately able to determine that his second nascent soul was completely fine. It was merely consolidating its current cultivation base with all its might after making so many breakthroughs in quick succession. Otherwise, if it weren't careful, its cultivation base could immediately fall back down a stage or two. Furthermore, it had only been able to survive that rapid string of breakthroughs as Hanli was a spatial tempering cultivator himself. Otherwise, if the second nascent soul had truly only been a nascent soul stage being, then just the inner demon backlash resulting from the massive cultivation-based disparity would instantly drive it mad and result in its death. Even so, the second nascent soul definitely wouldn't be fit to fight anyone in a short time. Without over 10 years of meditation, inner demons would potentially appear at any time to destabilize its cultivation base. However, what was most remarkable to Hanli was the current state of the Provenance golden body. After being broken down and refined on multiple occasions by that mysterious energy, countless purplish golden runes had appeared over its body, and the aura that it was releasing was over twice as powerful as it had been in the past. The Provenance golden body had been extremely powerful to begin with, and now that its powers had more than doubled, it had naturally become an extremely fearsome force to be reckoned with. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise to Hanli, and even though he was doing his best to remain calm, he couldn't prevent a faint smile from appearing on his face. Around 2 hours later, Hanli sat up before folding his legs. The damage that had been inflicted to his meridians had already largely healed, and he flipped a hand over to summon several medicine vials of different colors, then tipped out a few pills that were emanating fragrant medicinal aromas before taking them all at once. The medicine vials then disappeared and were replaced by a pair of extremely vibrant green crystals. Han Li immediately closed his eyes and began to absorb the pure spiritual qi within these top-grade spirit stones as quickly as he could with the assistance of those pills. Not long ago, Han Li had wished he could expel all of the spiritual power within his body, which was threatening to make him explode. However, now that he truly had no spiritual power left, he was forced to accumulate it little by little once again. Han Li was left feeling rather speechless by this string of developments. Time passed by quickly, and over half a day flew by in a flash. Han Li abruptly opened his eyes, and a burst of light flashed through them, indicating that he seemed to have recovered some of his magic power. His brows furrowed slightly as he slowly rose to his feet, and due to the breakthroughs he'd made, his body was now able to hold far more magic power than in the past. The spiritual qi in this place was far more abundant than that of the spirit realm, and so much time had passed since he'd taken those pills and began to use those spirit stones to replenish his own energy, but he had only recovered around 10% of his total magic power. Of course, this so-called 10% was comparable to close to half of the magic power he had once had prior to his breakthroughs. However, in this current situation, Han Li naturally couldn't just meditate for a few days and waste that much time. After he felt like he had recovered enough energy to protect himself, he immediately sprang into action again. However, he didn't exit through the broken gate. Instead, he made his way toward the center of the stone platform. The most precious treasure here, that golden disc, had been destroyed, but all of the other treasures here were still quite tempting to him, and he planned to take all of them. This green chair that he was currently appraising was naturally one of those treasures. The chair had cooperated with the golden disc up above, and it was clearly quite an extraordinary treasure in its own right. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of azure light immediately surged forth, following which the chair vanished in the blink of an eye. After that, he cast his gaze around him, then abruptly appeared in front of one of the armored puppets. Compared to the spirit chair, Han Li was more interested in these puppets. Following the destruction of the golden disc, the puppets had returned to their original stationary statuesque state, but Han Li didn't dare to look down on them at all. Back when the armored puppets had been fully activated, the spiritual pressure they released was almost comparable to that of a body integration stage being. If he could control these puppets to fight for him, then they would be an enormous asset. With that in mind, he released his spiritual sense to infiltrate the puppet before him, but a peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face moments later. The construction of this puppet was extremely rough, and the only thing that Han Li was unable to identify was the strange crimson stone embedded into the core of the puppet, which wasn't an ordinary spirit stone. He didn't know what this strange stone was, but its surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it was flashing incessantly with countless thin golden threads within it. The spiritual light emanating from it was extremely faint, and it looked as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. It was quite clear that the puppet's actions had already exhausted most of the energy within the strange stone. At present, it appeared that the stone only possessed enough energy to support one or two more attacks from the puppet. Han Li's brows were tightly furrowed as he inspected the puppet for a long while, but in the end, he still swept a sleeve through the air to try and stow the puppet away amid a flash of green light. However, the turn of events that unfolded next gave Han Li a massive fright. Right as the azure light settled over the puppet before him, light suddenly began to flash erratically from its body, and it released an extremely dangerous aura. Just this aura alone was enough to force back the azure light, and Han Li immediately rushed back in an alarmed manner, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. After just a few flashes, he appeared in the air outside the platform, and right at this moment, the 9 puppets swung their halberds through the air in unison, sending powerful streaks of silver light hurtling toward their closest puppet. A string of dull thumps rang out, and the 9 puppets were all sliced in half at the same time before exploding as they collapsed to the ground, leaving only shattered puppet shards littered all over the platform. Han Li was naturally feeling rather wishful that he hadn't been able to take the puppets with him, but he then quickly flew over to the platform and collected all of the puppet fragments amid a flash of azure light. The construction of these puppets was a little rough, but Han Li had never seen this type of material before, so he was planning to take it for further research. After doing all that, he looked down to find that the platform was now completely empty, but the massive starry sky diagram was still perfectly preserved. Han Li had experienced firsthand just how powerful this illusionary formation was, and even with his significantly enhanced cultivation base, he didn't dare to look at it for too long. After taking a deep breath, he flipped a hand over to produce a white scroll. He flicked a wrist and tossed the scroll downward, upon which it descended as a streak of white light. However, when it was still over 100 feet above the platform, it paused in mid-air, and Han Li made a hand seal while chanting something before pointing downward in a solemn manner. The scroll unfurled to reveal a blank image that was several feet in length. The scroll then began to expand at a drastic rate as Han Li chanted his incantation, and mere moments later, it had expanded to around the same size as the stone platform, making it look as if it were a massive white canopy that was hovering in mid-air. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and his chanting ceased as he flicked his 10 fingers downward in succession. One incantation seal shot forth after another before vanishing into the white scroll down below, and lights of all different colors erupted from the scroll before slowly descending and encompassing the entire stone platform. The vibrant lights swirled incessantly over the blank scroll, creating a spectacular sight to behold. Only after a full 10 minutes had passed did the light on the scroll gradually fade into nothingness, but the white scroll had now become a 5-colored one. Han Li waved a hand through the air, and the scroll immediately rose up from the platform in a flash before quickly shrinking down to its original size of several feet. There was now a miniature diagram on the scroll that was completely identical to the one down below. Han Li had used a secret technique to replicate the starry sky diagram on the stone platform. The scroll then transformed into a 5-colored streak of light that vanished into Han Li's sleeve in a flash. With this starry sky diagram replica, he was confident that he would be able to glean some secrets from it. At the very least, studying it would greatly assist him in bettering his understanding of illusionary techniques. As such, there was nothing of value left in this place. However, Han Li still carefully searched through this place, and only after ascertaining that there were no hidden items did he fly out of the shattered gate as a streak of azure light. He had already been in this space for close to a day, so he naturally didn't want to linger here any longer. At their speed, the three of them instantly covered a distance of several thousands of kilometers in a short time. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted from extremely far in the distance behind them. A vast amount of spiritual chi was rapidly being compressed, then exploding violently to release enormous spiritual pressure that almost instantly tore apart the formations that Han Li's trio had set up around the entrance of the restriction. A massive pillar of wind erupted from the ground, then spread outward in all directions, sending gale-force winds sweeping through the surrounding area with a radius of several kilometers. At the same time, powerful spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and even though Han Li's trio was already far away from the scene, they could still clearly sense the devastating aura in that direction. Their expressions changed slightly in unison, and they realized that if they had fled the scene any slower than they did, they could have been in a lot of trouble. This is bad. Those Jiao Qi beings are heading toward us, and they're coming really quickly. They're about to get here soon, Lu Shuai suddenly exclaimed. Han Li seemed to have also sensed something at the same time, and a grave look appeared on his face. They've indeed discovered us, and they're using secret techniques to track us. We can't stay here any longer, we have to split up and flee right away. Those Jiao Qi beings have remained here for so long, so they must also be plotting something big and may not be that intent on chasing us down if we run away. Seeing as all of them had secured the treasures they had come to the vast glacial realm for, all the three were planning to go their separate ways anyway, so neither of them objected to Han Li's proposal. In that case, I'll be taking my leave. Shi Kun cupped his fist in a parting salute before flying away as a streak of yellow light. Seeing you again in Cloud City in a few months, Brother Han, Lu Shuai also bade farewell to him with a faint smile on her face. She then swept a sleeve through the air to summon a palm-sized silver canoe, which elongated to around 10 feet in length in a flash. She gently stepped onto the canoe, and spatial fluctuations erupted as a ball of a 5-colored spiritual light appeared out of thin air before rushing into Lu Shuai's arms. It was none other than that small winged leopard. After recovering her spirit beast, Lu Shuai didn't hesitate any longer. Silver light flashed from the canoe beneath her feet, and it appeared several hundred feet away before continuing to hurtle into the distance. Han Li's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, following which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap. He gently flapped those wings, and his body shot forth as an azure and white thread of light. After just a few flashes, Han Li covered a distance of several thousand feet and disappeared from view. Right at this moment, a small white snake appeared nearby before vanishing into the light thread, which paused momentarily before hurtling away at full speed. Not long after that, spiritual light flashed in the distance, and over 10 streaks of light converged right at the spot where Han Li's trio had been situated at before. The streaks of light receded to reveal a dozen or so Jiao Qi beings, each in different attire. The young man who was leading the group had golden horns on his head and currently wore a dark expression. Those people sure are alert to have gotten away so quickly. To think that they were prowling nearby and went completely unnoticed by us until we triggered their restriction, we definitely can't let them get away with this. Ling Han, Baigua, you two chase down the other two with everyone else, I'll chase after the final person myself, the golden-horned young man instructed through gritted teeth. 2 Jiao Qi beings, 1 male and 1 female, immediately bowed in unison in response. Leave it to us, Envoy Shuli, we'll be sure to hunt down our targets. The man appeared to be in his 40s and was very tall and broad. Immediately thereafter, the bewildered and enraged roar of a beast rang out from within the light. A ball of yellow light then erupted forth to intertwine with the golden light, and the 6-pawed lizard emerged out of thin air in a rather sorry state, desperately spewing yellow light out of its mouth to ward off the golden light. Seeing as Han Li seemed to have been momentarily distracted by the lizard beast, a sinister look flashed through the young man's eyes, and the black spear in his hand suddenly vanished in a flash. In the next instant, black light flashed several tens of feet in front of Han Li, and the black spear abruptly reappeared before hurtling toward him as a streak of black light. However, Han Li reacted extremely quickly, and almost in the exact same instant that black spear appeared, he opened his mouth to blast forth a golden arc of lightning that struck the spear with unerring accuracy. He didn't know what kind of abilities the spear possessed, but from the faint odor of blood and gore emanating from it, he could deduce that this was most likely an evil weapon, so his divine Devilbane lightning would provide the perfect counter. However, the scenes that unfolded next had Han Li feeling quite astonished. Spiritual light suddenly flashed from the black spear, and it passed through the arc of lighting in a flash as a faint shadow. The golden arc of lightning struck empty space and wasn't able to slow down the spear in the slightest. The spear was already extremely close to Han Li, and he had just been caught off guard by this sudden development, so even though he was far more powerful than the average cultivator of his caliber, there was no way for him to evade in time. Thus, the black spear struck his body amid a dull thump before exploding into a ball of black light. Han Li was forced back a single step by the enormous impact, but his body remained completely unscathed. The black light released in the wake of the spear's explosion resembled sinister infernal light straight from the depths of hell, but it was kept at bay by a suit of black armor that emerged from Han Li's body in a flash. This was an attack that would have definitely killed a normal cultivator of his caliber, but it was kept at bay with relative ease by the suit of devilish armor. Han Li and the young man's expressions both changed in unison. Han Li was naturally quite stunned that his opponent's attack had been able to disregard even his divine devil bane lightning. If it weren't for the heavenly devilish armor's reflexive reaction to protect its wearer, that attack could have spelled a lot of trouble for him. Meanwhile, the young man was stunned that the Yin spirit spear that had earned him quick victories on so many occasions in the past had failed in this instance. He had already slain countless opponents with this weapon, and close to half of them were beings of the same cultivation base as him. A peculiar light flashed through his eyes, and he began to appraise Han Li's suit of black armor with an intense gaze. Even though this was the first time he had seen this suit of devilish armor, it was quite clear from its sinister design and the black runes emanating from it that this was no ordinary suit of armor. As such, he was becoming quite excited. "Good. You've got a nice suit of armor there, I'll be taking it for myself," the young man proclaimed in a cold voice. Han Li was naturally quite enraged to hear this, but his expression remained calm as he said, "Is that so? Come and take it if you have what it takes." The golden-horned young man flipped a hand over, and a silver ruler suddenly appeared in his grasp. As soon as the ruler appeared, it released an enormous burst of spiritual pressure, and Han Li's heart jolted slightly at the sight of it. Through the inspection of his spirit eye ability, he could see that the ruler was filled with dense runes, all of which were beveled silver runes. He immediately let loose a low cry and made a hand seal, upon which countless specks of azure light appeared out of the nearby space. The specks of light then expanded in a frenzy to form palm-sized azure lotus flowers. Han Li had activated his Spring Dawn sword formation in an instant, and immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a white figure, which circled around in the air before revealing itself to be a translucent giant python that was over 100 feet in length. Earth-shattering tremors suddenly ran through the ground, and all of the surrounding trees were suddenly felled, crashing down toward the young man as countless thick azure logs. You're trying to use this illusionary technique on me a second time. How insolent!" A sinister look appeared on the young man's face as he swept his silver ruler through the air, releasing countless ruler projections once again. All of the azure logs that came into contact with the silver ruler instantly vanished as specks of spiritual light, and it seemed that this silver ruler's abilities were a direct counter to illusionary techniques. Silver light flashed, and the countless ruler projections converged once again to form a giant silver ruler before crashing directly toward one face of the azure light barrier. The scenes that unfolded next made Han Li's pupils contract drastically. In the instant before the silver ruler struck the azure light barrier, scintillating light erupted from it, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. Using this sharp light as a smokescreen, the silver ruler suddenly split into two. A silver ruler projection that was identical to the original treasure was left in its place while the ruler itself blurred before vanishing into thin air. Thankfully, Han Li had been quite wary of this Jiao Qi being and constantly had his spirit eye ability activated. Otherwise, he would have most likely been fooled by that switcheroo. The silver ruler projection struck the azure light barrier amid what appeared to be an extremely violent clash, but at the same time, a burst of virtually undetectable spatial fluctuations erupted several tens of feet above Han Li's head. Immediately thereafter, the silver ruler appeared out of thin air before instantly sweeping downward in a completely silent and stealthy manner. In the blink of an eye, the ruler was no more than several inches above Han Li, and after one final flash, enormous spiritual pressure erupted from it as it came crashing down without making any further attempt to disguise itself. Brilliant silver light erupted from the ruler, and right at that moment, golden light suddenly radiated from the top of Han Li's head, following which a golden palm that was riddled with purple runes emerged out of thin air. The golden hand then reached out like lightning and caught the silver ruler in a flash. The ruler shuddered and began to emit a shrill shrieking sound. Silver and purplish golden light intertwined to result in an earth-shattering explosion, and shock waves that were visible to the naked eye erupted from the epicenter of the explosion before surging toward all directions. The silver ruler was enveloped within a dense layer of silver light, extending and retracting in an unpredictable manner in an attempt to free itself. However, the fingers of the golden hand were like inescapable hooks, and even though they were being kept at bay by the spiritual light being released by the silver ruler, they were slowly closing in inch by inch. The young man in the sword formation was somehow able to see Han Li through the illusionary technique of the sword formation, and a stunned and furious expression appeared on his face. He immediately let loose a low cry before making a hand seal, then pointed a finger directly toward the silver ruler. A loud thunderclap rang out, and arcs of lightning erupted from the silver ruler to strike the golden hand. However, the hand was like an impregnable fortress, and it only shuddered slightly in the face of the ferocious lightning strikes. A disdainful smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air. Bright golden light erupted forth, and a purplish golden figure that was around 20 feet tall appeared. The figure had 3 heads, all of which were completely expressionless, as well as 6 arms. Unbeknownst to the Jiao Qi being, Han Li himself was also quite surprised, but his surprise was intermingled with elation rather than fury. He had known that the Provenance golden body would definitely be far more powerful than before after being refined by that mysterious energy, but he didn't think that it would be this powerful. To think that it was now able to steal enemy treasures as if they were nothing more than mere toys. Albeit, he had taken advantage of the element of surprise, and the treasure that was taken wasn't his enemy's bonded treasure, but this was still near unheard of. Han Li forcibly repressed his elation as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which a ball of black light emerged and vanished into the golden body in a flash. Black light flashed from the eyes of one of the golden body's faces, its body swayed before it disappeared into the azure light barrier. Immediately thereafter, Han Li opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, which also vanished into the barrier in a flash. The golden-horned young man within the sword formation was still rapidly making hand seals with a furious look on his face in an attempt to recover his silver ruler, but upon witnessing what Han Li was doing, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately calmed himself down. He then exhaled as he ceased making hand seals, then let loose a loud cry, upon which a massive shimmering blue projection appeared behind him. This projection was around 50 to 60 feet tall with scales all over its body and a pair of eyes as red as blood. There were countless bullhorn-like bone spikes on the top of its head and its 4 limbs, creating quite a harrowing sight to behold. What was even more alarming was that the projection was holding an extremely peculiar treasure in each of its 2 hands. One of them was a long-handle hammer with a head that consisted of 3 monster heads fused as one, and the other was a triangular shield that was as smooth as a mirror and had crimson flames burning on its surface. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly as he made a strange hand seal, then began to chant something in a solemn manner. It was quite clear that Han Li was far more powerful than he had anticipated, thereby leading him to cast aside his initial disdain and take Han Li seriously as an opponent. However, he was still trapped within the Spring Dawn sword formation, so Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow him to unleash his abilities so easily. Thus, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he activated the sword formation again. Light flashed erratically from the azure light barrier as one azure lotus flower after another surged forth in a frenzy. These lotus flowers then transformed into countless lotus projections that surged into the sword formation, and all of a sudden, there were countless lotus flowers of different sizes and at different stages of their growth flying throughout the entire formation. What was even more entrancing was that in the instant that the azure lotus flowers appeared, bursts of a rich floral fragrance also filled the entire sword formation. This added an additional sense of realism to the scenes unfolding within the formation, and if one weren't careful, they could easily fall captivated by the beautiful scenery. However, the azure lotus flowers failed to entrance the young man. Instead, he was immediately able to identify the killing intent hidden within the flowers, and his expression darkened as the blue projection behind him swung its hammer toward the flowers. The three monstrous heads on the hammer opened their eyes in unison before also opening their mouths to release fierce white winds, scorching crimson flames, and powerful silver lightning. The flames were fanned by the winds, and the lightning was fueled by the flames as three surged forth as massive waves of devastating power. Almost at the exact same moment, azure light flashed from the surfaces of the azure lotus flowers, and they transformed into countless azure sword projections that rained down from above, following which the sword projections struck the three powerful waves in a flash. The hammer was an extremely rare treasure, but with Han Li's recent cultivation-based advancements, his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords had also become far more powerful, especially when enhanced by the power of his sword formation. Even though these were only sword projections that had been released by the flying swords, they were no less powerful than actual flying swords. Thus, the torrential downpour of sword projections managed to steadily force back the three massive waves. The young man's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, but he then immediately gave a cold harumph, upon which his blue projection hurled its triangular shield through the air as well. This was clearly a fire attribute treasure, and after circling around in the air, it transformed into a fiery cloud that was around an acre in size before rising upward. The fiery cloud churned violently, and countless fist-sized fireballs swept forth along with streaks of crimson light. Many of the sword projections that struck the fiery cloud were instantly incinerated into nothingness, and the temperature within the entire sword formation was drastically elevated as if it had become a massive furnace. This fiery cloud assisted the three massive waves that had just been unleashed, forming a watertight protective barricade that allowed none of the torrential downpour of sword projections to reach the young man. Right at this moment, the azure light barrier behind the young man suddenly parted, and a huge golden hand that was as large as a banana leaf reached out. Before the hand had even reached the Jiao Qi being, a burst of enormous invisible force crashed down upon him, and he felt as if the surrounding air had become a cage of iron and steel. His body was completely immobilized, and he was unable to break free from these invisible constraints in a short time. The golden hand continued downward and reached the top of his head before quickly making a grabbing motion. At the same time, silver light flashed from another part of the azure light barrier, and a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in length emerged before opening its mouth to expel a burst of scorching silver flames. In the face of this perilous situation, the Jiao Qi being remained completely unflustered. As opposed to displaying any signs of fear, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he suddenly stopped uttering his incantations as he expelled a burst of seven-colored light out of his mouth. The rainbow light swirled before revealing itself to be a snowy white and translucent small bell. Ding! The bell rang in a pleasant manner, following which an incredible turn of events unfolded. In the instant that Han Li heard this ringing sound, he was suddenly struck by a sense of disorientation. Immediately thereafter, his surroundings suddenly blurred, and he somehow found himself tipped upside down. Not only that, but peculiar scenes were also unfolding within the sword formation. The sword projections that were raining down from above suddenly swerved upward to crash into the azure light barrier amid strings of resounding booms. Meanwhile, the space beneath the giant golden hand warped slightly, and the golden-horned young man abruptly vanished, only to be replaced by the silver fire raven. The golden hand grabbed onto several of the giant bird's thin fiery feathers, and scorching silver flames instantly swept upward to envelop the golden hand. As for the burst of silver flames that the bird had unleashed earlier, it had already gone off in some random direction. Hanli was quite alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly adjusted himself into an upright position. Right at this moment, a clear ringing sound rang out, and the entire sword formation seemed to have been struck by some kind of mysterious force. The azure light barrier twisted and warped before immediately shattering into pieces, and the surrounding space tremored before 72 azure flying swords were revealed. The Spring Dawn sword formation had been broken just like that. The golden body and silver fire raven were rooted to the spot, clearly at a complete loss, and Hanli was also quite stunned. That little bell seemed to possess the legendary ability to invert the heavens. When the bell had first begun to chime, he could sense that it was imbued with a hint of the power of laws. Hanli's expression changed several times in succession, and blue light flashed through his eyes as he instantly swept his gaze over an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet around him. His gaze then suddenly locked onto a patch of empty space, and his pitch-black law destruction eye abruptly appeared on his glabella. Black light flashed, and a pillar of light that was around as thick as a thumb shot forth in a flash before vanishing into space. A loud boom rang out, and the golden-horned young man stumbled out of thin air in a rather disheveled manner. "That's a law destruction eye," the young man immediately exclaimed at the sight of Hanli's third demonic eye. He had already donned a suit of blue armor, and as soon as he steadied himself, he swept a sleeve through the air, and the giant blue projection that was wielding the pair of treasures appeared once again. The young man then made a grabbing motion with one hand, and rainbow spiritual light flashed, following which the pristine white bell appeared in his hand. In the instant that the small bell emerged in his grasp, the bewilderment on the Jiao Qi being's face vanished, and he turned to appraise Hanli in an intense manner. Hanli was completely expressionless as he waved a hand toward the golden body and the spirit engulfing fire raven, following which the two of them abruptly appeared beside him. Almost at the exact same moment, the 72 azure flying swords in the surrounding air suddenly transformed into streaks of azure light without any warning before hurtling directly toward the young man. The 72 flying swords reached him in the blink of an eye, almost as if they had teleported through the air before crashing down from above. The speed of the azure bamboo cloud's warm sword was quite alarming to the golden-horned young man, but he remained completely unfazed as he pointed a finger toward the small bell in his hand. The bell chimed, and rings of white ripples surged forth from it, sweeping directly toward the streaks of azure light. As soon as the two clashed, the streaks of azure light flashed before reverting back into flying swords that were around a foot in length each. Immediately thereafter, a few more ripples of light surged through the air, and all of the flying swords were shattered into nothingness. Hanli's expression remained unchanged as he witnessed these unfolding scenes, but his pupils had contracted drastically. He had just ascertained through his spirit eye ability that the white ripples released by the small bells were actually bands of space constructed from countless thin spatial rifts. These rifts were completely different from normal spatial rifts, and they vanished just as quickly as they had appeared. The azure bamboo swarm swords were extremely powerful, but they were naturally unable to withstand such spatial power, and they had instantly been destroyed. The blue projection abruptly swelled in size before rushing upward and swinging its fists toward the giant ape. At the same time, the young man opened his mouth again to expel another burst of black qi that was intermingled with green threads. He then quickly raised an arm, and crimson light flashed past his face, as well as his finger, as he flicked it toward the small white bell again without any regard for magic power expenditure. However, the young man had still underestimated just how powerful Hanli was in his giant ape form. In the instant that the blue projection came into contact with the huge golden hand, the former was completely destroyed by the massive ape's extraordinary strength. As for that burst of black qi, it was also torn apart by the giant hand without being able to pose any impediment. Thus, the giant ape's hand fell like lightning, completely brushing aside the young man's protective spiritual light before grabbing onto his head and squeezing its fingers together without any hesitation. The young man only had a chance to adopt an expression of shock and horror before his head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body swayed before plummeting toward the ground. However, in the instant that the body began to fall, brilliant crimson light erupted, and it suddenly exploded amid a resounding boom. Blood began to rain down from above as an extremely faint shadow shot forth in a flash toward the small white bell in a wraith-like manner. It was none other than the young man's nascent soul. He was naturally aware that after losing his physical body, it would be next to impossible for his nascent soul to escape from Hanli on its own. As such, the nascent soul immediately tried to seek refuge in the small bell, hoping to use the bell's abilities to help it escape. In the face of the oncoming blood arrow, the giant ape made no attempt to evade. Instead, a ferocious look flashed through its eyes, and its chest bulged before it let loose a devastating roar. The roar was like a culmination of countless thunderclaps, causing the surrounding sky to ring violently. Sound waves swept through the space up ahead, causing it to twist and warp as countless white marks appeared in the air. The giant ape's roar alone had shattered the surrounding space, and that was sufficient testament to its enormous power. The blood rain was instantly reduced to nothingness, and the young man's nascent soul hadn't had a chance to escape out of the range of the roar yet. It only had a chance to let loose a howl of anguish before it was also completely destroyed, and much to Hanli's surprise, the small white bell also abruptly self-detonated amid a flash of white light in the instant that the young man's nascent soul was destroyed. However, the treasure's self-detonation didn't release any power, and it merely vanished as countless specks of white light. Blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes upon seeing this, and it immediately vanished into space without any hesitation. In the next instant, the giant ape appeared in the air above the giant white python, which was still battling the six-pawed lizard, and its fists rained down from above like a torrential storm. The poor lizard was also a mid-spatial tempering stage being, but in the face of the giant ape's attacks, it was pulverized into mincemeat without being able to offer any resistance. Even its demon core was gouged out of its body in the end, and the demon's soul that escaped from its pulverized body was devoured by the white python. Now that the final enemy had also been slain, golden light immediately flashed around the giant ape's body, and it instantly shrank back down into its human form. Hanli then turned toward the spot where the small white bell had just vanished with a contemplative look in his eyes. Just as the small bell had self-detonated within the vast glacial realm, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from a pavilion within a certain mysterious palace in the spirit realm, which was surrounded by layers of restrictions. Impossible! The voice was filled with shock and fury, and there were several golden-armored warriors standing at the entrance to the pavilion, but they remained completely expressionless, as if they hadn't even heard the loud cry that had just rung out from within the pavilion. There were 3 Jiao Qi beings in different forms on a higher level of the pavilion, and all of them were appraising a massive white bell on a green jade table with grim expressions on their faces. The one who had let loose the cry of surprise was a middle-aged beauty who appeared to be in her 30s. She had a pair of small green horns on her head, and her hand was covering her mouth as an enraged look flashed through her eyes. The giant bell on the table was over 10 feet tall, and aside from its size, it was completely identical to the small bell used by the golden-horned young man. On the ground beneath the table, there were 5 shimmering golden miniature formations, and 4 of the formations were completely empty with only a white ball of light hovering above the formation that was closest to the giant bell. The white light and the giant bell were flashing in unison as if in resonance with one another. A profound heavenly holy artifact has been destroyed, and even the divine bell true spirit that was the main material of holy artifact has returned of its own accord. It seems that the disciple wielding this profound heavenly holy artifact has most definitely perished in the vast glacial realm, the middle-aged beauty murmured. However, a white-robed old man with an azure mark on his forehead remained completely unflustered, and he stroked his beard as he said, "What's so remarkable about that? There are countless powerful beings who are sent into the vast glacial realm every time it opens, and it's far from impossible for those disciples to encounter a few powerful opponents or power beasts within the vast glacial realm." "I beg to differ, Brother Shir-Axion. The disciples who are carrying profound heavenly holy artifacts that are replicas of this heaven-bending bell should be able to save themselves even against holy great opponents. On top of that, we made it extremely clear to them that all groups had to travel as a single unit at all times. I can't think of anything in the vast glacial realm that can kill a core disciple with a profound heavenly holy artifact, and there are so many people protecting them. On top of that, it's been half a year since they entered the vast glacial realm, so no matter how far away they initially were from their destination, they should have reached it and begun to set things into motions now," a blue-robed middle-aged man said with a faint smile. The elderly man fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. The middle-aged woman calmed herself down before musing in a cold voice, "Regardless of how that core disciple perished, that group of disciples has lost their profound heavenly holy artifact, which means that they've lost their opportunity to obtain that thing. This will have a significant impact on our plan. It's alright, that thing was split up into a total of 5 segments. As long as the other 4 groups succeed, we can just secure the final segment when the vast glacial realm opens next, and we'll still be able to enact our plan," the middle-aged man said. "I'm just afraid that something will happen to the other groups as well. It's not a disaster if we miss one segment, but if we miss out on more than that, then we'll be in big trouble," the elderly man mused in a slow voice. "Surely we can't be plagued by that much misfortune. Even if that does happen, it simply means that it's not yet time for our race to rise into the ascendancy, so there's nothing to complain about," the middle-aged man replied with a smile. "That is indeed true, but we've used a lot of our race's precious materials and even had to use this heaven-bending bell to refine those profound heavenly holy artifacts. It would be quite a waste if we can't achieve our objective." He circled around in the air for a while with blue light flashing within his eyes, and after ascertaining that there were no potential hazards nearby, he descended into the forest as a streak of azure light. He then found an enormous tree and stepped into a hollow at the foot of the tree before raising his hand to release several formation flags. The flags disappeared at the entrance to the hollow, forming a simple concealment formation that hid the hollow from view. After that, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a streak of yellow light flew out before revealing itself to be a small furry beast. It was none other than his leopard Kirin beast. After consuming the demon cores of the 3-eyed dark beasts, the spirit beast had been hibernating in the spirit beast bracelet this entire time, and it seemed to have only awakened not long ago. Even though it had already refined the demon cores, its outward appearance didn't seem to have changed much. The only noticeable change was that some inky black patterns had appeared over its body, and on top of that, its aura had now also become slightly different, striking even Hanli with a slight sense of peril. This naturally made Hanli rather intrigued. Even though Hanli couldn't see any apparent changes in the leopard Kirin beast, the fact that he was sensing a threat from it naturally meant that it had definitely undergone some kind of transformation. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to carefully analyze the beast, and he would have to wait until he left the vast glacial realm before conducting a thorough examination. With that in mind, Hanli issued the leopard Kirin beast an instruction using his spiritual sense, then sat down with his legs crossed and began to meditate. He hadn't recovered much of his magic power to begin with, and after that battle with the golden horn Jiao Qi being, he was almost completely spent. Hence, Hanli stayed in the tree hollow for 7 days, and only then did he manage to recover close to 90% of his magic power. He had naturally intended to fully recover all of his magic power before continuing in his journey, but at around noon of the 8th day, the leopard Kirin beast suddenly let loose a low snarl, immediately jerking Hanli out of his meditative state. His eyes abruptly sprang open, and he could sense chaotic spiritual chi fluctuations surging through the nearby area. Furthermore, there were faint explosions ringing out in the extremely far distance, and it seemed that someone was engaged in battle in the air above. Hanli immediately released his spiritual sense out of the tree hollow without any hesitation, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he discovered that there were two ferocious beasts, one large and one small, engaged in battle tens of thousands of feet in the air above. As they battled, the larger of the two beasts was pursuing the smaller beast, the latter of which was a beast that was only around 10 feet in size with shimmering golden fur and a pair of inky black eyes. This was none other than the Dark Beast Monarch that Hanli had seen earlier in the Dark Beast Forest, the very same one that was being hunted down by its own brethren. This Dark Beast Monarch was now in an even sorrier state. Not only were there charred sections on its body that were devoid of fur and skin, most of its thin and long tail had somehow been severed. Even so, it was still just as ferocious as ever, relentlessly blasting golden blades of wind toward its pursuer as it fled up ahead as a golden streak of light. As soon as the golden blades of wind erupted from its mouth, they extended to several feet in size, then covered a distance of several hundred feet in a flash before crashing downward with vicious force. However, the larger of the two beasts completely disregarded the golden blades of wind, relying on the spiritual light that was glowing around it to repel these attacks. Its defensive abilities were truly astonishing. This beast was over 100 feet in length, and it was a strange beast with the body of a wyrm and the head of a pig. Its head was snowy white while its body was of a shimmering blue color, and its aura was even more powerful than that of the Dark Beast Monarch, so it was no wonder that the latter was fleeing from it. Hanli stowed the leopard Kirin beast up his sleeve, and azure light flashed from his body as he held his breath. The two beasts had most of their attention focused on one another, so neither of them noticed Hanli lurking down below. Moments later, the two of them vanished into the distance, and only then did Hanli withdraw the azure light around him as he furrowed his brows slightly. Why did that Dark Beast Monarch come all the way here? He was naturally a little perplexed, but with his current powers, he certainly wasn't fearful of those two beasts. However, he naturally wasn't eager to draw unnecessary trouble to himself either, which was why he chose to remain hidden. The appearance of the Dark Beast Monarch was rather abrupt and surprising, but it didn't have anything to do with him, so he didn't think much of it. Even so, he decided it was best to leave this place after that disturbance. Was it really worth taking this risk to secure the tool refinement materials for the Stone Cocoon race? After all, even if he didn't make this trip, Duan Tianren had assured him that he would help Hanli gain access to the super teleportation formation. With his lofty status in the vast glacial realm, he most likely wouldn't lie about something like this. However, there was always a possibility. Furthermore, he had already traveled so long to get here, and he was rather reluctant to simply turn back after coming this far. Thus, an indecisive look appeared in his eyes, and he gradually began to decelerate. Right at this moment, a black spot appeared in the distance, and it expanded further and further in Hanli's field of view before revealing itself to be a massive island. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he stopped in mid-air as he looked on from afar. This island appeared to be close to 1,000 kilometers in size, and there were two mountains on the island, one tall and one short, that were situated next to and connected to one another. The taller mountain was over 100,000 feet tall and was completely gray with most of the mountain completely devoid of any greenery. The shorter of the two mountains was around 30,000 to 40,000 feet tall, and it was filled with lush greenery. Looks like this is the place, Hanli murmured to himself. His gaze quickly fell upon the gray mountain, and he appraised it in an intent manner. The shape of the island was virtually completely identical with the one on the map, and the precious material requested by the stone cocoon race was a type of unique ore that could only be found on the tall gray mountain. This ore could only be sourced in the vast glacial realm, and it seemed to be quite important to the stone cocoon race. Just as Hanli was inspecting the island, his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air to send a small azure sword hurtling forth in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, a pillar of water suddenly erupted from the placid mirror-like surface of the lake before hurtling directly toward Hanli. Azure light flashed, and the pillar of water was parted by the streak of sword chi. A strange cry rang out, and a strange fish that was concealed within the pillar of water was also sliced in half by the sword chi, sending green blood raining down from above. Hanli lowered his head, and blue light flashed through his eyes as he appraised this strange fish to find that it was only around a foot in length with a green body and a pair of wings on its back. Upon closer inspection, Hanli could see that its head resembled that of a venomous snake, and there were a pair of claws on its abdomen that were so thin that they were barely visible. Hanli's eyelids twitched, and he was suddenly struck by the feeling that he had heard of this type of strange fish from somewhere. However, he was unable to immediately recall the exact details. All of a sudden, an alarming turn of events unfolded. As soon as the carcass of the strange fish fell into the lake, a myriad of loud cries suddenly rang out within a radius of several feet. Countless pillars of water erupted from the lake before revealing a series of the same strange fish of different sizes, all of which were hovering in mid-air and appraised Hanli with completely expressionless eyes. These fish were completely identical to the one that he had just slain, except these ones were shimmering with spiritual light of all types of different colors. Flying rainbow fish! Hanli exclaimed as he finally recalled the origin of these strange fish. Back when he was in the holy city of the Tianping race, he had seen records regarding this fish by chance in a very ancient tome. These strange fish had a very pleasant name, but in ancient times, they were extremely polarizing creatures that were both loved and hated by foreign beings that dwelled in the sea. Of course, these flying rainbow fish were indeed quite powerful, but the value of their inner cores far outweighed their powers, which was why they had been hunted into extinction so quickly by powerful beings in primordial times. Hanli was truly very surprised to encounter these strange fish here, and even though the records on the ancient tome had stated that the venom of these fish was extremely fearsome, Hanli was rather skeptical about these claims. Thus, he immediately waved a hand through the air, and a gray light barrier appeared before him. He then flipped over his other hand, and a burst of 5-colored flames surged forth. The two intertwined with one another to form a light barrier that shielded him within, and immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air, upon which several tens of small azure swords shot forth in a frenzy. The azure swords circled around before splitting up into several hundred streaks of shimmering azure sword chi that were flashing with a cold light. One of the flying rainbow fish let loose a sharp screech upon seeing this, and all of the flying fish converged toward Hanli in a menacing manner as streaks of light. Slash! Hanli's expression darkened as he made a hand seal while letting loose a low cry, and the hundreds of streaks of sword chi shuddered before erupting forth in all directions, sweeping through the school of fish as thick pillars of azure light. All of the flying fish in the path of the streaks of sword chi were sliced in half, and their bodies plummeted from the sky amid a torrential downpour of green blood. Over 1,000 of the flying fish were slain in the blink of an eye, and a strong stench of blood and gore wafted through the surrounding air. The azure bamboo cloud's warm swords were extremely sharp, but there was a limit to their numbers, so they couldn't kill all of the flying fish at once. As such, there were still some flying fish that managed to get closer to Hanli. All of them let loose sharp screeches before expelling fist-sized balls of green liquid out of their mouths that hurtled directly toward Hanli. Hanli's expression changed slightly as he switched to another hand seal, and all of the streaks of surrounding sword chi abruptly converged around him before transforming into massive azure lotus flowers. The azure lotus flowers rotated slowly in mid-air, completely shielding Hanli within a barrier of sword chi. Hanli was well aware that as long as he could keep the poison attacks of these flying rainbow fish at bay, it wouldn't be impossible for him to eradicate all of them at once. After all, flying rainbow fish relied extremely heavily on their poison. Even though his cultivation base had improved significantly, he was still rather unsure of his ability to withstand this legendary poison. However, he would regret it if he left without at least giving it a try. It was said that those rainbow cores had extraordinary effects and would be extremely beneficial to his gold-devouring beetles. If he could evolve the gold-devouring beetles once again, then this was a risk that was worth taking. After all, he had several powerful treasures and abilities that would allow him to escape if things were to go awry. At this moment, the outermost layer of giant azure lotus flowers had already bloomed, and the azure flower petals formed layers of azure sword barriers that were extremely vibrant to behold. The green liquid struck the seemingly airtight barrier formed by the lotus petals, and plumes of smoke began to rise up into the air, following which holes of different sizes appeared on the barrier. The azure sword barrier was quickly riddled with holes, and it became quite evident that the poison of these flying rainbow fish could easily melt through even the sword chi formed by the azure bamboo cloud's warm swords. This was quite an incredible discovery to Hanli, and his heart jolted with shock, but his expression remained calm and collected. The azure sword barrier had been damaged, but his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords were able to almost instantly recover. Right at this moment, Hanli made a hand seal before releasing a burst of 5 colored flames from his pristine white hand, and as soon as the green liquid came into contact with the 5 colored flames, the latter was also melted away. A grim look finally appeared in Hanli's eyes as he switched to another hand seal yet again, and 5 colored flames flashed before beginning to rotate at an incredible speed. The flames formed a 5-colored tornado that repelled many of the oncoming balls of green liquid, but there were simply too many flying rainbow fish in the surrounding area, and there seemed to be no end to the poisonous liquid that they were expelling. The 5-colored flames had been unleashed to their full power, but they were still whittled down into nothingness, revealing the innermost gray light barrier around Hanli. The green liquid gushed forth, and a loud sizzling sound rang out. Hanli's eyelids twitched violently, and he abruptly let loose a cold harumph as he opened his mouth to expel a fist-sized ball of silver flames. The silver flames glowed with scintillating light before expanding to around 10 feet in size, then transformed into a huge fire raven. Go! Hanli pointed forward without any hesitation, and the silver fire raven spread its wings and raised its head before letting loose a loud cry. It then flew directly out of the gray light barrier, and all of the green liquid that struck its body instantly evaporated into mist of different colors as if it had met the bane of its existence, leaving the massive fire raven completely unscathed. Hanli was ecstatic to see this, yet right at this moment, a portion of the flying rainbow fish suddenly let loose strange cries in unison, following which all of them abruptly expelled their poisonous green liquid toward the same point in the sky above. A giant green python that was comprised entirely of poisonous liquid instantly took shape, and it was around 70 to 80 feet in length. It was an extremely lifelike python, and it arched its body before pouncing directly toward the huge fire raven, leaving a rank odor in its wake. The fire raven naturally wasn't going to back down. It flapped its wings a few times before opening its mouth again to expel a burst of piercing white flames. This was the golden crow true flames that the spirit-engulfing fire raven had devoured in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. As soon as the flames came into contact with the poison python, the former swelled drastically as if oil had been poured onto it, and the giant python was instantly inundated by a scorching sea of fire, then quickly reduced to nothingness amid an anguished wail. Right at this moment, Hanli let loose another loud cry before making a hand seal and pointing a finger at the silver fire raven. The massive fire raven's silver feathers stirred before all of them transformed into a white color. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom erupted as the fire raven self-detonated, sending countless thin threads of flames hurtling forth in all directions. All of the balls of green liquid in the air were instantly punctured by their fire threads before erupting into flames. All of the poison attacks were eradicated in the blink of an eye, and the gray light barrier, which had already been severely ravaged, quickly recovered to its former state amid a flash of gray light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hanli also finally sprang into action. He pointed his 10 fingers forward in rapid succession, and bursts of azure light flashed as the azure flying swords that had already vanished suddenly reappeared. All of them then transformed into lethal sword chi again before hurtling forth in all directions. The flying rainbow fish were still relentlessly blasting forth balls of green poison, but the countless white fire threads in the air completely nullified this threat. Without the impediment posed by the poisonous liquid, the hundreds of streaks of sword chi were completely unstoppable. The more powerful flying rainbow fish could still survive for an attack or two, but the low-grade flying rainbow fish were quickly hacked into one dismembered carcass after another. Thus, with the combination of the fire threads and sword chi, all of the flying rainbow, of which there had been around 40,000 to 50,000, were slain by Hanli. When he waved a hand through the air to withdraw his swords and fire raven, the surrounding air was already completely empty. However, as he cast his gaze down below, he was rather taken aback to find that aside from the dismembered carcasses of the flying rainbow fish, there were also many other dead fish that had floated to the surface with their bellies facing the heavens. The nearby surface of the lake was entirely filled with white fish bellies, creating an extremely peculiar sight to behold. Hanli inspected the slightly green water of the lake, and he immediately realized why this had happened. Most of the poison expelled by the flying rainbow fish had been eradicated by the golden crow true flames, but a lot of it had been repelled earlier and fell into the lake down below, thereby killing a large number of nearby fish. Even though he was already somewhat aware of how potent this poison was, the scenes on the lake were still quite harrowing for him to behold. If it weren't for the fact that he had cultivated the spirit engulfing true flames, he definitely wouldn't have been able to take care of these fish so easily. He would have most likely had to release his gold-devouring beetles at the expense of his spiritual sense or use his profound heavenly blade segment again, both of which would have severely weakened him. As such, he was naturally reluctant to adopt those methods unless he had to. A contemplative look appeared in Hanli's eyes, and he suddenly swept a sleeve downward to release a ball of white light, which transformed into an adorable little girl in a flash. Chuer pays her respects to her master. What are your instructions, master? As soon as Chuer appeared, she extended a curtsy toward Hanli with a wide smile on her face. Go and extract the inner cores out of the heads of all of those fish. I made sure to preserve their heads when I killed them earlier. Come and find me on the island once you're done, Hanli instructed. Yes. Chuer immediately nodded before raising a hand, upon which countless thin blades surged forth from her back, then hurtled down toward the surface of the lake. Chuer herself also began to slowly drift down toward the lake while Hanli flew toward the island in the distance as a streak of azure light. A short while later, the azure light faded, and Hanli appeared above the tall gray mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the mountain, and only after a long while did he abruptly flip a hand over to produce a shimmering golden disc. This was a treasure that had been given to him by the stone cocoon race prior to his journey, and he raised an eyebrow as he opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure chi onto the disc. The azure chi vanished into the disc in a flash, following which he raised his other hand and cast a white incantation seal onto the treasure as well. A startling turn of events immediately unfolded. The golden disc flashed with golden light and emitted a loud ringing sound while releasing a series of silver runes. The disc then shuddered before escaping Hanli's grasp and hurtling toward the mountain down below as a ball of golden light. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.